Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Deku awakened the power to evolve any quirk? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The rain fell in sheets across Musudafu, painting the city in shades of gray that matched the weight pressing down on Izuku Midoriya's chest. He stood alone in the alley behind his middle school, uniform soaked through, green hair plastered to his forehead. The laughter of his classmates still echoed in his ears, cruel, cutting, merciless. Quirkless Deku. The words had carved themselves into his soul over the years, each repetition digging deeper. But today had been different. Today, Kachan's explosion had sent him sprawling into the koi pond in front of everyone during lunch, and not a single person had offered him a hand. They'd just laughed, recorded it on their phones, walked away like he was invisible. Izuku's hands trembled as he clutched his backpack, the notebook inside, hero analysis for the future no. 13, probably ruined by water damage. His mother would ask why he came home drenched. He'd lie. Again. Tell her he forgot his umbrella. She'd believe him because she wanted to, because the truth would break her heart the way it was slowly breaking his. A cat yowled somewhere in the darkness of the alley, and Izuku flinched. Get it together, he whispered to himself, voice cracking. Heroes don't cry. But he wasn't a hero. He was quirkless, powerless, nothing. The memory of that doctor's appointment burned behind his eyes. 4 years old, sitting on the examination table with his mother's hand on his shoulder, listening to words that shattered his entire world. I'm sorry, Ms. Midoriya. Your son has an extra joint in his pinky toe. He'll never develop a quirk. Never. Such a final word for a 4-year-old to hear. Izuku pushed off from the brick wall he'd been leaning against and started walking. His feet moved on autopilot, carrying him through streets he knew by heart. Past the convenience store where All Might merchandise filled the windows. Past the playground where he and Katsuki used to pretend to be heroes, back when Kachan's eyes held admiration instead of contempt. Past the underpass where something flickered at the edge of his vision. Izuku stopped, heart suddenly pounding. The underpass stretched ahead of him, dark and empty. The streetlights had gone out again. They always did in this part of town. The city never bothered fixing them. But there, in that darkness, something moved. Not walked, not ran, moved. Like shadows given form, like smoke with purpose. Green light pulsed faintly, rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. Izuku's analytical mind, the one thing about him that actually worked, kicked into gear. This wasn't right. The air felt wrong. Too thick. Too cold despite the summer rain. He should run. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around and sprint in the opposite direction. But curiosity had always been his fatal flaw. Izuku took a step forward. Then another. The green light grew brighter, and he could see it now, really see it. Tendrils of luminescent energy coiling around what looked like a tear in reality itself, like someone had taken a knife to the fabric of the world and carved an opening into somewhere else. What is this? Izuku breathed, pulling out his phone to take a picture. The moment his camera flash went off, the tear pulsed. Then it pulled. Izuku gasped as an invisible force wrapped around him, yanking him forward with terrifying strength. His feet left the ground. His backpack flew off his shoulders. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. The air had been sucked from his lungs. The green light engulfed him, and for one horrifying moment, Izuku felt like he was being torn apart and reassembled simultaneously. Colors he didn't have names for exploded across his vision. Sounds that shouldn't exist scraped against his eardrums. He tasted metal and honey and something ancient, something that predated quirks and heroes and the entire modern age. Then, silence. Izuku hit solid ground hard, rolling across what felt like stone. His body screamed in protest as he struggled to his hands and knees, gasping for air that tasted wrong, too pure, too crisp, like mountain air that had never known pollution. Where? His voice echoed. Slowly, Izuku raised his head, and his breath caught in his throat. He was in a chamber, no, a cathedral, carved from what looked like jade and silver. Massive pillars stretched toward a ceiling so high he couldn't see it through the shadows. Intricate symbols covered every surface, glowing faintly with that same green light. They shifted and changed as he watched them, never settling into any recognizable pattern. And in the center of it all, floating 3 feet off the ground, was a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, made of what appeared to be crystallized energy. Veins of light pulsed through it like a living circulatory system. Colors swirled in its depths, gold and emerald and amethyst and crimson, all bleeding into each other in hypnotic patterns. Just looking at it made Izuku's head hurt and his heart race. "What are you?" he whispered, pushing himself to his feet on shaking legs. The sphere pulsed in response to his voice. Izuku's analytical instincts warred with common sense. This was insane. This was dangerous. This was impossible. He should be trying to find a way out, not walking toward the glowing mysterious object that had just pulled him through a rift in spacetime. But something about it called to him. Like recognizing a song you'd never heard before. His feet carried him forward until he stood directly beneath the sphere. This close, he could feel warmth radiating from it, gentle and welcoming. The symbols on the walls glowed brighter, pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. "Are you alive?" Izuku asked softly. The sphere descended, slowly, deliberately, until it hovered at eye level. Izuku could see his reflection in its surface, green hair wild and tangled, uniform still dripping, freckled face drawn and exhausted. He looked small, young, powerless. The sphere pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then a voice, not heard through his ears but felt in his bones, spoke. "Seeker." Izuku stumbled backward, eyes wide. You can talk. The one who walks with empty hands yet carries the weight of all potentials. The quirkless child who sees what others cannot. You have been chosen. Chosen. Izuku's voice cracked. Chosen for what? What is this place? What are you? I am the codex of evolution. The first quirk. The progenitor from which all others descended. Before the glowing child, before the dawn of the quirk age, I existed. Waiting, watching, searching for the one worthy of my gift. Izuku's mind raced, trying to process information that defied everything he knew about quirk history. The glowing child, that was the first recorded quirk user in Qingqing City, China. The luminescent baby that started it all. But this codex claimed to be older. Why me? The question tumbled out before he could stop it. I'm nobody. I'm quirkless. Precisely. The sphere moved closer, and Izuku couldn't step back even if he'd wanted to. He was rooted to the spot. Those born with quirks are already complete. Their paths are set, their potentials limited by the power they inherit. But you, the quirkless, you are a blank canvas. An empty vessel. Within you lies the capacity to become anything. Everything. You see quirks not as extensions of self, but as puzzles to be understood. Analyzed. Evolved. Izuku's breath came in short gasps. This couldn't be real. He was probably unconscious in that alley, experiencing some kind of head trauma-induced hallucination. Any moment now, he'd wake up in a hospital bed with his mother crying beside him. But the warmth from the sphere felt too real. The ache in his muscles from hitting the stone floor was too genuine. "What do you want from me?" he asked, proud that his voice only shook a little. "To offer a gift. To restore balance. The world of quirks has grown stagnant, predictable. Powers are inherited, copied, strengthened, but never truly evolved. Not beyond their base forms. I can change that. Through you." The sphere began to glow brighter, and the symbols on the walls started moving faster, spiraling inward toward where Izuku stood. "Touch me, and I will grant you the power to evolve any quirk. Yours. Others. To see their true potential and unlock what lies dormant within them. To take what exists and transform it into what could be. You will become the catalyst. The evolutionary trigger. The bridge between what is and what might become." Izuku's hand trembled as he unconsciously reached toward the sphere. That's impossible. Quirks don't work that way. They're genetic, fixed at birth. They were never meant to be. The words struck him like lightning. I was the first. The source. Before I was imprisoned here, I flowed through all living things, constantly adapting, evolving, growing. Then came the seal. The separation. Quirks became individual, isolated, unable to reach their full potential. But you can change that. With this power, you could revolutionize everything the world knows about quirks. Izuku thought about his notebooks. 15 of them filled with quirk analysis, theories about applications and combinations that no one else had considered. His teachers called it a waste of time. Kacchan called it creepy. But Izuku had always seen quirks as beautiful puzzles, each one holding secrets waiting to be discovered. What if he could do more than just analyze them? What if he could actually help them grow? There has to be a catch, Izuku said, pulling his hand back slightly. Nothing this powerful comes without a price. The only price is the burden of potential. The weight of possibility. You will see what others could become, feel the pull of every evolutionary path before you. That knowledge can be overwhelming. Izuku swallowed hard. He'd spent his whole life being overwhelmed, by his powerlessness, by the cruelty of his peers, by the impossible dream he refused to let die. What was one more burden? If I do this, he met his own reflection in the sphere's surface. Can I become a hero? You can become something greater. Not just a hero, but an architect of heroes. An evolution. The sphere pulsed, and Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest. His hand moved forward again, fingers trembling inches from the crystallized energy. He thought about his mother's tears when she apologized for his quirklessness, as if she'd failed him. About Kacchan's sneer as explosions danced across his palms. About All Might's smile on every poster, in every video, that symbol of hope Izuku desperately wanted to embody. About the doctor's words, never. I'll do it, Izuku whispered. I'll take your gift. Then let us become one. Let us evolve. The moment Izuku's fingers touched the sphere's surface, the world exploded. Energy, raw, primal, infinite, slammed into him with the force of a tsunami. He screamed, but the sound was lost in the roar of power flooding every cell in his body. The sphere shattered into a million points of light that sank into his skin like falling stars. His veins lit up from within, glowing that same ethereal green. Information poured into his mind, not words or images, but pure understanding. He saw quirks as they truly were, living, breathing things that grew and changed and evolved. He felt their structures, their potentials, their hidden depths. Fire quirks that could become plasma. Strength enhancements that could rewrite physics. Mental abilities that could reshape reality itself. It was too much, too vast. His human brain wasn't meant to contain this kind of knowledge. But then, something shifted. The codex, because it was part of him now, he could feel it settling into the core of his being, began organizing the information, creating pathways and structures his mind could actually comprehend. The overwhelming flood became a stream. The chaos became order. Izuku collapsed to his knees, gasping, as the light finally faded from his veins. His hands looked normal. His reflection in the polished stone floor showed no visible change. But inside, everything was different. He could feel it, a presence that hadn't been there before. A power humming beneath his skin, waiting to be used. Stand, Izuku Midoriya. Stand and embrace what you have become. The voice was still in his bones, but quieter now. More intimate. Like a part of himself speaking. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, legs shaking. The chamber around him was dissolving, the jade and silver turning translucent. He could see the underpass through the fading walls, the rain still falling in the normal world. Wait, he called out. I don't understand. How do I use this power? What do I do? Trust your instincts. When you see a quirk, you will understand it. When you touch its user, you can offer evolution. But remember, all growth comes with a cost. Choose wisely who you help ascend. Not all evolutions lead to heroism. The chamber vanished completely, and Izuku stumbled backward into the underpass, landing hard on wet concrete. The green tear had sealed itself. The only evidence anything had happened was the tingling in his fingertips and the weight in his chest that felt like carrying a star. He sat there in the rain for a long time, staring at his hands. Slowly, tentatively, Izuku closed his eyes and reached inward, toward that new presence. The codex responded immediately, unfurling like a flower. Information flooded his awareness, not overwhelming this time, but organized, accessible. He could sense quirks now. Even without seeing them, he could feel the security guard 2 blocks away with his night vision enhancement, the old woman in the apartment above with her weak telekinesis, the cat nearby with its mutation quirk that gave it opposable thumbs. And he could see how they could grow. Tears mixed with rain on Izuku's cheeks, but this time they weren't from despair. I'm not quirkless anymore, he whispered to the empty underpass. I'm not powerless. Thunder rolled overhead, and Izuku Midoriya smiled. Somewhere in the darkness, in the space between moments, the codex of evolution pulsed with satisfaction. The chosen had been found. The game had begun, and the world of heroes would never be the same. Morning came too quickly, dragging Izuku from restless dreams filled with spiraling symbols and voices that spoke in frequencies only his bones could hear. He lay in bed for several minutes, staring at the glow-in-the-dark All Might poster on his ceiling, trying to convince himself that last night had been some kind of fever dream brought on by too much rain and too little self-worth. Then he felt it, that presence coiled in his chest like a sleeping dragon, warm and patient and undeniably real. The Codex of Evolution. His quirk. Izuku's hands shot up, and he stared at them in the early morning light filtering through his curtains. They looked the same as always, small, scarred from years of kachans, accidents, slightly trembling. But when he concentrated, really focused inward the way the Codex had shown him, he could feel power humming beneath his skin. Not the explosive force of Kachan's nitroglycerin sweat or the raw strength of a mutation quirk. This was different, subtler, like holding the blueprint to a building that hadn't been constructed yet. Izuku, breakfast is ready. His mother's voice snapped him back to reality. Izuku scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping over his discarded uniform from last night, still damp, still smelling like rain and concrete. He'd managed to sneak in through the window after she'd gone to bed, avoiding the questions he wasn't ready to answer. What would he even say? Hey mom, guess what? I'm not quirkless anymore. I made a deal with some kind of primordial entity that claims to be the source of all quirks, and now I can evolve them. Pass the rice. Yeah, that would go over well. Izuku pulled on his school uniform, fingers fumbling with the buttons. His reflection in the mirror showed dark circles under green eyes that seemed somehow brighter than before, more alive. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking. He leaned closer, searching for any visible sign of change, but there was nothing. No glowing marks, no physical mutation, just Izuku Midoriya, age 14, still short, still scrawny, still not quirkless, he whispered to his reflection. Not anymore. The smile that spread across his face was small but genuine. Downstairs, his mother had prepared his favorite breakfast, tamagoyaki, rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. She bustled around the kitchen in her usual morning routine, humming softly. Izuku Midoriya was a small woman with green hair that matched her son's and a gentle disposition that made her popular with all the neighbors. She also worried constantly, especially about Izuku. You came home late last night, she said as he sat down, her tone carefully neutral. Sorry. Lost track of time at the library. The lie came easier than it should have. She gave him a look that said she didn't quite believe him but wouldn't push. Instead, she placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. Just be careful, okay? The news said there've been more villain attacks lately. Izuku nodded, focusing on his food to avoid meeting her eyes. Guilt twisted in his stomach. He hated lying to her. But what choice did he have? Until he understood this power, until he knew if it was even safe, he couldn't risk telling anyone. You are wise to be cautious. Izuku nearly choked on his rice. The Codex's voice resonated through his mind, calm and ancient. He coughed, reaching for his water glass. Are you okay? His mother rushed to his side, patting his back. Fine. Just went down wrong. She fussed over him for another moment before returning to her own breakfast. Izuku waited until she was distracted before thinking as loudly as he could. You can hear my thoughts. We are connected now. Your consciousness and mine exist in symbiosis. But I will not intrude unless necessary. Privacy is important to humans, yes. Izuku had to suppress the hysterical laugh that wanted to escape. An ancient all-powerful entity was concerned about his privacy. The absurdity of it all made his head spin. Yeah, privacy is good. Thanks. You have questions. So many. But not here. Not with his mother 3 feet away. He finished breakfast quickly, kissed his mother goodbye, and practically ran out the door. The walk to Aldera Junior High usually filled him with dread, every step bringing him closer to Kachan's sneers and his classmates' indifference. But today, anticipation buzzed through his veins. Today, he could finally test this power. The streets of Musudafu were already busy with the morning rush. Salarymen hurried toward train stations. Mothers walked their children to elementary school. Heroes patrolled the main thoroughfares, their costumes bright against the gray buildings. And everywhere, Izuku could feel quirks. It was like developing a new sense overnight. Each person he passed registered in his awareness as a constellation of potential. The businessman with enhanced hearing, Izuku could see how it might evolve into echolocation, or even sound manipulation. The woman at the crosswalk with her small telekinesis quirk, there were pathways there that could lead to gravity control, or molecular manipulation, or a dozen other possibilities. The sheer scope of it threatened to overwhelm him. Focus, Izuku muttered under his breath, pressing a hand to his temple. One thing at a time. The sensory influx will normalize with practice. For now, try filtering. Imagine a dial, and turn down the range of your perception. Izuku did as instructed, visualizing a volume knob in his mind. Slowly, the constant awareness of quirks faded to background noise. Relief washed over him. He could still sense them if he concentrated, but they no longer clamored for his attention with every passing stranger. "Thank you," he whispered. "We are partners now. Your success is mine." The thought warmed him more than it probably should have. Aldera Junior High loomed ahead, its concrete walls and chain-link fence looking especially prison-like in the morning light. Izuku took a deep breath and walked through the gates. Students clustered in their usual groups, the popular kids near the sports equipment shed, the studious ones by the library entrance, the delinquents smoking behind the gym despite the no-tolerance policy. And there, holding court in the center of the courtyard, was Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's childhood friend, former friend, stood with his usual entourage, hands shoved in his pockets, a scowl on his sharp features. His blonde hair caught the sunlight, and even from a distance, Izuku could see the small pops of explosion dancing across his palms. Kachan's quirk had always been powerful, one of the strongest in their year. Everyone said he'd definitely get into U.A.Hi, the top hero school in Japan. But now, as Izuku looked at him with his new sight, he saw so much more. Kachan's quirk, explosion, was impressive in its current form. The ability to secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat and ignite it at will made for powerful offensive capabilities. But it was limited. The explosions were unfocused, inefficient. So much energy wasted in flashy displays when it could be channeled, concentrated, evolved into something that would make his current power look like party fireworks. Izuku could see the pathways. Multiple ones, branching off in different directions. One led toward plasma manipulation, turning those explosions into coherent energy blasts. Another toward controlled detonations that could be set on a time delay or triggered remotely. A third, darker path showed explosive force turned inward, enhancing physical capabilities to superhuman levels. The possibilities made Izuku's head spin. "Oi, Deku." Izuku flinched, pulled from his analysis. Kachan was staring directly at him, red eyes narrowed. The courtyard had gone quiet. "The hell are you staring at?" Kachan's voice carried clear across the space, sharp with irritation. Every instinct screamed at Izuku to look away, to apologize, to make himself small and unnoticeable. That's what he always did. That's what kept him safe. But something had changed. He had changed. "Nothing," Izuku called back, proud when his voice didn't shake. "Just heading to class." He turned and walked toward the main building, heart pounding. Behind him, he heard Kachan's friends muttering in surprise. Deku never talked back. Deku always cowered. Izuku made it exactly 3 steps before an explosion cracked the air. He dove to the side on pure instinct, feeling the heat of the blast singe the air where he'd been standing. His analytical mind kicked into overdrive, calculating trajectory and force even as he rolled and came up in a crouch. Small explosion. Warning shot. Kachan hadn't actually tried to hit him. If he had, Izuku would be on the ground with burns. "Where do you think you're going?" Kachan stalked toward him, palms crackling. "You've got some nerve, ignoring me." The other students backed away, forming a circle. No teachers in sight. There never were when Kachan decided to remind Izuku of his place in the social hierarchy. Izuku stood slowly, keeping his hands visible and non-threatening. "I wasn't ignoring you. I answered your question. Don't get smart with me, Deku." Another explosion, this one closer. "You've been acting weird. First that thing yesterday at lunch, now you're walking around like you own the place." "I just want to get to class, Kachan." "Kachan." The blonde's eye twitched. "We're not kids anymore. Stop using that stupid nickname." Izuku bit his tongue. He'd been calling Katsuki, Kachan, since they were in diapers. It was habit. Nostalgia for a time before quirks had driven a wedge between them. Before Izuku had become quirkless. Except he wasn't quirkless anymore. The thought sent a thrill through him. He could defend himself now. Maybe not with raw power, he still didn't fully understand how his quirk worked, but he had knowledge. He could see Kacchan's quirk in a way no one else could, understand its mechanics and limitations. He knew, for instance, that Kacchan's explosions required sweat to function. Which meant in the morning, before he'd worked up enough perspiration, his blasts were weaker. Less controlled. And the angrier he got, the more he sweated, but also the more reckless his aim became. Izuku could use that. But should he? A fair question. What do you hope to accomplish here? I don't know. I'm tired of being afraid. Fear is not weakness. It is wisdom. But courage is knowing when to stand despite fear. Izuku met Kacchan's glare. I'm going to class. You should too. The words hung in the air for a heartbeat. Then Kacchan lunged. Izuku moved without thinking, his body reacting faster than his conscious mind could process. He sidestepped the charge, and Kacchan's fist whistled past his face. The explosion that followed, meant to catch Izuku even if the punch missed, detonated harmlessly behind him. The courtyard erupted in shocked murmurs. Kacchan spun, eyes wide with disbelief. How did you? Lucky dodge, Izuku said quickly. Too quickly. But Kacchan wasn't stupid. His eyes narrowed, and Izuku could see the gears turning in his head. You got a quirk. The accusation hit like a physical blow. Around them, whispers spread like wildfire. No way. Deku has a quirk. Since when? Is that even possible? Izuku's mind raced. He could deny it, play it off as luck like he'd said. But Kacchan knew him too well, had known him since before either of them could walk. He'd see through the lie. Or Izuku could own it. The thought terrified and exhilarated him in equal measure. So what if I did? The words came out steady, stronger than Izuku felt. Would it matter? Kacchan's expression went through several rapid changes, surprise, confusion, and then anger. You're lying. The doctor said. The doctor said I had an extra joint in my pinky toe. That most quirkless people have that marker. Izuku raised his hand, wiggling his fingers. But not all. Some people are just late bloomers. It was a lie. A complete fabrication. But it was also believable. There were documented cases of quirks manifesting late, though they were rare. Kacchan stepped closer, explosions popping across both palms now. Prove it. Use your quirk. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. He couldn't. Not here. Not like this. He didn't even know how his quirk worked beyond the passive analysis. Could he actually evolve someone's quirk? And if he could, what would happen if he tried it on Kacchan in front of everyone? It's not a combat quirk, Izuku said, hating how defensive he sounded. It's analytical. Analytical. Kacchan barked a laugh. Of course the nerd gets a nerd quirk. What? You can read really fast now. Some of the tension bled from the crowd. A few students laughed. Analytical quirks were common and largely unimpressive, things like enhanced memory or calculation ability. Useful for tests, useless for hero work. Let them think that. It was safer. Something like that, Izuku agreed. Kacchan stared at him for a long moment, searching for the lie. Then he scoffed and turned away, waving dismissively. Whatever. Still won't help you become a hero, Deku. The name, that hated nickname that meant useless, still stung. But not as much as it used to. Because Kacchan was wrong. Izuku was going to become a hero. Maybe not the way he'd originally imagined, but he'd find a way. This power, the Codex, had chosen him for a reason. The crowd dispersed as the warning bell rang. Izuku grabbed his bag and hurried inside, ignoring the stares and whispers that followed him. His homeroom was on the second floor, a cramped space filled with desks that had seen better days. He slid into his usual seat by the window and pulled out his notebook. Hero analysis for the future No. 13. The pages were wrinkled from water damage but still readable. He flipped through familiar entries, All Might's various smile techniques, Kamui Woods' binding applications, Mount Lady's size manipulation. All observations from videos and news reports, analyzed and theorized with the desperate hunger of someone who knew they'd never experience these powers firsthand. Except now he could. Not use them himself, but understand them on a level no one else could. And more than that, help them grow. Izuku pulled out a pen and turned to a fresh page. His hand trembled slightly as he wrote, Codex of Evolution, Personal Quirk Analysis. What did he know so far? 1. Passive ability to sense and analyze quirks within range. 2. Can see evolutionary pathways, potential directions for quirk development. 3. Possible active ability to trigger evolution through direct contact. That last one was still theoretical. The Codex had said he could evolve quirks by touching their users, but he hadn't tested it yet. The thought both excited and terrified him. What if he messed up? What if he evolved someone's quirk in a dangerous direction? What if? Doubt is natural, but you possess something others do not, the ability to see consequences before they occur. Trust your analysis. Easier said than done. Class passed in a blur. Izuku's teachers droned on about history and mathematics, but his mind was elsewhere. He kept his passive quirk. Sense at low range, just enough to feel the students around him. Each one was a puzzle waiting to be solved. The girl 2 seats over had a minor plant growth quirk. It could become chlorokinesis or even photosynthesis-based healing. The boy in front had enhanced reflexes that showed pathways toward temporal perception or even limited time manipulation. So many possibilities, so much potential going unrealized because people saw quirks as fixed, unchanging. Lunch arrived, and Izuku found himself on the roof, his usual hiding spot. The other students avoided this place, preferring the cafeteria or courtyard. Up here, with just the sky and the distant sounds of the city, Izuku could breathe. He unwrapped the bento his mother had made and ate mechanically, mind still churning. He needed to test his quirk properly. But who could he trust? Who would be willing to let him experiment on their power? The answer was obvious, no one. He was still the quirkless loser in everyone's eyes. Even if they believed he'd developed some weak analytical ability, that didn't earn trust. If anything, it made him more suspicious. Unless, Izuku paused mid-bite. What if he didn't ask permission? The thought felt wrong immediately. Violating someone's bodily autonomy without consent was a villain move, not something a hero would do. But what if the person was already unconscious? What if he just tested it? Figured out exactly how his quirk worked before trying to explain it to anyone? A slippery slope. Good intentions pave many dark roads. I know. I wouldn't actually do it. I need to understand this power. Then let us explore together. Close your eyes. Turn your awareness inward. Izuku glanced around the empty roof, then did as instructed. He set down his bento and focused on the presence in his chest, the Codex. It pulsed in response, warm and welcoming. Your quirk has 3 primary functions. First, analysis, what you have been experiencing passively. You perceive quirks as I do, seeing their structure and potential. Second, evolution, through physical contact, you can channel my power to trigger controlled mutation of a quirk along one of its pathways. Third, synthesis, not yet accessible, but in time, you will be able to combine aspects of multiple quirks to create something entirely new. Izuku's eyes snapped open. Synthesis. That's incredible. Why isn't it accessible now? Your human form cannot yet withstand the energy required. You must grow stronger. Train your body and mind. Only then can you unlock the full potential of our bond. So he had limitations. That was, actually reassuring. Unlimited power would have been terrifying. The evolution function. If I use it on someone, what happens? Does it hurt? Is it permanent? The process is painless but intense. The quirk user will feel their power expanding, changing. As for permanence, that depends on you. You can make temporary evolutions that last hours or days, allowing experimentation. Or you can make them permanent, fundamentally altering the quirk's structure. Choose wisely. Temporary evolutions. That was perfect. He could test, observe, refine before committing to anything permanent. Excitement bubbled up in Izuku's chest. This was real. This was happening. He had a quirk, an incredible quirk, and the potential to change everything. But first, he needed a test subject. The roof door slammed open. Izuku jumped, nearly dropping his lunch. A girl stumbled through, breathing hard, her school uniform disheveled. She had short purple hair and tired eyes that widened when she saw him. Oh, sorry. Didn't think anyone would be up here. Izuku recognized her vaguely, Yuki Shiro, from Class 1C. She kept to herself. Mostly, same as him. It's okay, he said. There's room. She hesitated, then moved to the opposite corner of the roof, sliding down to sit with her back against the wall. They sat in silence for a moment, the awkwardness thick enough to cut. Then Izuku's passive sense picked up her quirk. He couldn't help it, his analytical mind immediately began categorizing. Emotional manipulation. Minor influence over the moods of people within a small radius. Currently limited to vague feelings, calm, anxiety, happiness. But the pathways, they showed potential for targeted empathy, emotional healing, even memory-linked emotional triggers. You're staring. Izuku blinked, realizing he'd been looking directly at her. Sorry. I was just. Let me guess. You heard the rumors too. Her voice was flat. About my quirk being creepy. What? No. Izuku shook his head quickly. I don't think emotional quirks are creepy. She studied him for a moment, surprise flickering across her face. You're that quirkless kid, Midoriya, right? He hesitated. I actually manifested a quirk recently. Late bloomer. Seriously. She perked up slightly. What kind? This was it. A chance to test his story, see if it held up under scrutiny. Quirk analysis, Izuku said. I can look at someone and understand how their power works. See ways it could grow or develop. Yuki's eyes went wide. That's actually really useful. Especially for hero training. You think so? Definitely. My quirk is basically useless for hero work. All I can do is make people slightly less anxious. Great for therapy, terrible for fighting villains. She laughed, but it sounded hollow. Izuku's heart clenched. He knew that feeling, the certainty that your quirk defined your worth, that some powers were inherently better than others. Your quirk isn't useless, he said quietly. It has incredible potential. She blinked at him. What do you mean? This was it. His chance. Can I try something? Izuku set down his lunch and moved closer, not too close, leaving space. My quirk. I think I can do more than just analyze. I might be able to help quirks evolve. Temporarily. Yuki stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Evolve. That's not. Quirks don't work that way. I know it sounds crazy. But I swear I'm not lying. If you let me try, just for a few hours, it'll wear off. I think I can show you what your quirk could become. She should have said no. Should have backed away from the weird kid making impossible claims. But something in Izuku's earnest expression must have reached her, because after a long moment, she nodded. Okay. But if this is some kind of prank. It's not. I promise. Izuku held out his hand. Just, take my hand. And trust me. Yuki reached out slowly, her fingers brushing against his palm. The moment they made contact, Izuku felt the codex surge to life. Energy flooded through him, and his vision exploded into possibility. He could see Yuki's quirk laid out before him like a three-dimensional blueprint, pulsing with untapped potential. A dozen pathways branched off in different directions, each one leading to a different evolution. He focused on one, the safest, most beneficial path. Emotional healing. The ability to not just influence moods but actually help people process trauma, find peace. Izuku channeled the codex's power, guiding it through their connected hands. Yuki gasped, her eyes going wide and distant. Green light erupted between their palms. And for the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya felt like a real hero. The green light between Izuku's and Yuki's hands pulsed like a living heartbeat, casting ethereal shadows across the rooftop. Time seemed to slow as the codex's power flowed through him, channeling into Yuki's quirk with surgical precision. Izuku could feel everything, every neuron firing in her brain, every molecule of her quirk factor responding to the evolutionary trigger he'd activated. It was terrifying and beautiful in equal measure. Yuki's eyes had rolled back slightly, her expression distant but not pained. Through their connection, Izuku sensed what she was experiencing, her quirk unfurling like a flower that had been closed its entire life, pathways opening that had always existed but remained dormant, potential becoming reality. Her emotional manipulation quirk was transforming. The simple mood influence she'd possessed was evolving into something profound, empathic healing. The ability to sense emotional wounds and help others process trauma, to bring genuine peace rather than just temporary calm. Well done. Your control is remarkable for a first attempt. The codex's approval warmed him, but Izuku stayed focused. He could see the evolution reaching completion, the new pathways solidifying. Just a few more seconds. Oi, what the hell is going on up here? Izuku's concentration shattered. His head whipped toward the roof door where a teacher stood, Mr. Tanaka, the P.E. instructor, eyes wide with shock. Behind him, several students had gathered, drawn by the green light that must have been visible from the courtyard. Panic shot through Izuku. He tried to pull his hand away from Yuki's, but the evolution wasn't complete. Breaking contact now could leave her Quirk in a half-transformed state, potentially dangerous. Don't move, he hissed to Yuki. Just a few more seconds. Midoriya, step away from her right now. Mr. Tanaka rushed forward. 3 seconds. That's all Izuku needed. He could feel the evolution reaching its final stage, the new neural pathways locking into place. 2 seconds. Mr. Tanaka grabbed Izuku's shoulder. 1 second. The evolution completed with a pulse of light that sent both Izuku and the teacher stumbling backward. Yuki gasped, her eyes snapping back into focus. She stared at her hands like she'd never seen them before, tears streaming down her face. I can feel. Her voice cracked with emotion. Everyone. Their pain. Their joy. It's like I'm connected to them. What did you do to her? Mr. Tanaka demanded, positioning himself between Izuku and Yuki. The students in the doorway whispered frantically, phones out and recording. Izuku's mind raced. This was bad. This was really bad. He'd just publicly used his quirk in a way that would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. The video would spread through the school in minutes, maybe reach social media. I didn't hurt her, Izuku said quickly, hands raised. I swear. She asked me to. He helped me, Yuki interrupted, standing on shaking legs. My quirk. It evolved. He can do that, help quirks evolve. The rooftop went silent. Then everyone started talking at once. That's impossible. Quirks don't just evolve. Is this some kind of trick? Did you see that light? Mr. Tanaka's expression shifted from anger to confusion to something resembling fear. The principal needs to hear about this. Both of you, come with me. Now. Izuku's stomach dropped. This was exactly what he'd wanted to avoid. Authority figures getting involved before he understood his own power. But what choice did he have? He couldn't run. That would only make things worse. He followed Mr. Tanaka down from the roof, Yuki beside him. She kept flexing her fingers, a look of wonder on her face. Through his passive quirk sense, Izuku could feel the change in her power. It was brighter now, more complex. The evolution had worked perfectly. But at what cost? The walk to Principal Kobayashi's office felt like a death march. Students lined the hallways, whispering and pointing. Word had spread impossibly fast. By the time they reached the administrative wing, Izuku could hear the speculations. Midoriya has some kind of quirk-boosting ability. No way. That's too powerful for someone who was quirkless. Maybe he was lying about being quirkless all along. Principal Kobayashi was a stern woman in her 50s with sharp eyes that missed nothing. She sat behind her desk like a judge preparing to pass sentence, fingers steepled. Mr. Tanaka gave his report, the green light, the strange connection, Yuki's claim about her quirk evolving. Is this true, Miss Shiro? The principal's voice was carefully neutral. Did Midoriya alter your quirk somehow? Yuki nodded, then seemed to struggle with how to explain. My quirk used to just influence moods. Make people a little calmer or more anxious. But now, she closed her eyes, and Izuku felt her power activate. A wave of gentle warmth spread through the room. Mr. Tanaka's tense shoulders relaxed. The principal's stern expression softened slightly. Now I can actually heal emotional pain. Help people process their feelings. It's incredible. Demonstrate further, Principal Kobayashi commanded. Yuki focused on the principal. After a moment, the older woman's eyes widened. I can feel my anxiety about the budget meeting this afternoon. You're somehow making it easier to think about. Less overwhelming. She leaned back in her chair, studying Yuki with new intensity. That's quite an upgrade. Then those sharp eyes turned to Izuku. Explain. Everything. So Izuku did. Or at least, he explained as much as he dared. He told them about being a late bloomer, about his quirk manifesting recently. He called it quirk evolution, and explained that he could analyze quirks and help them develop along their natural growth pathways. He carefully avoided mentioning the codex, the underground chamber, or the fact that his power came from some kind of primordial entity. This is unprecedented, Principal Kobayashi said when he finished. I've never heard of a quirk with this capability. We need to report this to the authorities. No. Izuku's outburst surprised even himself. Please. I just discovered this ability. I don't understand it yet. If you report it now, they'll want to study me, run tests. I'll never get a chance to figure it out on my own terms. The principal's expression remained unreadable. This kind of power is dangerous, Midoriya. What if you had accidentally harmed Miss Shiro? What if the evolution had gone wrong? But it didn't, Yuki spoke up. And I asked him to do it. He warned me about the risks. You're 14 years old. Neither of you can properly assess those risks. Principal Kobayashi sighed heavily. However, I'm not unsympathetic to your situation. The authorities can be invasive when it comes to unusual quirks. Hope flickered in Izuku's chest. Here's what we'll do, the principal continued. You will not use your quirk on any other students without explicit supervision. You will meet with the school counselor to discuss the psychological implications of this power. And you will write a detailed report about your quirk's mechanics and limitations. If I'm satisfied that you're being responsible, I'll hold off on reporting this. But the moment I think you're a danger to yourself or others, that changes. Understood. Yes, ma'am. Izuku bowed deeply. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This is a provisional arrangement. She waved them toward the door. You're both excused for the rest of the day. Miss Shiro, I recommend you go home and adjust to your new abilities in a safe environment. Midoriya, stay out of trouble. They left the office in silence. Once they were in the empty hallway, Yuki turned to Izuku with a brilliant smile. That was amazing, she whispered. Do you know what this means? My quirk is actually useful now. I could help people, really help them. Trauma victims, abuse survivors, people with depression. Her eyes shone with tears. You gave me hope. Izuku felt emotion clog his throat. This was why the Codex had chosen him. Not to gain power for himself, but to help others unlock their potential. I'm glad it worked, he managed. Just be careful, okay? Your quirk is stronger now. It might take time to learn the limits. I will. She impulsively hugged him, quick and fierce. Thank you, Midoriya. Really. Then she was gone, practically skipping down the hallway. Izuku stood alone, processing everything that had just happened. His first evolution had been a success. But now people knew. The secret he'd hoped to keep was spreading through the school like wildfire. By tomorrow, everyone would be talking about it. You handled that well. The principal is wise to be cautious, but she also recognizes opportunity when she sees it. Do you think I made a mistake? Using my quirk so publicly. Growth requires risk. You could have hidden forever, learned nothing, helped no one. Instead, you took action. The consequences, both positive and negative, will teach you. Izuku left the school through a side entrance, avoiding the main gates where students would be waiting with questions. The afternoon sun felt too bright, the world too sharp-edged. Everything had changed so fast. Just yesterday he'd been quirkless Deku, invisible and powerless. Now he had teachers watching him, classmates spreading rumors, and a quirk that could potentially change hero society. It was overwhelming. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother, coming home early today. Let's have dinner together. Guilt twisted in Izuku's gut. He'd have to tell her something. She'd hear about the incident at school eventually. Better it come from him. The walk home took longer than usual. Izuku kept his quirk sense at minimum, not wanting to be distracted by the symphony of potential surrounding him. He needed to think, plan, figure out his next steps. The Codex had said his quirk had 3 functions: analysis, evolution, and synthesis. He'd successfully used evolution once. But there was so much he didn't know. How many times could he use his quirk in a day before exhausting himself? Were there quirks he couldn't evolve? What were the actual risks? He needed data, needed to test systematically. But how could he do that when every use of his quirk would be scrutinized? His apartment building came into view, a modest structure in a quiet neighborhood. Izuku climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and let himself in. The familiar smell of his mother's cooking greeted him, along with the sound of humming from the kitchen. I'm home, he called out. Welcome back. His mother appeared in the doorway, apron on and a warm smile on her face. You're early too. Perfect timing, I'm making katsudon. His favorite. They ate together at the small dining table, his mother chattering about her day at work, the gossip from the neighbors, the sale at the grocery store. Izuku tried to participate in the conversation, but his mind kept drifting. Finally, his mother set down her chopsticks. Okay. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine. Izuku. Her voice was gentle but firm. I'm your mother. I can tell when something's bothering you. He stared at his food, gathering courage. Something happened at school today. Something big. And then, haltingly, he told her. Not everything, not the codex or the ancient chamber, but enough. He told her his quirk had manifested. That it let him help other quirks evolve. That he'd used it on a classmate and now the school knew. His mother listened without interrupting, her expression cycling through surprise, confusion, joy, and finally concern. When he finished, she reached across the table and took his hand. A quirk, she whispered. You have a quirk. I'm sorry I didn't tell you right away. I was trying to understand it first. Don't apologize. Her eyes were shining with tears. I'm so happy for you. I know how much you wanted this. She squeezed his hand. But I'm also worried. This power you described, it sounds dangerous. I'll be careful. I promise. I know you will. You're the most careful person I know. She smiled through her tears. My little hero. The words hit harder than they should have. Hero. That's what he wanted to be. But the path ahead looked so much more complicated than he'd imagined. They finished dinner in thoughtful silence. Afterward, Izuku retreated to his room. The All Might posters covering his walls seemed to watch him with knowing eyes. He pulled out his notebook and began writing, documenting everything about his first evolution. The sensations, the process, the results. Hours passed. The sun set. Izuku's hand cramped from writing, but he couldn't stop. He needed to understand this power, master it, prove he could be responsible with it. His phone buzzed with a message. Unknown number. Heard about what you did today. Interesting quirk. We should talk. S. Izuku frowned. Who is S? He typed back. Who is this? The response came immediately. Someone who understands what it's like to have a quirk that changes others. Meet me at Takoba Municipal Beach tomorrow at 6 a.m. Come alone. Every alarm bell in Izuku's head went off. This screamed suspicious. Dangerous. Potentially a villain trying to exploit his new power. He should delete the message. Tell his mother. Report it to Principal Kobayashi. But curiosity, that fatal flaw, whispered in his ear. What if this person really did understand? What if they could teach him something about his quirk? The codex was helpful, but it was ancient, not fully connected to the modern world of hero society. Another person with quirk-altering abilities could provide perspective he desperately needed. Caution is wise. But isolation is dangerous. Sometimes we must take risks to grow. Izuku stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed, I'll be there. The alarm went off at 5:30. Izuku silenced it quickly, not wanting to wake his mother. He dressed in workout clothes and left a note saying he'd gone for a morning jog. Not technically a lie. Takoba Municipal Beach was a 20-minute walk from his apartment. It had once been a popular spot, but years of illegal dumping had turned it into a trash-filled eyesore. Refrigerators, car parts, furniture, mountains of garbage littered the sand. The city kept promising to clean it up but never followed through. The perfect place for a clandestine meeting. Izuku arrived just as the sun began painting the horizon pink. The beach was deserted except for one figure standing near the water's edge, a tall, skeletal man in a loose tracksuit. Even from a distance, Izuku could feel the weight of his quirk. It was enormous, overwhelming, like standing next to a star. The man turned, and Izuku's breath caught. That face. Those eyes. All Might. But it couldn't be. All Might was built like a Greek god, all muscles and confidence. This man looked like a strong wind might blow him away. And yet, not quite the image you were expecting. Imagine. The man's voice was raspy, tired. This is my true form, young Midoriya. The form I hide from the world. Izuku's mind struggled to process. You're really All Might. The #1 hero. In the flesh. Or what's left of it. All Might, because it was him. Izuku could see it now in those eyes, gestured to a relatively clean patch of sand. Sit. We have much to discuss. Izuku sat, his legs trembling. All Might. The symbol of peace. The greatest hero alive. sitting next to him in the pre-dawn light, looking nothing like his public persona. How did you know about my quirk? Izuku asked. I have contacts in the education system. When a student manifests a quirk that can alter other quirks, word reaches me quickly. All Might coughed, a harsh sound. Your power is similar to someone I once fought. A villain who could steal and transfer quirks. I don't steal, Izuku said quickly. I help quirks evolve, make them stronger along their natural pathways. I believe you, but others won't be so understanding. All Might fixed him with an intense stare. Do you know what it means to have this kind of power, young Midoriya? The responsibility that comes with it. I'm starting to. Good. Because I came here to make you an offer. All Might leaned forward. I've been searching for a successor. Someone to inherit my quirk when I can no longer serve as the symbol of peace. Your power intrigues me. More importantly, your character does. You used your quirk to help a fellow student, not for personal gain. That speaks volumes. Izuku's heart hammered. Inherit your quirk. I don't understand. My quirk, one for all, can be transferred to another person. It's a stockpiling ability, strength accumulated over generations. All Might pulled up his shirt, revealing a massive scar across his torso. I can't hold it much longer. My body is failing. I need to pass it on before it's too late. One for all. The legendary quirk. Izuku had analyzed it countless times in his notebooks, theorized about its mechanics. And now All Might was offering it to him. But why me? I just got my quirk. I'm nobody. You have the heart of a hero. That matters more than power. All Might's smile was small but genuine. Train with me. Let me teach you to use your quirk responsibly. And when you're ready, I'll give you mine. Together, we can create something unprecedented, a hero who can evolve quirks and wield one for all. Izuku's mind reeled. This was everything he'd ever dreamed of and more. Training with All Might, inheriting his quirk, becoming a real hero. But could he handle both quirks? The codex was already so complex, so powerful. Adding one for all on top of that. This is your path. I feel it. The stockpiling quirk and I. We could complement each other. Perhaps even evolve together. The codex's excitement bled through their connection. It wanted this. Saw potential in the combination. Izuku looked at All Might, the greatest hero, offering him the world. And he made his choice. Yes, Izuku whispered. I'll train with you. I'll become your successor. All Might's smile could have lit the entire beach. Excellent. Then let's begin immediately. You see all this trash? Izuku glanced at the mountains of garbage surrounding them. You're going to clean it. All of it. It'll take months, but it will build the physical foundation you need to contain one for all. All Might stood, suddenly looking less skeletal and more determined. Because here's the thing about inheriting power, young Midoriya, your vessel must be worthy. Your body must be strong enough to hold it. Otherwise, you'll be torn apart from the inside. Izuku stood as well, staring at the impossible task. Ahead, months of manual labor, cleaning an entire beach, building a body capable of handling legendary power. It was crazy. It was perfect. When do we start? Izuku asked. Right now. All Might pointed at a rusted refrigerator. That's your first challenge. Move it to the collection point at the far end of the beach. Izuku approached the refrigerator. It was massive, easily 3 times his weight. He grabbed the sides and pulled. It didn't budge. Behind him, All Might laughed, a warm, encouraging sound. Again, the hero said. Heroes don't give up on the first try. So Izuku tried again, and again, and again. As the sun rose over Takoba Beach, painting the garbage-strewn sand in gold, Izuku Midoriya began the long journey from quirkless victim to the inheritor of the world's greatest power. His evolution had only just begun. 3 weeks of training had taught Izuku Midoriya one undeniable truth: All Might was a merciless taskmaster. The refrigerator had taken him 47 minutes to move on that first day. By the end of week 1, he could move it in 12. By week 2, he was hauling microwave ovens and broken washing machines like they were made of cardboard. His body screamed in protest every morning, muscles burning with a pain that went bone deep. But he kept going. The beach became his second home. Every morning at 5:30, rain or shine, he met All Might in that wasteland of discarded civilization. The symbol of peace, skeletal and diminished in his true form, would stand at the shoreline like a monument to perseverance, timing Izuku's progress with a stopwatch that felt more like a ticking bomb. Faster, young Midoriya. A hero doesn't have the luxury of taking breaks when civilians are in danger. Izuku gritted his teeth and heaved a rusted car door onto his shoulders, stumbling toward the collection point. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with the salt spray from the ocean. His school uniform stuck to his back. He'd learned to bring changes of clothes after that first week when he'd shown up to class looking like he'd survived a natural disaster. Which, in a way, he had. All Might's training regimen was designed to break him down and rebuild him stronger. Carrying trash was just the foundation. Between sets, the hero had him doing push-ups in the sand, squats with debris balanced on his shoulders, sprints along the waterline until his lungs felt like they might burst. Your quirk is powerful, All Might had explained on day 3, watching Izuku collapse after moving a particularly stubborn refrigerator. But power without a vessel to contain it is meaningless. One for all will destroy you if your body isn't ready. We're building that vessel, muscle by muscle, hour by hour. The training was brutal, but it was also working. Izuku could see the changes in the mirror each morning. His arms, once stick-thin, now showed the beginnings of definition. His core had strengthened, his legs developed endurance he'd never possessed. He still looked scrawny compared to his classmates, but there was a solidity to him now that hadn't existed before. More than that, the Codex was teaching him control. Physical training strengthens more than just muscle. It disciplines the mind, teaches patience. These qualities will serve you well when wielding my power. The ancient entity had become a constant companion in Izuku's thoughts. During the monotonous hours of hauling trash, they would discuss quirk theory. The Codex would show him evolutionary pathways he hadn't considered, explain the deeper mechanics behind quirk factors and how they interacted with human biology. It was like having a doctorate-level education downloaded directly into his brain. Time. All Might's voice cut through his concentration. Water break. Then we moved to the next section. Izuku dropped the broken television he'd been carrying and stumbled to where his water bottle waited. He drank deeply, feeling the cool liquid soothe his burning throat. All Might watched him with those sunken eyes that somehow still conveyed infinite warmth. "You're doing well," the hero said. "Better than I expected, honestly. Most people would have quit by now." "I can't quit." Izuku's voice came out rough. "This is everything I've ever wanted. I know that feeling." All Might's gaze drifted to the ocean. "When I was your age, I was scrawny too. Quirkless, even. My master, the one who gave me one for all, she saw potential in me that no one else did. Trained me until I thought I'd die. But I didn't. I got stronger." Izuku stared at him. "You were quirkless. Hard to believe, isn't it?" All Might's laugh was bitter. "The symbol of peace, starting from nothing. But that's the beauty of one for all. It doesn't care where you came from. Only where you're going." The revelation sent Izuku's mind spinning. All Might had been like him. Powerless. Dreaming of heroism despite having no natural ability. And now he was the greatest hero alive. If All Might could do it, so could Izuku. "Back to work," All Might commanded, the moment of vulnerability passing. "You've got 3 more sections to clear before school." Izuku groaned but stood, his legs protesting. As he returned to the trash heaps, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. All Might had a strict no-phone policy during training, but curiosity nagged at him. 2 hours later, covered in grime and exhausted, Izuku finally checked his messages. 7 new texts. 3 from his mother reminding him about dinner. 2 from Yuki asking about quirk evolution theory. And 2 from an unknown number. The first, "Your power is causing ripples. People are noticing." The second, "Be careful who you trust." Izuku's stomach clenched. The messages were unsigned, but something about them felt ominous. He showed them to All Might, who frowned deeply. "Someone's watching you," the hero said. Not surprising, given your quirk's nature. But concerning. He fixed Izuku with a serious look. "Have you used your evolution ability on anyone else since the incident at school?" "No. Principal Kobayashi said I needed supervision." "Good. Keep it that way for now." All Might pulled out his own phone, typing rapidly. "I'll have some friends look into this. In the meantime, stay vigilant. If anyone approaches you with offers or threats, come to me immediately." Izuku nodded, unease settling in his gut. He'd been so focused on training that he'd almost forgotten the bigger picture. His quirk, the Codex, was unprecedented. Unique. The kind of power that would attract attention from both heroes and villains. He was a target now. The thought followed him to school, coloring his interactions with a new paranoia. Every glance from a classmate felt weighted. Every whisper could be about him. The video of his evolution of Yuki's quirk had spread beyond Aldera Junior High, picked up by local news sites and quirk enthusiast forums. Mystery student can evolve quirks. The headlines screamed, "New era of quirk development." Authorities investigate unprecedented ability. Principal Kobayashi had done her best to protect his identity, refusing to release his name to the media. But in the age of social media, anonymity was temporary. Someone would eventually connect the dots. Deku. Izuku flinched, turning to find Katsuki Bakugo leaning against the lockers. His childhood friend, rival, enemy, looked different somehow. Less aggressive, more calculating. Kachan. Don't call me that. Bakugo pushed off the lockers, hands shoved in his pockets. No explosions danced across his palms today. We need to talk. About what? About your quirk. Bakugo's red eyes bore into him. I've been thinking about what you said. About it being analytical. But that's bullshit, isn't it? You can do more than just analyze. Izuku's throat went dry. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. Bakugo stepped closer, voice dropping. You evolved that girl's quirk. Made it stronger. And I want you to do the same for me. The request hit Izuku like a punch. Bakugo, proud, arrogant Bakugo, was asking for help. The same person who'd spent years tormenting him for being quirkless now wanted to benefit from his power. The irony was almost poetic. Why? Izuku asked. Your quirk is already one of the strongest in our year. Because strong isn't enough. Bakugo's jaw clenched. S entrance exam is in 10 months. I need every advantage I can get. And if you can make my explosions even more powerful. His eyes gleamed with hunger. I'll be unstoppable. Izuku thought about the evolutionary pathways he'd seen in Bakugo's quirk. The potential for plasma manipulation, controlled detonations, explosive enhancement. Any one of those paths would make him terrifying. But should Izuku do it? An interesting dilemma. This person tormented you, caused you pain, and yet, helping him could forge a new relationship. Transform an enemy into an ally. Or it could just make him more dangerous. I can't, Izuku said finally. The school said no unsupervised evolutions. If I did it for you, I'd be breaking that rule. Bakugo's expression darkened. So get supervision. Talk to All Might or whatever. Just make it happen. Why would All Might help you? Because I'm going to be the #1 hero. Bakugo's voice carried absolute conviction. And he's smart enough to recognize that investing in me is investing in the future. The arrogance should have been infuriating. Instead, Izuku felt a strange admiration. Bakugo believed in himself with a certainty Izuku had never possessed. That confidence, channeled properly, could make him genuinely great. I'll think about it, Izuku said. Don't think too long. Bakugo turned to walk away, then paused. And Deku, stop looking so pathetic when you come to school. You're supposed to be getting stronger, not dying. With that cryptic statement, he left. Izuku stood in the empty hallway, processing the conversation. Bakugo had noticed his training. Had been watching him. That realization felt strange, like being seen for the first time in years. The rest of the school day passed in a blur of classes and speculation. Yuki caught him at lunch, her evolved empathic abilities allowing her to sense his turmoil. Something's bothering you, she said, settling across from him on the roof. Want to talk about it? Izuku considered deflecting, then realized he needed advice. He explained about Bakugo's request, careful not to reveal details about All Might or the beach training. Yuki listened thoughtfully, absently using her quirk to project calm into the space around them. The effect was subtle but noticeable. Izuku's racing thoughts slowed, his anxiety dimmed to manageable levels. That's quite the predicament, she said when he finished. On one hand, using your quirk to help others is noble. On the other, Bakugo. She trailed off delicately. Has been horrible to me for years, Izuku finished. I know. But people can change. Yuki's expression was thoughtful. My quirk lets me feel emotions, remember? And I've sensed Bakugo recently. Underneath all that aggression, he's scared. terrified of being surpassed. Your quirk. Manifestation shook him more than he'll admit. That perspective startled Izuku. He'd never considered that Bakugo might feel threatened by him. The guy was strong, talented, destined for greatness. What did he have to fear from quirkless Deku? Except Deku wasn't quirkless anymore. What should I do? Izuku asked. That's your decision. Yuki smiled gently. But if it helps, I can tell you what I've learned from my evolved quirk. Helping people, even difficult people, creates connections. Changes things in ways you can't predict. Sometimes that change is good. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. They headed back to class together, Izuku's mind churning with possibilities. That evening, after another brutal training session at the beach, Izuku approached All Might with Bakugo's request. The skeletal hero listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. Young Bakugo, All Might mused when Izuku finished. I've heard of him. Impressive quirk, problematic attitude. He coughed into his hand, a harsh sound. What do you think you should do? I asked you first. This is your quirk, your decision. All Might's eyes were serious. I can offer perspective, but I won't tell you who deserves your help. That's something you need to figure out yourself. Izuku sat on a relatively clean section of beach, staring at the sunset painting the sky in oranges and pinks. The codex pulsed in his chest, patient and waiting. If I help him, Izuku said slowly, I'd be making him stronger. He could use that power to hurt people. Or, he paused, remembering Yuki's words. He could become the hero he's always claimed he'd be. Both outcomes are possible, All Might agreed. The question is, do you believe in his potential? Not his current self, but who he could become. Did he? Izuku thought about the Bakugo from their childhood. The kid who'd declared he'd be a hero before either of them knew what quirks they'd develop. Who'd watched All Might's debut video 100 times, eyes shining with admiration. That Bakugo had believed in heroism with every fiber of his being. Then quirks had manifested. Izuku had been declared quirkless. And everything had changed. But what if it could change again? What if helping Bakugo evolve his quirk could remind him of those childhood dreams? I believe he could be great, Izuku said finally. If he chooses to be. All Might smiled, a real smile, not his public symbol of peace grin. Then you have your answer. But, he held up a finger, we do this properly. Under supervision. With clear expectations about how the evolved power should be used. Agreed. Agreed. Good. Bring him here tomorrow morning. 6 a.m. sharp. All Might's expression turned stern. And young Midoriya, make it clear that this is a privilege, not a right. If he wants your help, he needs to earn it. Izuku nodded, already dreading the conversation. The next morning found him at school early, waiting by the lockers. Bakugo arrived right on time, suspicious eyes narrowing when he saw Izuku. Well, he demanded. I'll do it, Izuku said. But there are conditions. Bakugo's expression flickered between relief and irritation. What conditions? You train with me, every morning at Takoba Beach. My mentor will supervise the evolution. Izuku forced himself to maintain eye contact. And you have to promise to use your evolved quirk responsibly. To become a real hero, not just a powerful fighter. Your mentor. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Who? That's not your concern right now. Do you accept the conditions or not? For a long moment, Bakugo just stared at him. Izuku could practically see the internal battle, pride warring with ambition, arrogance clashing with desire. Finally, Bakugo spoke. Fine. But this doesn't make us friends, Deku. I wouldn't dream of it. And when I'm #1 hero, I'm not giving you any credit. Wouldn't expect you to. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but he held out his hand. Tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Izuku shook it, feeling the slight dampness of nitroglycerin sweat. 6 a.m. Takoba Beach. As Bakugo walked away, Izuku felt the codex pulse with something that might have been approval. You made a difficult choice. Not the easy path of refusal, nor the simple path of immediate agreement. You demanded growth from both yourself and him. That is wisdom. I hope I'm right about this. Wisdom is not about being right. It is about being willing to try, knowing you might fail. That night, Izuku could barely sleep. He lay in bed, staring at his ceiling, wondering if he'd made a terrible mistake. Giving Bakugo more power could backfire spectacularly. The guy already had an ego the size of Japan. What would happen when his quirk became even more formidable? But then Izuku thought about what Yuki had said. About fear hiding beneath aggression. About people changing when given the chance. Everyone deserved the opportunity to become better. Even Bakugo. 5:30 came too quickly. Izuku dressed in his training clothes and headed to the beach, arriving 15 minutes early. All Might was already there, standing in his skeletal form and watching the sunrise. Nervous? The hero asked without turning. Terrified. Good. Fear keeps you careful. All Might glanced at him. But don't let it control you. You have a gift, young Midoriya. The power to help others unlock their potential. That's a responsibility, yes, but also a privilege. At exactly 6 a.m., Bakugo appeared at the beach entrance. He stopped short when he saw All Might, eyes going wide. You're in terrible shape, yes. All Might's tone was dry. Injury from a villain fight years ago. This is my true form. Bakugo's mouth worked soundlessly. Izuku could see the shock, the confusion, the rapid recalculation happening behind those red eyes. The symbol of peace, looking like a strong wind might break him. Your secret is safe, All Might continued. As mine is with you. We're here for one purpose, to help you evolve. But first, show me what you can do. For the next hour, All Might put Bakugo through his paces. Had him demonstrate his explosions, test his range and control, push his limits. Bakugo complied with uncharacteristic seriousness, clearly understanding this was an evaluation. Izuku watched, his analytical mind cataloging everything. Bakugo's explosions were powerful but inefficient. He used too much sweat per blast, wasted energy in flashy displays. His largest explosions left him sweating and exhausted. There was so much room for improvement. In the evolutionary pathways, they were even more complex than Izuku had initially observed. One path led toward explosive propulsion, using his blasts for enhanced mobility. Another toward heat manipulation, converting explosive force into plasma. A third toward precision detonations that could be triggered remotely or on a delay. The question was, which path would benefit Bakugo most? Enough, All Might called finally. Young Midoriya, your assessment. All eyes turned to Izuku. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. Your quirk has massive potential, he told Bakugo. But you're using it inefficiently. The evolutionary path I'm seeing focuses on control rather than raw power. It would let you create smaller, more precise explosions. Set them on delay. Even coat your body in explosive energy for enhanced physical abilities. Bakugo's eyes gleamed. That sounds complicated, Izuku continued. You'd need to relearn your entire fighting style. It would take months to master. I don't care. Do it. Izuku looked at All Might, who nodded permission. Give me your hand, Izuku said. Bakugo held it out, and Izuku grasped it firmly. The moment they connected, the codex surged to life. Izuku felt Bakugo's quirk laid out before him like a blueprint written in fire. He focused on the control pathway, channeling the codex's power carefully. Green light erupted between their hands. Bakugo gasped, his entire body going rigid. Through their connection, Izuku felt the evolution taking hold. Neural pathways rewiring, quirk factor adapting, potential becoming reality. The process was more intense than it had been with Yuki, probably because Bakugo's quirk was more complex. 30 seconds passed. A minute. The green light pulsed in rhythm with their heartbeats. Then it was done. Izuku released Bakugo's hand and stumbled backward, exhausted. Using his quirk drained him more than he'd expected. He'd need to work on his stamina. Bakugo stared at his hands, small controlled explosions popping across his palms. But they were different now, sharper, more focused. He made a fist, and a ring of explosive energy coated his arm like armor. This is. Bakugo's voice was awed. This is incredible. Test it, All Might commanded, pointing at a pile of old tires. Show us what you can do. What followed was 15 minutes of the most impressive display of quirk usage Izuku had ever witnessed. Bakugo created explosion after explosion, each one demonstrating new facets of his evolved ability. He set delayed detonations on the tires, triggered them remotely with a snap of his fingers. He coated his legs in explosive energy and leapt 50 feet in a single bound. He even created a sustained explosion that didn't immediately detonate, holding it like a grenade ready to throw. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. When Bakugo finally stopped, Breathing hard but grinning like a maniac, All Might approached him. Impressive, the hero said. But remember, power without wisdom is just destruction. You have been given a gift. Use it to save people, not just defeat villains. Understood. Bakugo's grin faded slightly, replaced by something more serious. Understood. Good. Now get to school. Both of you. They left together, walking in awkward silence. Finally, Bakugo spoke. That was insane. Yeah, your quirk is insane. Yeah, more silence. Then, thanks, I guess. Izuku glanced at him, surprised. Bakugo was staring straight ahead, expression carefully neutral. You're welcome, I guess. A small smile tugged at Bakugo's lips. Still going to beat you into you. Though, we'll see about that. And for the first time in years, their rivalry felt less like animosity and more like a challenge between equals. Izuku smiled all the way to school. Word of Bakugo's evolved quirk spread through Aldera Junior High like wildfire. By the end of the week, every student had heard about the explosive prodigy who'd somehow become even more terrifying. The rumors varied wildly. Some claimed Midoriya had given Bakugo an entirely new quirk. Others insisted it was some kind of temporary power boost that would fade. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Izuku sat in his usual spot on the roof during lunch, notebook open, documenting the aftermath of his second evolution. Yuki had joined him, her presence a calming influence against the constant buzz of anxiety that had taken up residence in his chest. 3 more people asked me to introduce them to you today, she said, unwrapping her lunch. That makes 17 total this week. Izuku groaned. What did you tell them? Same thing I told the others. That you're not taking requests right now. She gave him a sympathetic look. It's getting harder to deflect, though. People are desperate. Half the school has quirks they consider weak or useless. The idea that you could make them stronger. I know. Izuku set down his pen, rubbing his temples. But I can't just evolve everyone's quirk. The codex says I need to be careful, selective. And Principal Kobayashi would shut me down immediately if I tried. Wisdom grows from restraint. Those who seek power for its own sake rarely use it well. The codex's voice had become familiar, almost comforting. Like having a mentor who existed inside his own head. Which, when Izuku thought about it too hard, sounded completely insane. His phone buzzed. A message from All Might. Training moved to 4 p.m. today. Something important to discuss. That was unusual. Their morning sessions at the beach were sacred, unchanging. For All Might to reschedule meant something significant had happened. Izuku showed Yuki the message. She frowned thoughtfully, her empathic quirk picking up on his concern. Want me to come with you? She offered. No, it's fine. Probably just hero stuff. He tried to sound casual, but worry not at him. What if someone had reported his quirk to the authorities? What if the mysterious texter from before had made a move? The rest of the school day crawled by. Izuku barely paid attention to his classes, mind churning through possibilities. Even Bakugo noticed his distraction, shooting him questioning looks during English. At 3:45, Izuku made his way to Takoba Beach. The sun was still high, the heat oppressive. Most of the trash had been cleared now. 9 weeks of relentless work had transformed the wasteland into something almost resembling a normal beach. All Might said they had maybe 3 more weeks before the cleaning would be complete. Then would come the real test. Inheriting one for all. The thought terrified and exhilarated Izuku in equal measure. He'd researched the quirk obsessively, read every scrap of public information available. A stockpiling ability that accumulated power through generations, passed down from user to user. The symbol of peace's legendary strength came from that accumulated stockpile. But what would happen when one for all met the codex? Would they conflict? Harmonize? Could he even handle both quirks simultaneously? We will adapt. I am made to evolve, remember. When the time comes, we will grow together. I hope you're right. All Might was already at the beach, but he wasn't alone. 2 figures stood with him, a woman with long dark hair and a hero costume that shimmered like starlight, and a man whose entire body seemed to blur at the edges, like looking at him through water. Izuku recognized them immediately from his hero research. Star Weaver and Mirage, he breathed. Both were professional heroes, ranked in the top 50. What were they doing here? Young Midoriya. All Might's skeletal form looked even more gaunt than usual. Thank you for coming. These are colleagues of mine. They've been investigating the messages you received. Star Weaver stepped forward, her presence commanding despite her relatively small stature. Izuku Midoriya, your quirk has attracted attention from some very dangerous people. Izuku's stomach dropped. What kind of people? The kind who collect rare quirks like trophies. Mirage's voice was distorted, hard to pin down. We've intercepted communications from at least 3 separate villain organizations expressing interest in you. One wants to recruit you. Another wants to study your quirk. The third, he trailed off meaningfully. Wants to steal it, Izuku finished, feeling cold despite the afternoon heat. Precisely. Star Weaver's expression was grave. Your ability to evolve quirks represents unprecedented power. In the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. Imagine a villain whose already dangerous quirk suddenly becomes exponentially more powerful. Izuku had imagined it, had nightmares about it. The thought of accidentally helping someone like the sludge villain, who'd nearly killed him in Bakugo months ago, become stronger made him sick. What do I do? He asked quietly. For now, you continue your training. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. But we're implementing additional security measures. Star Weaver will be monitoring your neighborhood. Mirage will maintain surveillance on the school. And I'll be increasing the intensity of your physical training. Making you harder to kidnap, Mirage added bluntly. A moving target is harder to hit. The casual mention of kidnapping sent ice through Izuku's veins. This was real. People wanted to take him, use him, possibly kill him for his quirk. The same quirk that was supposed to make him a hero. There's more, Star Weaver said. We need you to document everything about your quirk's mechanics. Limitations, range, requirements. If something happens to you, we need to know what we're dealing with. You mean if I'm captured? Or worse? Her honesty was brutal but necessary. This isn't meant to scare you. But you need to understand the reality of your situation. You're 14 years old with a quirk that could reshape hero society. That makes you valuable. And valuable things attract predators. All Might's grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened. Nothing will happen to you. I swear it. But we must be prepared. Izuku nodded numbly. His dream of becoming a hero had always involved danger, fighting villains, saving people, putting his life on the line. But he'd imagined that happening after years of training, after attending UA, and learning from the best. Not now. Not when he was still so weak and inexperienced. Fear is rational, but do not let it paralyze you. We have survived for millennia by adapting. We will adapt now. The Codex's confidence helped, but only slightly. Star Weaver and Mirage left after extracting promises that Izuku would be careful, would report anything suspicious, would not use his quirk without supervision. All Might watched them go, then turned to Izuku with tired eyes. I'm sorry, the hero said. I should have anticipated this. Should have protected you better. It's not your fault. Izuku forced strength into his voice. I chose to use my quirk publicly. I knew there would be consequences. You're 14. You shouldn't have to deal with this. Neither should you, but you do. Izuku met his mentor's gaze. Every day, you put yourself in danger to protect people. That's what heroes do, right? Face the danger anyway. All Might's expression softened. When did you get so wise? I had a good teacher. They trained for the next 2 hours with renewed intensity. All Might pushed Izuku harder than ever before, having him move progressively heavier debris while maintaining complex movement patterns. The goal was to build not just strength but coordination, the ability to use that strength effectively in combat. By the time they finished, Izuku could barely stand. His muscles screamed, his hands were bloody from gripping rough metal, and he was pretty sure he'd pulled something in his lower back. But he'd also moved a refrigerator that weighed easily 300 pounds. 3 months ago, he couldn't have moved it at all. You're making incredible progress, All Might said, tossing him a water bottle. At this rate, you'll be ready for One for All within the month. The statement hung in the air between them. 1 month. 4 weeks until Izuku inherited the quirk that had made All Might the symbol of peace. The quirk that would combine with the Codex to create something entirely new. Are you sure I can handle it? Izuku asked. Both quirks at once. Honestly, I don't know. All Might sat heavily on a cleared section of beach. One for All has been passed down through 9 generations. Each holder added their strength to the stockpile. The accumulated power is immense, perhaps too immense for a normal body to contain. But you're not normal. You have the Codex, an entity that predates quirks, that was designed to adapt and evolve. All Might's eyes gleamed with something like hope. If anyone can handle both, it's you. The confidence was terrifying and inspiring in equal measure. They parted ways as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Izuku walked home slowly, every step an exercise in pain management. His mother would fuss when she saw the state of his hands. He'd need to come up with a believable excuse. A hand grabbed his arm and yanked him into an alley. Izuku's training kicked in immediately. He twisted, breaking the grip, and stumbled backward into a defensive stance. His hands came up, ready to. Easy, Midoriya. It's just me. Bakugo stepped into view, hands raised in a rare gesture of peace. But his expression was serious, eyes darting to the alley entrance like he expected pursuit. Kachan. What the hell? Someone's following you. Bakugo's voice was low, urgent. I noticed them after school. Tall guy, hoodie, staying about 50 meters back. Professional stalker movements. Ice flooded Izuku's veins. Are you sure? Do I look stupid? I know what tailing looks like. Bakugo's jaw clenched. I was going to blow him up, but I figured you'd want to know first. Izuku's mind raced. Star Weaver and Mirage had just warned him about villain organizations. Was this one of them making a move? Or was it something else? Where is he now? Izuku asked. Lost him when I grabbed you. But he'll be back. Bakugo crossed his arms. You're in some kind of trouble. Real trouble, not school drama. There was no point denying it. Bakugo wasn't stupid, despite his aggressive demeanor. He'd seen All Might at the beach, knew about the training, understood that something bigger was happening. People want my quirk, Izuku said simply. Villains. They think they can use it to make themselves stronger. Bakugo was silent for a moment, processing. Then he snorted. Of course they do. Your quirk is insane. I'd want it too if I wasn't already perfect. Despite everything, Izuku almost smiled. Some things never changed. What are you going to do? Bakugo asked. Keep training. Get stronger. Hope the heroes can protect me. Izuku straightened, ignoring the pain in his muscles. What else can I do? You could run. Hide. That's not what heroes do. Bakugo studied him with an expression Izuku couldn't quite read. Then he turned toward the alley entrance. Fine. I'll walk you home. Make sure Hoodie Guy doesn't try anything. You don't have to. Shut up. I'm not doing it for you. Bakugo's ears were slightly red. If villains grab you, who's going to keep making my quirk stronger? Think of it as protecting my investment. It was the most Bakugo way of saying, I care, that Izuku had ever heard. They walked together through the darkening streets, both scanning for threats. Bakugo's evolved explosions crackled quietly across his palms, a warning to anyone watching. Izuku kept his quirk sense at maximum range, feeling for any quirks that seemed hostile or predatory. Nothing. Whoever had been following him had either given up or was skilled enough to evade detection. Hey, Deku. Bakugo's voice was uncharacteristically quiet. This power of yours, the evolution thing, does it have limits? What do you mean? Like, could you evolve any quirk? Even really strong ones? Or are there some that are too powerful? Izuku considered the question. The Codex had never explicitly stated limitations, but he'd felt strain when evolving Bakugo's complex quirk. There had to be a ceiling to his capabilities. I don't know, he admitted. I've only done 2 evolutions so far. Both were successful, but Bakugo's took more energy. I think really powerful or complex quirks would be harder. Maybe impossible right now. Right now. Bakugo latched onto the phrase. But you could get stronger. Get better at it. Theoretically. Good. Bakugo's expression was fierce. Because when we get into I'm going to need every advantage. The entrance exam is brutal. And after that, we'll be competing against the best students in Japan. The casual assumption that they'd both get in should have annoyed Izuku. Instead, it felt like validation. Bakugo believed he could do it. Believed they'd both make it to the top hero school in the country. They reached Izuku's apartment building without incident. Bakugo nodded curtly and turned to leave, then paused. Train harder, he said without looking back. If villains want you, you need to be too strong to take. Got it. Got it. Bakugo left, small explosions propelling him into the night. Izuku climbed the stairs to his apartment, exhaustion finally catching up with him. His mother greeted him with concern, fussing over his bloody hands and demanding explanations. He told her about the beach cleaning, about training to get stronger for you. Not quite lies, but not the whole truth either. She bandaged his hands with practiced efficiency, asking about boys pushing themselves too hard. But Izuku could see the pride in her eyes. Her son, her quirkless son who'd defied the odds, was finally chasing his dream. Later, lying in bed with every muscle aching, Izuku stared at the ceiling and thought about the stalker. About villain organizations that wanted to use him. About the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. You are afraid. Of course I am. People want to hurt me. To use me. Yet you continue forward. That is courage. Not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the Codex's presence warm in his chest. In 1 month, he'd inherit One for All. Become the successor to the greatest hero alive. But right now, he was just Izuku Midoriya, 14 years old, still scrawny despite weeks of training, scared but determined. His phone buzzed. Another message from the unknown number. They're coming for you sooner than you think. Trust no one. Izuku's blood ran cold. He wanted to dismiss it as a prank, but after today's revelations, he couldn't. Someone out there knew about the threats against him. And they were trying to warn him. But why? And who was S? He forwarded the message to All Might, then deleted it from his phone. Just in case. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every sound made him jump. Every shadow seemed to hide threats. The Codex hummed steadily, a counterpoint to his racing heartbeat, patient and eternal. Somewhere in the darkness, villains plotted. Heroes prepared. And Izuku Midoriya, the boy with the power to evolve quirks, stood at the center of it all, trying desperately not to break under the pressure. The next morning brought new complications. Principal Kobayashi called an emergency assembly. The entire school gathered in the auditorium, confusion and excitement rippling through the crowd. Izuku sat between Yuki and another classmate, dread building in his gut. He knew what was coming. The principal took the stage, her expression grave. Students, I've called you here to address a serious matter. As many of you know, we have a student with an unprecedented quirk, the ability to evolve other quirks. This has attracted unwanted attention from criminal elements. Whispers exploded through the auditorium. Students turned, searching for the mystery student. Izuku sank lower in his seat. For everyone's safety, the principal continued, we are implementing new security protocols. No unauthorized persons will be allowed on campus. Students will be escorted during off-campus activities. And, she paused, making eye contact with Izuku across the crowded room, the student in question will be assigned a security detail. The whispers turned into outright speculation. It's Midoriya, right? Has to be. He evolved that girl's quirk. I heard he made Bakugo even more powerful. Villains want to kidnap him. Yuki grabbed Izuku's hand, squeezing gently. Her empathic quirk projected calm, but even that couldn't fully counter his rising panic. This was it. His anonymity was gone. Everyone would know now. Izuku Midoriya. The principal's voice cut through the noise. Please come to the stage. Time seemed to slow. Izuku stood on trembling legs and walked down the aisle. Every eye in the auditorium followed him. He heard the gasps, the excited whispers, the speculation. The quirkless kid had a quirk. The weakest student had become the most valuable. He climbed the stairs to the stage, acutely aware of how small he looked standing next to the principal. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of support and warning. This student has agreed to work with authorities to ensure everyone's safety, she announced. I expect all of you to respect his privacy and cooperate with the new security measures. Anyone caught harassing him or attempting to exploit his quirk will face immediate expulsion. The threat hung heavy in the air. That is all. Return to your classes. The assembly dissolved into chaos. Students crowded around Izuku, shouting questions, making demands, offering friendship. It was overwhelming, suffocating. Yuki tried to run interference, but there were too many of them. Then Bakugo was there, explosions popping menacingly across his palms. Back off, he snarled. All of you. The crowd retreated. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's arm and hauled him through the press of students, creating a path with aggressive explosions and creative threats. They made it to an empty classroom and barricaded the door. You okay? Bakugo demanded. Izuku was shaking. Not really. Yeah, well, get used to it. Bakugo's expression was surprisingly sympathetic. This is your life now. Everyone knows. Everyone wants something from you. How do you deal with it? Izuku asked. Everyone expecting you to be perfect all the time. I don't deal with it. I exceed it. Bakugo's grin was sharp. Every expectation, every demand, I surpass them all. That's how you win. It was very Bakugo advice. Arrogant, impossible, and somehow exactly what Izuku needed to hear. Thanks, Izuku said. Whatever. Just don't get kidnapped before the entrance exam. I need you to make me even stronger. Despite everything, Izuku smiled. I'll do my best. The rest of the day was a blur of attention and security briefings. A pro-hero named Eraserhead, whose quirk could temporarily nullify other quirks, arrived to assess the situation. He was gruff, tired-looking, and brutally honest about the dangers Izuku faced. You're a target, Eraserhead said bluntly. Accept it. Adapt to it. And for the love of everything, stop using your quirk in public. I've only done it twice. Twice is twice too many. Until you can defend yourself, your quirk stays dormant. Understood. Izuku nodded meekly. Eraserhead sighed. Look, kid, I'm not trying to scare you. But the villain world is already buzzing about you. There are people who'd kill for a quirk like yours. You need to be smart, careful, and above all, patient. Get stronger first. Then worry about being a hero. The words echoed what All Might had been teaching him. Strength before heroism. Foundation before action. As the sun set and Izuku finally escaped school, he felt the weight of his new reality settling over him like a cloak. The days of anonymity were over. From now on, he'd be watched, protected, and hunted in equal measure. But he also felt something else. Determination. These villains wanted his quirk. Fine. He'd get strong enough that taking him would be impossible. They wanted to use him. He'd become powerful enough to refuse. And when he finally inherited One for All, when the Codex and the Symbol of Peace's legendary quirk combined, he'd show everyone what true evolution meant. Izuku Midoriya's journey had only just begun. 2 weeks passed in a blur of training, security protocols, and mounting pressure. Izuku's life had become a carefully choreographed dance between normalcy and paranoia. Every morning at 5 a.m., he met All Might at Takoba Beach under the watchful eye of Mirage, who maintained surveillance from somewhere in the shadows. Every afternoon, Starweaver escorted him home from school, her presence both comforting and a constant reminder of the danger he faced. The beach was nearly clean now. Just a few stubborn pieces of debris remained, an old car frame, some industrial equipment, scattered appliances. All Might had declared they'd finish within the week. And then would come the moment Izuku had been simultaneously dreading and craving. The inheritance of One for All. Again, All Might's skeletal form stood at the water's edge, stopwatch in hand. You're at 87 seconds. We need it under 80. Izuku gritted his teeth and grabbed the car frame. His muscles screamed in protest. He'd already moved it 6 times this morning, but he heaved anyway. The metal groaned as he lifted, his legs trembling with the effort. Step by agonizing step, he carried it across the sand to the collection point. 79 seconds. He collapsed onto the sand, gasping. His body had transformed over the past 3 months. Where once there had been skin and bone, now muscle definition showed through his shirt. His arms had thickened, his core strengthened, his legs developed the kind of endurance that came from moving literal tons of garbage. But it still wasn't enough. Your vessel grows stronger every day. Soon, you will be ready to contain both our power and the accumulated strength of One for All. I hope so. Because I don't know how much more I can take. Pain is temporary. Evolution is permanent. Easy for you to say. You don't have muscles. The Codex's amusement rippled through their connection. All Might approached, offering a water bottle. Excellent work. You've surpassed even my expectations, young Midoriya. Doesn't feel like it. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. That's because you're comparing yourself to an impossible standard. All Might sat beside him, his skeletal frame somehow still commanding respect. When I was your age, I could barely lift a refrigerator. You're moving cars. You also had more time to prepare. True. But you have something I didn't, the Codex. All Might's expression grew serious. That entity inside you is preparing your body in ways my master never could for me. When you inherit one for all, the combination of these two quirks will create something unprecedented. Izuku had spent countless hours thinking about that combination. One for all was a stockpiling quirk. It accumulated power from generation to generation, each user adding their strength to the pool. But the codex was an evolutionary force, designed to adapt and enhance quirks beyond their base limitations. What would happen when evolution met accumulation? Have you thought about what you'll do? All Might asked. After you inherit one for all. Train harder. Get into U.A. Become a hero. The answers came automatically. I meant with your evolution quirk. All Might's eyes were penetrating. You've only used it twice. But the demand is only growing. I've had 3 other pro heroes ask me about you this week alone. They want you to enhance their quirks, make them stronger. Izuku's stomach clenched. What did you tell them? That you're still learning, still developing. All Might paused. But eventually, you'll need to make a decision. Will you use your quirk to help other heroes? Or keep it private? It was a question Izuku had been avoiding. Every time someone approached him, classmates, teachers, even strangers who'd somehow learned his identity, he deflected. Claimed he wasn't ready. That his quirk was too dangerous to use freely. All of which was true. But also an excuse. I'm scared, Izuku admitted quietly. What if I evolve someone's quirk and they use it for evil? What if I make a villain stronger by accident? What if you help someone become the hero they were meant to be? All Might interrupted gently. Fear of misuse is valid. But fear of helping at all. That's just fear. The words hit hard. Your quirk is a gift, All Might continued. But like all gifts, it comes with responsibility. You can't control what others do with the power you give them. You can only control your own actions, your own choices. Izuku stared at his scarred hands. Yuki had used her evolved quirk to help students dealing with anxiety and depression. Bakugo had channeled his enhanced explosions into more precise, controlled training. Both had grown from the experience. But they were also people he knew. Trusted, or at least understood. What about strangers? What about pro heroes whose personalities he only knew from television interviews and public appearances? I don't know how to decide, Izuku said. Who deserves evolution and who doesn't? Then start small. All Might stood, brushing sand from his tracksuit. You don't need to evolve every quirk you encounter. But maybe, when you meet someone whose dream aligns with true heroism, whose character you trust, maybe then you take the risk. It was sound advice. Terrifying, but sound. They resumed training. Another hour of moving debris, practicing fall recovery, building the foundation that would keep Izuku alive when One for All's power tore through his body. By the time they finished, the sun was fully up and Izuku's uniform was soaked with sweat. Tomorrow, All Might said as they parted ways. Tomorrow we finish cleaning the beach. And the day after. He smiled his trademark grin, the one that had inspired a generation. The day after, you become my successor. 48 hours. That's all the time Izuku had left before everything changed. School felt surreal after the morning's revelation. Izuku moved through his classes in a daze, barely registering his teacher's lectures. His mind kept circling back to the inheritance ceremony. All Might had explained the process, consuming DNA from the previous user, usually a strand of hair. The quirk would transfer within hours, settling into his quirk factor and beginning the integration process. But what would that integration look like when the codex was already there? You're spacing out again. Izuku blinked. Yuki had appeared beside his desk, concern evident in her expression. Her evolved empathic abilities let her sense emotional turmoil from across the room. His anxiety must have been broadcasting like a beacon. Sorry. Just thinking. About the inheritance. She kept her voice low. Only a handful of people knew about All Might's plan, and they'd agreed to maintain secrecy. It's soon, right? 2 days. Yuki whistled softly. Nervous. Terrified. Want to talk about it? She projected a subtle wave of calm. Izuku felt his racing heartbeat slow slightly. My quirk can help with anxiety, but talking helps more. They moved to the roof, their usual sanctuary. The lunch crowd below provided enough noise that their conversation would remain private. Izuku unpacked his bento while organizing his thoughts. What if I can't handle it? He asked finally. One for All is the accumulated power of 8 previous users. The codex says I'll be able to adapt, but what if it's wrong? What if my body just breaks? All Might wouldn't give it to you if he thought you'd die. Yuki's logic was sound. He cares about you. I can feel it every time he's nearby, genuine affection and pride. But what if caring isn't enough? What if, Izuku? Yuki grabbed his hand, her empathic quirk flooding him with warmth and reassurance. You're the most analytical person I know. You've spent 3 months preparing your body. You have an ancient entity literally designed to help you adapt to new quirks. And you have people who believe in you. She squeezed his hand. Stop borrowing trouble from an imaginary future. Focus on what you can control, your training, your preparation, your mindset. Izuku took a deep breath, letting her calm wash over him. When did you get so wise? Since you evolved my quirk and I started actually processing my own emotions instead of just sensing others. She smiled. Turns out emotional intelligence is useful. They ate in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Yuki spoke again, her tone more hesitant. I've been thinking about what you said. About evolution and responsibility. Yeah, there's a student in class 1D. Tanaka Hiro. He has a healing quirk, but it's weak, can only close minor cuts and bruises. Yuki's expression was thoughtful. He wants to be a rescue hero. Specialize in disaster relief. But with his current quirk limitations, he'd never get into a hero course. Izuku saw where this was going. You want me to evolve his quirk? I want you to consider it. Yuki's empathic abilities let her feel Izuku's immediate resistance. I know you're scared of making mistakes. But Hiro is a good person. I've sensed his emotions, genuine desire to help people, no hidden agendas. And a stronger healing quirk could save lives. It was exactly the kind of scenario All Might had described. Someone with proven character and heroic intentions. Someone who would use an evolved quirk for good. But still, let me think about it, Izuku said. After the inheritance. Once I know I can handle one for all on top of the codex. Fair enough. Yuki stood, brushing crumbs from her skirt. Just don't think so long that you talk yourself out of it. Your quirk is a gift. Don't be afraid to share it. The afternoon passed quickly. Izuku's security detail, today it was a hero named Backdraft who specialized in water manipulation, escorted him home without incident. His mother had dinner ready, her usual fussing amplified by the knowledge that her son was about to inherit legendary power. Are you eating enough? Izuku Midoriya placed a 4th serving of rice on his plate. All Might said you need proper nutrition for the transfer. Mom, I'm fine. Your skin and bones. Mom, look. Izuku flexed his arm. Actual muscle definition showed through. I've gained 15 pounds of muscle in 3 months. I'm eating plenty. His mother's eyes filled with tears. My baby's growing up. Please don't cry. I'm just so proud. She hugged him fiercely. My son. Inheriting All Might's quirk. Becoming a real hero. Izuku hugged her back, feeling the weight of her dreams pressing down on his shoulders. She'd supported him through years of bullying, disappointment, and despair. Had apologized endlessly for his quirklessness like it was somehow her fault. Now he could finally prove that her faith hadn't been misplaced. After dinner, Izuku retreated to his room. His notebooks covered every surface, 15 volumes of hero analysis, plus 3 new ones dedicated to quirk evolution theory. He pulled out the latest, flipping to a page marked, One for All Integration Theories. Hypothesis 1. The Codex will treat One for All as a quirk to be evolved, potentially unlocking hidden aspects of the stockpiling ability. Hypothesis 2. One for All and the Codex will remain separate but complementary, enhanced strength plus evolution capabilities. Hypothesis 3. Complete synthesis, the 2 quirks merge into something entirely new. That last possibility both excited and terrified him. What would a merged quirk even look like? Evolutionary stockpiling. The ability to evolve his own physical capabilities infinitely. The scope was almost incomprehensible. Do not fear the unknown. Embrace it. We are designed for adaptation. Easy for you to say. You've existed for millennia. I've had you for 3 months. And in those 3 months, you have grown exponentially. Your vessel is ready. Your mind is prepared. Trust the process. Izuku wanted to. He really did. But doubt was a persistent companion. His phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, but not the mysterious S from before. This one included an image. Izuku's blood ran cold. The photo showed Takoba Beach from an elevated angle. In it, clearly visible, were Izuku and All Might's skeletal form. The timestamp was from this morning's training session. Below the image, "We know your secret. We know about One for All. Surrender the Codex, or we expose the symbol of peace's weakness to the world." Izuku's hands trembled as he forwarded the message to All Might. The response came within seconds. "Don't panic. Come to the beach immediately. We need to talk." The walk to Takoba Beach felt like moving through a nightmare. Izuku's security detail, Backdraft, insisted on accompanying him, sensing the urgency despite Izuku's attempts at casual explanation. They arrived to find not just All Might, but also Star Weaver, Mirage, Eraserhead, and 2 other pro-heroes Izuku didn't recognize. This was serious. "Show them the message," All Might commanded. Izuku did. The heroes passed his phone around, their expressions growing progressively grimmer. "Blackmail," Eraserhead said flatly. "They want to trade, you give up the Codex, they keep quiet about All Might's condition." "Can they even take the Codex?" Star Weaver asked. "I thought it was bonded to him." "The bond can be broken. Forcibly. Through methods that would kill the host." The Codex's grim revelation sent ice through Izuku's veins. "They'd have to kill me," he said aloud. "To steal it." The assembled heroes exchanged looks. All Might's expression was devastated. "This is my fault," the skeletal hero said. "I should have been more careful. Should have ensured complete privacy. You couldn't have known they'd be watching from that angle." Mirage's distorted voice was analytical. "This was sophisticated surveillance. Professional. The League of Villains," Star Weaver suggested. "Possibly. Or someone independent." Eraserhead studied the photo. "Either way, we have 48 hours before they expect a response." "We're not giving them anything," All Might declared. "Izuku will inherit One for All as planned. We'll increase security, move the ceremony to a secure location. They'll expose you." Izuku's voice was small. "Your secret. That you're weakened. It'll destroy public confidence in heroes. Let it." All Might's eyes blazed with determination. "I won't trade your life for my reputation." The conviction in those words nearly broke Izuku. All Might, the symbol of peace, the pillar of heroes' society, was willing to sacrifice everything to protect him. "There's another option," Izuku said slowly. An idea was forming. Dangerous. Possibly stupid. But maybe their only choice. "We give them what they want." Every hero turned to stare at him. "Absolutely not," All Might began. "Not really." Izuku spoke quickly, working through the plan as he articulated it. "We fake it. Make them think I'm surrendering the Codex. Set up a meeting. And when they show up, we capture them." "A trap," Mirage said thoughtfully. "It could work." "It's too dangerous," All Might protested. "Izuku would be exposed." "I'm already exposed." Izuku gestured at the assembled heroes. "I have a security detail everywhere I go. Villains are actively hunting me. At least this way, we control the terms." Eraserhead studied him with new respect. "The kid's not wrong. This is our chance to identify whoever's been stalking him. And eliminate the threat," Star Weaver added. "Before the U.A. entrance exam. Before he's vulnerable in a new environment." All Might looked like he wanted to argue further, but logic was against him. Finally, he sighed heavily. "Fine. But we do this right." He fixed Izuku with an intense stare. "Maximum security. Multiple hero backup. And at the first sign of danger, you run." "Understood. Understood." They spent the next hour planning. Izuku would respond to the blackmail message, agreeing to meet at an abandoned warehouse district. The location would be rigged with heroes in hiding, surveillance equipment, escape routes. Izuku would wear a tracker and a panic button. The moment the villains revealed themselves, the heroes would strike. It was a solid plan. But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something would go wrong. The next day crawled by. Izuku went through the motions of school, training, normalcy. But his mind was on the meeting scheduled for tomorrow night, the same night he was supposed to inherit One for All. All Might had adjusted the timeline. Izuku would receive the quirk in the morning, giving him several hours to begin integration before the confrontation. It was risky, he'd be dealing with a new power while facing unknown villains, but also strategic. If things went badly, at least he'd have One for All to draw on. Bakugo cornered him after school, evolved explosions crackling across his palms. "Something's wrong," the blonde stated. "You've been jumpy all day." Nothing's wrong. Don't lie to me, Deku. Bakugo's red eyes were sharp. I know that look. You're planning something stupid. Izuku hesitated. Then, in a moment of weakness or perhaps wisdom, he told Bakugo everything. About the blackmail, the trap, the inheritance scheduled for tomorrow morning. Bakugo listened without interrupting. When Izuku finished, the explosive hero in training was silent for a long moment. You're definitely doing something stupid, Bakugo said finally. But also kind of badass. Really? Setting a trap for villains. Using yourself as bait. That's proper hero shit. Bakugo grinned fiercely. I'm coming with you. What? No. It's too dangerous. Do I look like I care? Bakugo's explosions intensified. You evolved my quirk. Made me stronger. I'm not letting some villain scum hurt you before I get a chance to surpass you properly. It was the most Bakugo way of saying, I've got your back, that Izuku had ever heard. All Might will never allow it. Then don't tell him. Bakugo's smile was all teeth. Give me the location. I'll be there, hidden. If things go south, I'll blast whoever threatens you into next week. Izuku should have said no. Should have insisted Bakugo stay away. But the truth was, having his former childhood friend, current rival, watching his back felt comforting. Warehouse District 7, Izuku said quietly. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Bakugo nodded and walked away without another word. That night, Izuku barely slept. He lay in bed, feeling the codex pulse steadily in his chest, thinking about everything that could go wrong. The villains could be stronger than anticipated. The trap could fail. He could lose control of One for All during the fight and hurt someone. Or worse, the inheritance could fail entirely. Your fear is understandable. But remember, you do not face this alone. We are bonded. Your struggle is my struggle. And tomorrow, when One for All joins our union, we will become something greater than the sum of our parts. I hope you're right. I know I am. Now rest. Tomorrow, you evolve. Despite his anxiety, Izuku felt himself drifting off. The Codex's presence was warm, comforting, eternal. Whatever happened tomorrow, inheritance, confrontation, revelation, he wouldn't face it alone. Dawn came too quickly. Izuku met All Might at a secure location, an underground training facility owned by a hero support company. The room was sterile, clinical, designed for quirk testing. Several heroes stood guard outside, ensuring privacy. All Might sat across from Izuku, a single strand of blonde hair pinched between his fingers. This is it, the skeletal hero said. Once you consume this, there's no going back. One for All will be yours. The responsibility, the power, the legacy. Izuku's hand trembled as he reached out. I'm ready. I know you are. All Might smiled, not his public grin, but something genuine and warm. You've earned this, young Midoriya. Not through birth or luck, but through sheer determination. You're going to be an amazing hero. The words nearly broke Izuku's composure. He took the hair, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then power exploded through him. One for All slammed into his quirk factor like a tidal wave. Izuku gasped, his entire body lighting up with energy. He could feel it, the accumulated strength of 8 previous users, flowing through his veins, settling into his muscles, rewriting his very biology. And the codex rose to meet it. Green light erupted from Izuku's body as the two quirks collided. Not fighting, merging. The codex wrapped around One for All like a cocoon, analyzing it, understanding it, evolving it. Izuku screamed as the integration began, feeling both quirks restructuring themselves, finding harmony, becoming one. He saw visions, the previous users of One for All, their faces, their struggles, their triumphs. And behind them, older, deeper, he sensed the Codex's history. Millennia of existence, of waiting, of preparing for this exact moment. The pain was indescribable. The power was infinite. And when the light finally faded, Izuku Midoriya collapsed to the floor, forever changed. Izuku woke to the sensation of infinite power coursing through his veins. For a moment, he lay on the cold floor of the training facility, staring at the ceiling and trying to remember how to breathe. His body felt different, heavier somehow, as though every muscle had been compressed into a denser, more efficient form. Energy hummed beneath his skin like a caged storm, waiting to be released. Young Midoriya. All Might's skeletal face appeared above him, concern etched into every line. Can you hear me? Say something. Izuku opened his mouth. Green lightning crackled across his lips. He scrambled backward, eyes wide. The energy dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, but the sensation remained, power just beneath the surface, accessible with a thought. What was that? Izuku's voice came out hoarse. One for all. All Might helped him sit up. But different. Changed. The hero's expression was a mixture of awe and worry. The integration with the Codex, it's transformed both quirks into something new. Not transformation. Evolution. The Codex's voice resonated through Izuku's consciousness, stronger than before. One for All is a stockpiling quirk, it accumulates power across generations. But it was limited, bound by the human vessels that contained it. Now, bonded with me, it can evolve that accumulated strength into new forms. Izuku processed the information, his analytical mind already categorizing possibilities. So I don't just have One for All's raw power. I can evolve how that power manifests. Precisely. The previous users gave you their strength and their individual quirks. But you can take those foundations and push them beyond their original limits. All Might listened to Izuku relay the Codex's explanation, his expression growing more amazed with each word. That's unprecedented. One for All has been passed down for generations, but it's always remained fundamentally the same, accumulating power, yes, but never changing its essential nature. Until now. Izuku stood on shaking legs. His body felt simultaneously exhausted and electrified. How do I control it? Carefully. All Might's tone was grave. One for All at full strength would tear your body apart. You'll need to start at a fraction of its power, 5%, maybe less, and build tolerance over time. Izuku closed his eyes, reaching inward. He could feel One for All now, a massive reservoir of accumulated strength, burning like a sun in his chest. And wrapped around it, the Codex pulsed with evolutionary potential. The two quirks had become intertwined, symbiotic, each one enhancing the other. Show me, All Might said. Activate One for All. Just a small amount. Izuku focused, imagining a valve opening just a fraction. Power flooded through his body, and green lightning erupted across his skin. His muscles tensed, energy crackling in the air around him. He felt strong, stronger than he'd ever imagined possible. Like he could punch through a concrete wall or leap over a building. But also unstable. The power wanted to explode outward, to be used, to be unleashed. Good, All Might coached. Now spread it evenly. Don't let it concentrate in one area. Izuku visualized the power flowing through his entire body like water through pipes. The green lightning spread, coating him from head to toe in a crackling aura. His muscles stopped trembling. The instability smoothed out into controlled strength. Full cowling, All Might explained. A technique I never mastered in my youth. It distributes One for All's power evenly across your body, making it safer and more sustainable. The skeletal hero smiled. Looks like the Codex is already helping you adapt. Your body has been prepared through months of training. Your vessel is stronger than All Might's was at the time of his inheritance. And with my guidance, we can prevent the damage that plagued previous users. Izuku experimented, increasing the power flow slightly. The green lightning intensified. He felt faster, stronger, more aware. His analytical quirk sense, enhanced by the Codex, suddenly expanded to encompass the entire facility. He could feel every quirk within range with crystal clarity. Including All Might's. What he sensed made his breath catch. All Might's One for All, the ember that remained after the transfer, was guttering. Dying. The injury from his battle with All for One had damaged more than just his body. It had fundamentally compromised his ability to hold the quirk. All Might saw Izuku's expression and sighed. You can sense it. That I'm running on fumes. How long? Izuku asked quietly. Hours. Maybe days. All Might's smile was sad. The transfer accelerated the process. But it doesn't matter. You have One for All now. You're the symbol of peace's successor. The weight of that responsibility pressed down on Izuku like a physical thing. He was 14 years old. He'd had a quirk for 3 months. And now he was expected to carry the legacy of the greatest hero alive. I'm not ready, Izuku whispered. No one ever is. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. But you'll become ready. With training, experience, and the support of those who believe in you. They spent the next 2 hours testing Izuku's new abilities. At 5% power, the maximum he could safely sustain, he was incredibly fast and strong. He could leap 30 feet vertically, punch through reinforced steel, react to attacks before they fully registered in his conscious mind. The Codex's analytical abilities were amplified, showing him optimal combat strategies in real time. But the real revelation came when Izuku tried to access the quirks of the previous one-for-all users. Focus on the reservoir of accumulated power. Within it, you'll find echoes, the quirks of those who came before. Danger Sense, Float, Smokescreen, Blackwhip, Fa Jin. Each one is available to you, waiting to be evolved. Izuku reached toward those echoes. He felt them, distinct presences within the greater whole. Danger Sense tingled at the edge of his awareness. Float beckoned with the promise of flight. The others remained dormant but accessible. The previous user's quirks, Izuku breathed. I can feel them. You shouldn't be able to access those yet. All Might's shock was evident. It took me years to even sense their presence. And I never managed to use them at all. Because you lack the Codex. Evolution is not just about making quirks stronger, it's about unlocking their full potential. The previous user's quirks were always part of One for All, but they remained dormant, inaccessible. I can change that. Show me Blackwhip, Izuku said aloud. Energy shifted within him. Green lightning turned black as dark tendrils erupted from his arm. They whipped through the air, responsive to his thoughts, extending nearly 20 feet before he lost control and they dissipated. All Might stared, speechless. The fifth user's quirk, Izuku said, wonder in his voice. But it feels different, stronger, more versatile, because I have already begun evolving it. Blackwhip was originally a simple capture quirk. But with evolutionary enhancement, it can become a multi-purpose tool, offense, defense, mobility. The potential is vast. They tested the other quirks. Danger Sense activated on its own when All Might threw a surprise punch, warning Izuku a split second before impact. Float let him hover a few inches off the ground before exhaustion set in. Smokescreen filled half the training room with dense concealing vapor. Each quirk felt incomplete, like having access to a powerful tool without the instruction manual. But Izuku could sense the pathways, the evolutionary directions each one could take. With time and practice, he could transform them into something far beyond their original forms. This is incredible, All Might said, his voice thick with emotion. You're already surpassing my wildest expectations. I haven't done anything yet. Izuku deactivated One for All, letting the power recede. Exhaustion hit immediately. Using multiple quirks in quick succession had drained him more than he'd realized. You've survived the inheritance and begun mastering abilities I could never access. All Might caught Izuku as he swayed. That's more than enough for one day. But the day wasn't over. They still had tonight's confrontation with the blackmailers. Evening came too quickly. Izuku had spent the afternoon resting, letting his body adjust to One for All's presence while the Codex worked to optimize the integration. His mother had fussed over him, sensing something was different but unable to pinpoint exactly what. He'd managed to deflect her concerns with vague explanations about intense training. Now, as the sun set and shadows lengthened across Musudafu, Izuku prepared for the trap they'd set. Warehouse District 7 was exactly as promised, abandoned, industrial, perfect for a clandestine meeting. Rusted metal structures loomed against the darkening sky. Broken windows stared like empty eyes. The air smelled of decay and disuse. Izuku stood in the center of the largest warehouse, a tracker hidden in his shoe, a panic button disguised as a watch on his wrist. Around him, concealed in the shadows, a dozen pro-heroes waited. All Might, Star Weaver, Mirage, Eraserhead, and others whose quirks specialized in ambush and capture. The plan was simple. Izuku would appear to negotiate, drawing out whoever had sent the blackmail. The moment they revealed themselves, the heroes would strike. Clean, efficient, minimal risk. Except nothing ever went according to plan. 8 p.m. arrived. Izuku waited, his enhanced senses on high alert. One for All hummed beneath his skin at 3%, ready to activate fully at a moment's notice. The Codex's analytical abilities scanned constantly, searching for quirk signatures. Footsteps echoed through the warehouse. 3 figures emerged from the darkness. They wore identical masks, smooth, featureless white ceramic that reflected no light. Their clothing was nondescript, black tactical gear that could belong to anyone. But their quirks. Izuku's analytical sense reeled. These weren't normal quirks. They were distorted, wrong somehow. Like looking at a reflection in shattered glass. Izuku Midoriya. The center figure's voice was electronically distorted. You came. You didn't leave me much choice. Izuku kept his voice steady despite his racing heart. Threatening to expose All Might's secret. Threatening me. What do you want? We've been very clear. The Codex. The figure gestured to their companions. Surrender it willingly, and we'll disappear. No one gets hurt. No secrets get revealed. And if I refuse, then we take it by force. The threat was casual, matter of fact. Your choice. Izuku focused his quirk sense, trying to identify the figures. But something was blocking him, a jamming effect that scrambled his ability to analyze their powers. Whoever these people were, they'd come prepared. Be cautious. Their quirks feel artificial. Modified. This is not natural evolution but forced mutation. Modified quirks. That suggested either a quirk that could alter others' abilities, similar to Izuku's but darker, or some kind of technological enhancement. Neither option was comforting. I need time to think, Izuku said, stalling. You've had time. The center figure's patience was clearly running thin. Decide now. Surrender or fight. Izuku's hand moved toward his watch, the panic button. But before he could press it, danger sense screamed. He threw himself sideways as a blast of energy tore through the space he'd occupied. The attack came from above, a fourth figure perched in the rafters, quirk glowing with malevolent light. Ambush! Izuku shouted. Chaos erupted. The hidden pro-heroes burst from concealment, quirks activating in a cascade of power. Star Weaver's stellar energy lit up the warehouse. Mirage's distortions created false images throughout the space. Eraserhead's capture weapon shot toward the masked figures. But the villains were ready. More figures dropped from hidden positions, 10, 15, 20 of them. All masked. All moving with coordinated precision. This wasn't a simple blackmail operation. It was a full-scale attack. It's a trap. All Might's skeletal form appeared beside Izuku, already swelling into his muscular hero form. The transformation would only last minutes. His ember of One for All was nearly gone, but for now, he was still the symbol of peace. Get behind me. Izuku activated One for All at 8%. Green lightning erupted across his body as power flooded his muscles. Enhanced strength. Enhanced speed. Black whip tendrils extending from his arms for additional reach. A masked villain lunged at him. Izuku's danger sense warned him before the attack landed. He dodged, used Black Whip to snare the attacker's leg, and yanked. The villain slammed into the concrete floor with bone-breaking force. But three more took their place. The warehouse became a battlefield. Heroes and villains clashed in explosions of quirk power. Star Weaver's energy blasts traded with mysterious attacks from the masked figures. Eraserhead shut down quirks left and right, but there were too many to neutralize simultaneously. And in the chaos, Izuku realized the truth. They weren't after the Codex. Not really. They were testing him. You are correct. These combatants are probes. Gathering data on your abilities, your limits. The real threat has not yet revealed itself. As if summoned by the thought, a new presence entered the warehouse. This figure wore no mask. Their face was human but wrong, skin too smooth, eyes too bright, smile too wide. They walked through the chaos untouched, and every hero and villain alike unconsciously gave them space. Izuku Midoriya. The figure's voice was pleasant, conversational. The boy who can evolve quirks. I've been so curious to meet you. All Might recognized them first. Dr. Garaki. The name sent ice through Izuku's veins. Dr. Garaki, also known as Dr. Ujiko. All for One's personal physician. The man who created Nomu, those twisted creatures formed from multiple forced quirk combinations. All Might. Garaki's smile widened. Looking rather deflated, I must say. Finally passed on One for All, did you? How generous. What do you want? Izuku demanded. Want. I want to study you, of course. Garaki's eyes gleamed with scientific fervor. A quirk that can evolve others. That can unlock potential and push abilities beyond their natural limits. You're a breakthrough. A revolution. And I simply must understand how you work. Over my dead body. All Might positioned himself between Garaki and Izuku. That can be arranged. Garaki gestured casually. The masked villains stopped fighting heroes and turned as one toward Izuku. Their quirks, activated simultaneously, a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. All Might roared, his fist swinging with the accumulated power of generations. Detroit Smash. The shockwave leveled half the warehouse. Villains flew like ragdolls. The masked figure's coordination shattered under the symbol of Peace's overwhelming might. But Garaki just laughed. Wonderful. Still has some fight left in him. The doctor pulled out a device, a remote control of some kind. But let's see how you handle this. He pressed a button. The warehouse floor exploded. Izuku barely managed to activate float before the ground beneath him gave way. He hovered above a newly formed crater, green lightning crackling across his body. Below, in the darkness, something massive moved. A Nomu emerged, but not like the ones from the news reports. This one was different, sleeker, more intelligent looking. Its multiple quirks radiated with sickening power. Izuku's analytical sense recoiled from the forced combination of abilities, the unnatural fusion that held the creature together. Meet High End. Garaki's voice carried up from the crater. My latest creation. Multiple quirks, enhanced regeneration, combat intelligence. And it has one simple directive, capture you alive. The Nomu lunged with terrifying speed. Izuku dodged, using float and enhanced reflexes to stay airborne. Black Whip lashed out, trying to bind the creature. But High End tore through the tendrils like paper. Its strength was immense, possibly greater than All Might's in his weakened state. Izuku. Bakugo's voice cut through the chaos. The explosive hero in training appeared at the crater's edge, palms crackling with evolved explosive power. He'd kept his promise, stayed hidden, waited for the moment he was needed. About damn time you showed up. Izuku shouted. Shut up and don't get grabbed. Bakugo launched himself into the air with explosive propulsion. His hands glowed with concentrated detonations. AP shot. Precise explosions slammed into High End's face. The Nomu staggered, regeneration already kicking in to repair the damage. But Bakugo had bought Izuku a crucial second. Izuku pushed one for all to 15%. Dangerous. Possibly damaging. But necessary. Power erupted through his body. He felt his bones creak under the strain, muscles tearing and immediately repairing thanks to the Codex's adaptive abilities. Green lightning turned brilliant white as he accessed more of One for All's accumulated strength. Fa Jin. Izuku activated the third user's quirk, storing kinetic energy with rapid mid-air movements. Black Whip. Float. Danger Sense. Multiple quirks activated simultaneously. The strain was immense. But the Codex compensated, evolving his capacity on the fly, adapting his body to handle what should have been impossible. High End lunged again. Izuku released all the stored kinetic energy in one explosive burst. Manchester Smash. His kick connected with the Nomu's chest. The accumulated force of Fa Jin combined with 15% One for All created a shockwave that shattered windows for 3 blocks. High End flew backward, crashing through the warehouse wall and into the street beyond. Izuku landed hard, pain shooting through his leg. He'd definitely damaged something with that attack. But it had worked. Impressive. Garaki didn't seem concerned by his creation's defeat. You're adapting faster than anticipated. Using multiple quirks already. The Codex truly is remarkable. All Might appeared beside Izuku, still in his muscular form but clearly struggling. Can you move? Barely. Izuku's leg throbbed. Not broken, but badly strained. Then we're leaving. Now. All Might scooped him up, nodded to Bakugo. You too, young Bakugo. But the doctor is already gone. Eraserhead materialized from the shadows, capture weapon bloodied. This was a data-gathering operation. They got what they wanted. Sure enough, when Izuku looked back, Garaki had vanished. The masked villains were retreating through portals, a warp quirk of some kind. Even High End had disappeared, despite the devastating blow Izuku had landed. The trap had failed. Worse, they'd revealed Izuku's full capabilities to an enemy who specialized in analyzing and replicating quirks. This is bad, Star Weaver said, appearing with the other heroes. Dr. Garaki works for All for One. If he reports back, All for One will want the Codex for himself. All Might's expression was grim. And unlike these underlings, he has the power to take it. Izuku's leg throbbed. His body ached from pushing One for All beyond his limits. And somewhere in the darkness, enemies more dangerous than he'd imagined were planning their next move. But he'd also discovered something crucial. The Codex and One for All could work together. Multiple quirks could be used simultaneously. He was stronger than he'd been this morning, exponentially so. The evolution had only just begun. Let's go home, All Might said quietly. Regroup. Plan our next move. As they left the ruined warehouse, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed. The enemy knew about him now. Knew about One for All. Knew about the Codex. The war for quirk evolution had officially begun. And Izuku Midoriya stood at the center of it all. The first evolution was scheduled for a Monday morning, 1 week into Izuku's intensive training at U.A. The volunteer was Hatsume Mei, a support course student whose quirk, Zoom, allowed her to see up to 5 kilometers away with perfect clarity. It was useful for reconnaissance and precision work, but limited to visual enhancement. Izuku met her in one of U.A.'s medical observation rooms. The space was designed for quirk testing, with monitoring equipment lining the walls and recovery girl standing by in case complications arose. Nezu observed from the control booth, recording everything. Hatsume bounced with manic energy, her pink dreadlocks swinging as she gestured wildly. This is so exciting. My quirk is decent for inventing, but if you can evolve it like they say, I'll be able to interface directly with my babies. Do you know how much faster I could work? I'll do my best. Izuku's nervousness must have shown because Hatsume immediately grabbed his hands. Don't worry. I trust you completely. Anyone All Might vouches for is good in my book. Her eyes, covered by goggles that magnified them comically, sparkled with enthusiasm. Plus, I get to be part of history. First official evolution under controlled conditions. Her energy is infectious. But focus, the evolution of Zoom requires precision. We are not simply enhancing her vision, but expanding it into technological interface. Izuku nodded, closing his eyes and reaching for the Codex's power. Over the past week, he'd practiced controlled activations, learning to channel evolutionary energy without the desperation of combat. It was like flexing a new muscle, awkward at first, but growing more natural with repetition. Ready? He asked. Born ready. Izuku grasped her hands firmly. Green light erupted between their palms as the Codex surged to life. Through their connection, Izuku felt Hatsume's quirk laid out before him, the neural pathways that processed enhanced visual data, the quirk factor that generated the zoom effect. He could see multiple evolutionary paths branching off in different directions. One path led toward telescopic vision that could see astronomical distances. Another toward microscopic sight capable of viewing cellular structures. A third toward enhanced color perception including infrared and ultraviolet spectrums. But the path Nezu had requested, the one that would benefit Hatsume most, led toward technomancy. Izuku focused on that pathway, guiding the Codex's power carefully. Hatsume's visual processing centers began to adapt, developing new connections that could interface with electronic signals. Her quirk factor expanded, gaining the ability to not just see but also interpret and manipulate technological data streams. The evolution took 2 minutes, longer than Yuki's or Bakugo's, but finally the green light faded. Hatsume's eyes were wide behind her goggles. I can see the Wi-Fi signals. The electrical current in the walls. The data packets moving through the security system. She laughed, the sound edged with wonder. It's beautiful. Try interfacing with the monitoring equipment, Nezu instructed through the intercom. Hatsume turned toward the nearest console. Her eyes glowed faintly, a side effect of the evolution, and the screen flickered to life without anyone touching it. Data scrolled across the display responding to her thoughts. It works. She spun toward Izuku, tackling him in an enthusiastic hug. You're amazing. Do you know what this means? I can control my inventions mentally now. Interface with any technology. I'm going to revolutionize support gear. Recovery Girl ran diagnostic tests while Hatsume chattered excitedly about all the applications for her evolved quirk. Everything checked out. No adverse effects, no instability, just a clean evolution from Zoom to what Nezu dubbed Techno-Vision. 1 down, 2 to go. The second evolution was scheduled for Wednesday. The volunteer was a pro hero named Echo, real name Yamamoto Kenji, whose quirk granted enhanced hearing. He could detect sounds up to a kilometer away, but the ability was limited and often overwhelming in urban environments. Echo was in his late 20s, with the weathered look of someone who'd seen real combat. He sat across from Izuku in the observation room, his expression serious. I've been a hero for 6 years, Echo said quietly. My quirk is useful for search and rescue, tracking villains, gathering intelligence. But it's not strong enough for top-tier hero work. If you can evolve it, give me proper echolocation or sonic manipulation, I could save more lives. The sincerity in his voice reminded Izuku why he was doing this. Not for fame or recognition, but to help people reach their potential. I'll give it everything I have, Izuku promised. They began the evolution. Echo's quirk was more complex than Hatsume's. Sound processing involved multiple systems working in harmony. Izuku analyzed the pathways carefully, searching for the optimal direction. This quirk has been underdeveloped. The user never pushed its limits, never explored its full range. We can correct that. The evolutionary path that emerged was remarkable. Enhanced hearing could become active sonar, the ability to emit sound waves and interpret their echoes for three-dimensional spatial awareness. And beyond that, the quirk factor showed potential for sonic manipulation, creating concussive sound blasts, dampening fields, even using vibrations to shatter materials at their resonant frequencies. Izuku channeled the codex's power, guiding the evolution along that path. Echo gasped as his auditory systems rewired themselves, growing more sophisticated, more versatile. The process took 3 minutes, longer than Hatsume's, but when it finished, Echo's expression was awestruck. I can hear everything. His voice was barely a whisper. The people training 3 floors above us. The traffic outside the school. The heartbeats of everyone in this room. He focused, and a low hum filled the air. And I can do this. The hum intensified into a focused sound wave that vibrated the air. Echo directed it at a test dummy, and the concentrated vibration shattered it into pieces. Sonic manipulation, Nezu confirmed from the control booth. Exceeds our projections. Well done, Midoriya. Echo's eyes were wet with emotion. 6 years have been struggling. Feeling inadequate. And in 3 minutes, you've given me the power to make a real difference. He bowed deeply. Thank you. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest. This was what his quirk was meant for. Not creating monsters or weapons, but helping heroes become their best selves. 2 down. 1 to go. The third evolution was scheduled for Friday. The volunteer was a general studies student named Shinso Hitoshi, who Nezu had specifically requested despite his quirk not fitting the original profile. Shinso's quirk, brainwashing, allowed him to control anyone who verbally responded to him. It was powerful but controversial, often labeled as villainous by those who didn't understand it. The purple-haired student had tried for the hero course and failed, his quirk useless against the robot-based entrance exam. I don't expect miracles, Shinso said when they met. His voice was flat, resigned. My quirk is what it is. If you can make it less creepy looking, that'd be great. Izuku studied him with his analytical sense. Brainwashing was fascinating, a mental manipulation quirk with incredible potential. But Shinso was right that it had limitations. It required verbal response from the target, could only control one person at a time, and broke if the target was physically shocked. This quirk is misunderstood. It is not truly brainwashing but suggestion, planting commands in the target's subconscious. With evolution, it could become so much more. Your quirk isn't villainous, Izuku said firmly. It's a tool. Like any quirk, it depends on how you use it. Shinso's expression flickered with surprise. You're the first person at this school to say that. Then everyone else is an idiot. Izuku held out his hand. Let me show you what your quirk can really do. Shinso took his hand. The evolution began. This one was the most complex yet. Brainwashing operated on psychological principles that Izuku barely understood. But the codex did. It showed him pathways, ways the quirk could develop into genuine telepathy, mental domination, even psychic shields against other mental quirks. But the path that felt right, the one that aligned with Shinso's heroic aspirations, led toward mass suggestion and mental clarity. The ability to influence multiple people simultaneously with verbal commands. The power to break through mental manipulation from other quirks. And enhanced interrogation capabilities that could make him invaluable for hero work. The evolution took 5 minutes. Shinso's entire body went rigid as his neural pathways restructured themselves. When the green light finally faded, he collapsed forward, gasping. Are you okay? Recovery girl rushed forward. I'm fine. Shinso's voice was shaky but determined. There's so much more in my head now. Like someone turned on lights in rooms I didn't know existed. Test it, Nezu instructed. Shinso looked at the assembled observers in the control booth. Everyone up there, raise your right hand. 3 people immediately complied, not because they'd responded verbally, but because his evolved quirk now worked through direct command to anyone within hearing range. The effect was broader, more immediate. Incredible, Nezu breathed. Targeted mass suggestion. This changes everything about how your quirk can be deployed. Shinso stared at his hands like they belonged to someone else. I can actually be a hero now. You always could have been. Izuku's conviction was absolute. The quirk doesn't make the hero. The person does. Shinso met his gaze. Something passed between them, understanding, perhaps. Or recognition. 2 people who'd been told their quirks defined their worth, now proving everyone wrong. Thank you, Shinso said. For believing in me. 3 evolutions. 3 successes. 3 people whose lives had been fundamentally changed. That evening, Izuku sat in All Might's office, documenting the results. His mentor watched him write, pride evident in those sunken eyes. You did well, All Might said. 3 clean evolutions with no complications. Nezu is impressed. I'm just glad I could help them. Izuku set down his pen. Hatsume can interface with technology now. Echo has sonic manipulation for rescue work. Shinso can actually use his quirk for heroism. And you've proven that your power isn't just about making quirks stronger. All Might leaned forward. You're making them more versatile. More applicable to heroic work. That's the real gift. The boy understands. Evolution is not crude enhancement but refinement. Taking what exists and sculpting it toward its ideal form. Izuku felt the Codex's approval wash over him. 3 months ago, he'd been terrified of his power. Afraid of becoming like Dr. Garaki. But now he was starting to see the difference. Garaki forced quirks together, creating monsters. Izuku helped quirks reach their natural potential, creating heroes. All Might, Izuku said slowly. What if we could do this on a larger scale? Help more people evolve their quirks. Not just at UA, but across Japan. An ambitious goal. All Might's expression was thoughtful. But also dangerous. The more people you help, the more attention you attract. All for One is already hunting you. Expanding your operations would make you an even bigger target. I know. But, Izuku struggled to articulate the feeling. What's the point of having this power if I don't use it to help people? Isn't that what heroes do? Yes. But heroes also need to survive long enough to make a difference. All Might's voice was gentle but firm. You're 14 years old. You've had One for All for 2 weeks. Give yourself time to grow stronger before you take on the world. The logic was sound, but Izuku felt the weight of potential pressing down on him. All those people with quirks they considered weak or useless, never knowing they could become so much more. Patience. The symbol of peace is correct. We must build our strength before expanding our influence. But the day will come when we can help thousands. Millions. Evolve hero society itself. The thought was intoxicating and terrifying. 2 months passed in a blur of training and growth. Izuku pushed himself relentlessly, driven by the knowledge that All for One was still out there, planning, preparing. Every morning began with physical conditioning, running, strength training, flexibility exercises. Every afternoon focused on quirk control, learning to use higher percentages of One for All without destroying his body, mastering the inherited quirks, developing combat strategies. By the end of the first month, he could sustain 15% One for All for extended periods. By the end of the second, he'd reached 20%. The Codex's adaptive abilities made progress that should have taken years happen in weeks. He evolved 7 more quirks during that time, carefully selected candidates who'd been vetted by Nezu. A teacher. With a minor plant manipulation quirk that became full chlorokinesis. A sidekick with weak super strength that evolved into proper enhanced physiology. A student with limited precognition that became tactical analysis. Each evolution was documented, studied, analyzed. UA's research division worked to understand the mechanics behind Izuku's power, but the Codex remained frustratingly mysterious. It simply existed, ancient and unknowable, bonded to Izuku in ways that defied conventional quirk science. Bakugo visited occasionally, demanding progress reports on his own evolved quirk. The explosive hero in training had mastered his new abilities faster than anyone expected, incorporating precise detonations and explosive enhancement into a fighting style that was truly terrifying. "You need to get into the actual hero course," Bakugo declared during one visit. "This special training crap is fine, but you're missing out on real competition." "The entrance exam is in 3 weeks, Izuku replied. "Nezu said I could take it with everyone else. Prove I belong there fairly." "You already belong there. You've got one for all." Bakugo's expression was intense. "But I get it. You want to earn it." Typical Deku thinking. The nickname still stung, but less than before. Somewhere along the way, it had transformed from an insult into something almost affectionate. Almost. Yuki visited more frequently, her evolved empathic abilities making her invaluable for Izuku's mental health. The pressure of training, of being hunted, of carrying All Might's legacy, it was overwhelming. But Yuki helped him process it all, kept him grounded when anxiety threatened to spiral out of control. "You're doing amazing," she said during one session. "But you're also burning out. You need to rest sometimes." "I can't. Every day I waste is a day all for one gets closer. Every day you exhaust yourself is a day you're less prepared to face him." Her empathic quirk projected calm authority. "Balance, Izuku. Heroes need downtime too." She was right. Reluctantly, Izuku started building rest days into his schedule. And surprisingly, the breaks actually improved his performance. His body recovered faster. His mind processed information more clearly. The Codex's evolutionary adaptations worked better when given time to integrate properly. 3 weeks before the official start of the school year, Nezu called Izuku to his office. "The entrance exam is approaching," the principal said without preamble. "You've been training here for 3 months. Your control over One for All is exceptional. Your evolution quirk has proven stable and beneficial. The question is, are you ready to face the practical exam?" Izuku thought about the past 3 months. The brutal training, the evolutions, the steady growth from a scrawny kid who could barely move a refrigerator to someone who could use 20% One for All and multiple inherited quirks simultaneously. "Yes," he said. "I'm ready." "Good." Nezu's eyes gleamed. "Because I'm making the exam harder for you." "What?" "You'll be taking the same practical exam as other students, the robot battle in the mock cities." Nezu pulled up a holographic display showing the exam layout. "But you'll be forbidden from using your evolution quirk. Only One for All and its inherited abilities. No evolving other students' quirks for advantage. You'll succeed or fail on your own merits." It was a test within a test. Proving he deserved to be at UA. Not because he could enhance others, but because he was strong enough himself. "I understand," Izuku said. "I'll pass it. Without evolving anyone. I believe you will." Nezu's expression softened slightly. "You've exceeded every expectation, Midoriya." All Might chose well. The day of the entrance exam arrived with perfect spring weather. Izuku stood outside UA's gates, wearing civilian clothes, backpack slung over one shoulder. Around him, hundreds of hopeful students gathered, all dreaming of becoming heroes, of attending the most prestigious hero school in Japan. He was supposed to blend in. Act like just another applicant. But people were staring. "Is that the kid who can evolve quirks? I heard he trained with All Might. Think he'll help us pass?" Izuku kept his head down and walked through the gates. He'd known his presence would attract attention, but the reality was more intense than anticipated. Every step felt like being under a microscope. The written exam came first. Izuku breezed through it. 3 months of intensive study with Nezu had prepared him for questions far more difficult than what appeared on the test. By the time he finished, he was confident he'd scored perfectly. Then came the assembly for the practical exam. Present Mike, the voice hero, stood at the podium, his enthusiasm filling the massive auditorium. He explained the rules. Mock cities filled with robot villains worth different point values. 10 minutes to immobilize as many robots as possible. Top scorers would be admitted to the hero course. There are 3 types of foe villains. Present Mike's amplified voice boomed. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. But watch out for the 0-pointer, a gimmick obstacle that's not worth fighting. Izuku studied the holographic displays showing the different robot types. His analytical mind was already calculating optimal strategies. One for All at 15% for mobility and strength. Black Whip for crowd control. Fa Jin for devastating single-target attacks. Float for 3-dimensional combat. You there. With the messy hair, Izuku looked up. A tall student with glasses and an officious demeanor was pointing at him. You've been muttering the entire presentation. It's disruptive. If you're not taking this seriously, leave immediately. The auditorium went quiet. Everyone turned to stare at Izuku. Great. Just what he needed. More attention. Sorry, Izuku said. Habit when I analyze things. Analysis is done silently. The student pushed his glasses up. Show proper respect for you. And present mic. That's enough, examinee 7111. Present Mike's voice cut through the tension. Everyone processes information differently. Now, are there any other questions? The student, 7111, sat down with a huff. But he kept glaring at Izuku throughout the rest of the presentation. Finally, the examinees were dismissed to their assigned battle centers. Izuku had been assigned to Battle Center A, along with about 30 other students. He recognized none of them, which was probably intentional. Nezu had likely arranged for him to be separated from anyone he knew. At the entrance to Battle Center A, Izuku stretched and prepared mentally. This was it, his chance to prove he belonged at UA, on his own merits. Remember, no evolution quirk, only one for all and the inherited abilities. Show them what you have truly become. I will. The starting buzzer sounded. Izuku activated One for All at 15%. Green lightning erupted across his body as power flooded his muscles. He burst forward, leaving the other examinees frozen in shock at his speed. The mock city sprawled before him, buildings, streets, robots patrolling in predetermined patterns. 1-pointers were easy targets. 2-pointers required more force. 3-pointers would be his primary focus. A 1-pointer rolled around a corner. Izuku didn't slow down. His enhanced speed carried him into range, and a single enhanced punch caved in the robot's chest plating. It sparked and collapsed. 1 point. More robots appeared. Izuku moved like water through the mock city, his danger sense warning him of attacks before they came. Black Whip extended from his arms, snaring 3 2-pointers simultaneously. He yanked them together, then released a Fa Jin enhanced punch that destroyed all 3 at once. 6 points. 7 total. A 3-pointer emerged from an alley. Izuku used float to leap over it, landed on its back, and channeled One for All directly into his fist. Detroit Smash. The robot exploded into scrap metal. 10 points. Behind him, the other examinees were just entering the city. He was moving too fast, they couldn't keep up. 20 minutes of combat. 30 robots destroyed. 43 points accumulated. Then the ground began to shake. Izuku's danger sense screamed a warning. He looked up and saw it, the 0-pointer. A robot so massive it towered over the buildings, its shadow engulfing entire streets. Other examinees screamed and ran. This was the gimmick obstacle. Not worth fighting, but worth surviving. Izuku prepared to retreat. Then he heard it. A scream. High-pitched. Terrified. Someone was trapped under rubble ahead of the advancing 0-pointer. Every instinct told Izuku to run. This wasn't his responsibility. He'd already scored enough points to pass. Risking injury now would be stupid. But heroes don't run when someone needs saving. Izuku pushed One for All to 25%. Pain shot through his legs as muscles strained beyond their safe limits. But the codex adapted immediately, reinforcing his cellular structure just enough to prevent catastrophic damage. He shot forward like a missile. The 0-pointer's massive foot descended toward the trapped student, a girl with brown hair and a panicked expression. Izuku reached her first, using Black Whip to yank away the debris pinning her. Go! He shouted. She ran. The foot descended. Izuku looked up at the massive robot. He could dodge. Should dodge. But if he did, its momentum would carry it forward, potentially crushing other examinees fleeing nearby. So he did something insane. He jumped. One for All surged to 30%. His entire body screamed in protest. The codex worked frantically to prevent his bones from shattering under the strain. Izuku rose like a comet, green lightning blazing around him, pulled back his fist, and thought about every person he'd helped. Every evolution he'd performed. Every dream he'd chased. Delaware Detroit Smash. His fist connected with the 0-pointer's faceplate. The accumulated force of 30% one for all combined with Fa Jin's stored kinetic energy created a shockwave that echoed across the entire battle center. The robot's head exploded. Its massive body toppled backward, crashing into empty buildings. Izuku began to fall. His arms and legs were useless, pushed beyond their limits. But he'd done it. Stopped the zero-pointer. Saved the girl. Worth it. He hit the ground hard. Pain exploded through his body. Everything went dark. The last thing he heard was Present Mike's amplified voice, "Time's up." And in the observation room, All Might smiled. Izuku woke to the familiar sensation of Recovery Girl's healing quirk washing over him. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or why his entire body ached like he'd been run over by a truck. Then the memories flooded back, the entrance exam, the zero-pointer, pushing one for all to 30%. He'd definitely overdone it. "Awake, are we?" Recovery Girl's stern voice cut through his groaning. "Good. You can explain why you thought destroying your arms and legs was a sensible strategy." Izuku tried to sit up, winced. "Did I pass?" "Pass." The elderly woman snorted. "You destroyed the zero-pointer and saved a fellow examinee. Of course you passed." She handed him a glass of water. "But you also demonstrated the same reckless disregard for your own safety that All Might used to show. It's troubling. Your vessel adapted admirably. Without my intervention, you would have shattered every bone from the elbow down. As it was, I reinforced your cellular structure enough to limit damage to severe muscle strain and microfractures. So not completely destroyed, just mostly destroyed. That was something." "The girl I saved," Izuku asked. "Is she okay?" "Perfectly fine, thanks to you." Recovery Girl's expression softened. "Her name is Uraraka Ochako. She's been asking about you. Apparently wants to thank her rescuer." Before Izuku could respond, the infirmary door burst open. All Might strode in, still in his muscular form, though Izuku could see the strain it caused him. His mentor's ember of one for all was barely flickering now. "Young Midoriya." All Might's voice boomed. "That was the most magnificently reckless thing I've ever witnessed. I had to save her. I know. And that's why I'm proud." All Might's smile was genuine. "A true hero doesn't calculate. They act. You embodied everything I hoped you would be." Recovery Girl tsked disapprovingly. "Don't encourage his self-destructive tendencies." "I'm not. I'm celebrating his heroism." All Might turned back to Izuku. "You scored 43 villain points, second highest in the entire exam. But you also earned 60 rescue points for saving Uraraka. That gives you 103 points total. First place." Izuku's breath caught. First place. He'd not only passed but dominated the entrance exam without using his evolution quirk. Proved he belonged at UA. On his own merit. "When do classes start?" he asked. 2 weeks. All Might deflated into his skeletal form, the transformation taking visible effort. "Use that time to rest. Your body needs to fully recover before you begin hero course training." Izuku nodded, though part of him wanted to protest. 2 weeks felt like an eternity when All for One was still planning, Dr. Garaki still analyzing data from their warehouse encounter. But Recovery Girl's stern glare suggested arguing would be futile. Those 2 weeks passed in a blur of recovery and preparation. Izuku's body healed faster than Recovery Girl expected, the Codex's adaptive abilities accelerating cellular repair. By the end of the first week, he could move without pain. By the end of the second, he was back to light training. His acceptance letter arrived via hologram, All Might's smiling face congratulating him on his admission to Hero Course 1A. His mother cried. His neighbors congratulated him. Even strangers on the street recognized him as that evolution kid who saved someone during the entrance exam. Fame was uncomfortable. Bakugo sent a single text. "Obviously you passed. Don't slack off." Yuki visited to help him pick out his UA uniform, her empathic abilities detecting his mixture of excitement and anxiety. "You're scared," she observed. "Not of the training. Of your classmates. They'll all have expectations." Izuku smoothed down the jacket of his new uniform. "The kid who can evolve quirks. All Might's protege. What if I can't live up to that?" "Then you'll fail, get back up, and try again." Yuki's smile was gentle. "That's what heroes do." The first day of school arrived with cherry blossoms falling like snow across UA's campus. Izuku walked through the gates in his new uniform, backpack heavy with notebooks and supplies. Students flooded toward the main building, first years nervous and excited, upperclassmen confident and relaxed. Hero Course 1A was on the second floor. Izuku found the massive door easily. It was twice the size of normal classroom entrances, designed to accommodate students with mutation quirks. He took a deep breath and entered. The classroom was already half full. Students clustered in small groups, introducing themselves, comparing quirks. Izuku recognized several faces from the entrance exam. And sitting at the back, feet propped on his desk with characteristic arrogance, was Bakugo. Deku, the explosive hero in training, grinned. Took you long enough. Before Izuku could respond, a tall student with glasses approached. The same one who'd called him out during the entrance exam presentation. You. The student pointed accusingly. You're the one who destroyed the zero-pointer. That was incredibly reckless and potentially dangerous to other examinees. I was saving someone, Izuku replied calmly. By pushing yourself beyond safe limits. A true hero would have. The student paused, adjusted his glasses. Apologies. I'm being overly critical. He bowed formally. I am Iida Tenya. I look forward to our time as classmates. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku returned the bow. Nice to meet you. Deku. Izuku turned to see a girl with brown hair and a bright smile rushing toward him. Uraraka Ochako, the one he'd saved during the exam. I've been wanting to thank you. She grabbed his hands enthusiastically. You saved me from that giant robot. I thought I was done for, but then you just, pow, destroyed it. You were amazing. Izuku felt his face heat up. I just did what anyone would do. No, you went above and beyond. Her expression was earnest. I asked around about you. You're the evolution kid, right? The one who can make quirks stronger. The classroom went quiet. Everyone was suddenly paying attention. That's one aspect of my quirk, yeah. Izuku tried to downplay it. But I'm here to be a hero, not just evolve others. That's so cool though. A pink-skinned girl with horns bounced over. I'm a Shido Mina. Can you evolve any quirk? Are there limits? Does it hurt? More students crowded around, peppering him with questions. Izuku felt overwhelmed, his analytical mind struggling to process the barrage of curiosity. This was exactly what he'd feared, being defined entirely by his evolution quirk rather than recognized for his own abilities. All right, that's enough. The classroom door slammed shut. A man in a yellow sleeping bag writhed on the floor like a caterpillar, then unzipped himself to reveal a tired-looking teacher with long black hair and a permanent scowl. Eraserhead. The pro-hero who'd warned Izuku about the dangers he faced. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. His voice was flat, exhausted. And you're already wasting time with pointless socializing. Get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me at training ground beta in 5 minutes. But the entrance ceremony, Uraraka began. Is a waste of time. If you want to be heroes, you'll spend every second training. Aizawa tossed a pile of blue and white gym uniforms onto the desk. 5 minutes. Anyone late gets expelled. The class exploded into motion. Students grabbed uniforms and rushed toward the locker rooms. Izuku followed, his heart pounding. This was it. His first real test as A student. Training ground beta was a massive outdoor area with various obstacles and equipment. The class assembled in nervous lines, everyone wondering what fresh hell their teacher had planned. Today's quirk assessment test, Aizawa announced without preamble. You'll perform 8 physical tests, using your quirks however you see fit. Whoever places last gets expelled. Shocked whispers rippled through the students. That's not fair, Uraraka protested. What about the entrance ceremony? The guidance counselor meetings, natural disasters, highway pileups, villain attacks. The world doesn't care about fair. Aizawa's expression was stern. Heroes face unfair situations every day. If you can't handle this, you don't belong here. Izuku's analytical mind was already processing the 8 tests. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, seated toe touch, sit-ups. All standard physical fitness measurements, but with quirks allowed. This is an evaluation of baseline capabilities. Show them what you have become. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts. You're up first for the ball throw. Izuku stepped into the circle, took the softball Aizawa handed him. The teacher's quirk, erasure, could nullify other quirks by maintaining eye contact. If Aizawa activated it now, Izuku would lose access to One for All temporarily. But Aizawa just watched, eyes unblinking. Izuku wound up, channeling One for All at 15%. Green lightning crackled across his arm. He threw with everything he had, adding a burst of FA Jin for extra power. The ball disappeared into the sky. The electronic display beeped. 847 meters. The class erupted in amazed chatter. Bakugo's eyes narrowed with competitive fire. Even Aizawa looked mildly impressed. Decent. The teacher's tone remained flat. Next, the assessments continued. Iida dominated the 50-meter dash with his engine quirk. Uraraka achieved infinite distance on her ball throw by making it weightless. Bakugo used explosive propulsion to excel at multiple tests. A girl named Yaoyorozu created helpful tools with her creation quirk. And through it all, Izuku performed consistently well. Not the absolute best at any single test, but strong across the board. His 3 months of intensive training with All Might showed in every measurement. Your vessel has become formidable. The integration of One for All is nearly complete. Soon, you will be able to access higher percentages safely. When the final results were tallied, Izuku placed third overall, behind Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, a dual quirk user with ice and fire. Bakugo came in fourth, his competitive scowl deepening at being beaten by Deku. As for last place, Aizawa's gaze swept across the nervous students. Mineta, you're not expelled. Wait, what? The short student with purple balls for hair looked confused. It was a logical ruse to make you give maximum effort. Aizawa's expression didn't change. Though if I see anyone slacking off in future assessments, I will expel them. U.A. has no room for those who won't push their limits. The class let out collective sighs of relief. Izuku felt his own tension ease. He'd passed the first test. Proven he belonged here. After classes ended, Izuku was heading toward the exit when a quiet voice stopped him. Midoriya. He turned to find a boy with heterochromatic eyes, one gray, one turquoise, and hair split evenly between white and red. Todoroki Shoto, the dual quirk user who'd placed second in the assessment. Your quirk, Todoroki said without preamble. One for All. You inherited it from All Might, didn't you? Izuku's blood ran cold. How did you? Your fighting style during the entrance exam. The way All Might watches you. It's obvious to anyone paying attention. Todoroki's expression was unreadable. I have no interest in your evolution quirk. But One for All, that power will make you strong. What's your point? My point is that I'll surpass you. Todoroki's eyes blazed with determination. I don't care about your mentor or your legacy. I'm here to become the #1 hero using only my ice. I'll prove that I don't need my father's fire to succeed. There was pain in those words. Anger. A story Izuku didn't fully understand yet. I look forward to competing with you, Izuku said carefully. But heroism isn't about surpassing others. It's about saving people. Easy to say when you inherited the greatest quirk in history. Todoroki turned to leave. We'll see if you still believe that when you face real villains. Izuku watched him go, troubled. Todoroki's hostility felt personal, directed not at Izuku himself but at what he represented. The legacy. The chosen successor. The inheritor of power. That one carries deep wounds. His quirk is powerful but he fights against half of it. An evolution could help him embrace his full potential. Maybe. But Todoroki didn't seem like he'd welcome that kind of help. The first week of classes passed in a whirlwind of lessons. Hero basic training with All Might, where they practiced combat scenarios in full costume. Foundational hero studies with various teachers, covering everything from villain psychology to disaster response protocols. In regular academic classes, math, English, history, because heroes needed to be educated, not just strong. Izuku threw himself into it all with the same intensity he'd brought to his 3 months of preparation. He took detailed notes in every class, analyzed his classmates' quirks, pushed himself during training exercises. His evolution quirk remained mostly private, he didn't offer to enhance anyone, and his classmates had the good sense not to ask. Except one. On Friday afternoon, as Izuku was packing up after class, a girl with long black hair in a spiky ponytail approached. Yaoyorozu Momo, the creation quirk user who'd placed first in the assessment. Midoriya. Her voice was polite but carried an undercurrent of urgency. May I speak with you privately? They moved to an empty classroom. Yaoyorozu seemed to struggle with how to begin. I've been researching your quirk, she said finally. The evolution ability. I understand you've helped several people enhance their powers. Under controlled conditions, yes. My quirk, creation, is versatile but limited by my knowledge and creativity. Yaoyorozu's expression was earnest. I can only create items I understand on a molecular level. It requires extensive study and memorization. I was wondering if evolution could expand those limitations. Izuku considered the request. Yaoyorozu's quirk was already incredibly powerful. She could create anything from weapons to tools to complex machinery. But she was right that it had limitations. What if evolution could give her the ability to create things she'd only seen once? Or even imagine things into existence without full molecular understanding? Her quirk has immense potential. Creation is fundamentally about matter manipulation. With evolution, it could become true molecular reconstruction. She could create living tissue, alter existing materials, perhaps even generate energy. The possibilities were staggering, but also dangerous. I'd need to discuss it with Principal Nezu, Izuku said. Get approval. Make sure it's safe. Of course. Yaoyorozu bowed. I understand the need for caution. But please, consider it. I want to be the best hero I can be. If your power can help me reach that goal, I'm willing to take the risk. Izuku promised to think about it. As he walked home that evening, his mind churned with questions. How many students at UA would want their quirks evolved? How many could he safely help? And where was the line between assistance and playing God with others' abilities? These questions show wisdom. Power without consideration of consequences is villainy. You seek to help, not control. That distinction matters. The next morning brought unexpected news. All Might pulled Izuku aside before hero basic training. We've received intelligence, the skeletal hero said grimly. All for One is mobilizing. Dr. Garaki has been spotted in multiple locations, recruiting villains with specific quirk types. They're planning something big. Izuku's stomach dropped. When? Unknown. But soon. All Might's expression was troubled. The other teachers and I will increase your security. But Izuku, you need to be prepared. The attack could come at any time. Then I need to get stronger. Faster. Izuku clenched his fists. How high can I push One for All safely? At your current level, 25% for short bursts. 30% in emergencies. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. But the Codex is accelerating your adaptation. By the end of the month, you might reach 40%. 40%. Half of One for All's full power. It seemed impossible and inevitable at the same time. Hero basic training that day focused on combat scenarios. The class was divided into teams of 2, heroes versus villains in mock urban environments. Izuku was paired with Uraraka against Bakugo and Iida. The match was brutal. Bakugo's evolved explosions were devastating in close quarters. Iida's speed made him nearly impossible to catch. But Izuku and Uraraka worked together perfectly, her zero-gravity quirk creating floating debris that Izuku could use as platforms, his black whip capturing opponents from unexpected angles. They won, barely. But the victory felt hollow. Because Izuku had seen it, the hunger in Bakugo's eyes, the competitive fire that drove him to be the absolute best. His childhood friend was getting stronger too. Soon, their rivalry would reach a breaking point. After class, as students filtered toward the locker rooms, alarms began to blare. Security breach, a robotic voice announced. All students proceed to emergency shelters immediately. Panic rippled through the hallways. Teachers appeared, herding students toward designated safe zones. Izuku felt his danger sense spike, not immediate threat, but something wrong nearby. Midoriya. Aizawa appeared at his side, capture weapon already deployed. Stay close. This might be about you. They moved through corridors that had transformed into fortresses, blast doors sealing sections, pro-heroes taking defensive positions. Principal Nezu's voice crackled over intercoms, calm but urgent. Villains have infiltrated the outer perimeter. All heroes to defensive stations. This is not a drill. Izuku's heart hammered. All for One. It had to be. They'd come for him, just like All Might had warned. But when they reached the central courtyard, it wasn't All for One they found. It was something worse. A portal of black mist opened in the middle of the courtyard. From it emerged dozens of villains, thugs, criminals, some Izuku recognized from wanted posters. And leading them was a man covered in severed hands, his face hidden behind one that served as a mask. Shigaraki Tamura. All for One's protege. Where is he? Shigaraki's voice was childish, petulant. Where's the evolution kid? Master said I could play with him. More pro-heroes appeared, surrounding the villains. But Izuku could see the calculation in Shigaraki's posture. This wasn't a full assault. It was a test. A probe to gauge U.A.'s defenses and Izuku's capabilities. Midoriya, run. Aizawa's quirk activated, his hair floating as erasure targeted the nearest villains. Get to the shelters now. But Izuku's danger sense was screaming a different warning. Not about the villains in front of them, but about something else. Something approaching from the eastern wall exploded. Through the smoke and debris emerged a Nomu. Not like the high end from the warehouse, but close. Powerful, twisted, wrong. It moved with terrifying speed toward the student evacuation routes. Toward where his classmates were running. Izuku didn't think. He activated One for All at 25% and charged. The Nomu was fast, but Izuku was faster. He intercepted it before it reached the fleeing students, using Black Whip to snare its limbs and Fa Jin to build kinetic energy. Delaware Detroit Smash. His kick connected with the Nomu's chest. The creature flew backward, crashing through 2 buildings before coming to rest in rubble. But it got back up. Impressive, Shigaraki called out. Master said you were strong. But are you strong enough? More portals opened. More Nomu emerged. 3 of them, each one radiating wrongness through Izuku's analytical sense. Modified quirks, forced combinations, biological weapons designed to kill heroes. And Izuku stood between them and his classmates, green lightning crackling around him, the weight of One for All and the codex pressing down on his shoulders. This was it. His first real battle as a student. Win or lose, nothing would be the same after today. The courtyard erupted into chaos as the Nomu powered through the rubble and charged at the evacuating students. Izuku's analytical sense went into overdrive. 5 villains flanked the monstrous creature, each radiating wrongness, their quirks warped to maximize destruction. Shigaraki watched, hands twitching with anticipation, his pale eyes fixed on Izuku's every move. Izuku broke into a full sprint, green lightning flashing as he invoked One for All at 25%. Black Whip shot from both arms, catching the lead Nomu, but the creature's mighty arms tore through the tendrils, advancing with terrifying speed. His classmates screamed, some panicked, others steeling themselves to fight. Get back, Izuku shouted, grabbing a fallen steel beam with Fa Jin enhanced strength and swinging it into the Nomu's path. The creature stumbled, its brain exposed through bone plating, a sickening sight, evidence of Garaki's cruel handiwork. 2 villains darted toward the fleeing students. Iida Tenya activated his engine, roaring between the attackers and his friends with ferocious speed. Uraraka Ochako caught one villain in her gravity field, sending him floating upward until Aizawa, Eraserhead, yanked him from the air. Class 1A fueled their defense, quirks awakening under genuine threat for the first time. But the focus remained on Izuku. The second Nomu tackled him with brute force. Danger sense blared and Izuku rolled just in time, letting the monster's steel claws rip up the concrete. He called float, leaping above the fray and using Black Whip to snatch 2 more villains away from the students. His energy faltered, the strain of using multiple quirks at high output pressed against his limits. Don't show weakness. The codex pulsed, offering guidance. Let them see your evolution. Bakugo tore into the melee, evolved explosions cascading with surgical brutality. Get to cover, Deku. I've got this. He vaulted onto the Nomu's back, detonating AP shots at its joints, while Todoroki encased the monster's legs in ice and redirected its attention with fire. Izuku landed, calling Fa Jin to store energy as he broke into a run, circling behind the Nomu. His classmates fought with heart. Kirishima hardened and tanked blows, Earphone Jack blasted sonic attacks, Zero reinforced defense with tape barriers. Together, Class 1A proved that the hero course was more than aspiring legends, they were a team forged in adversity. The Nomu twisted toward Izuku. Manchester Smash. He unleashed the stored energy into a flying kick, sending the beast into a wall. A cheer erupted as the first Nomu fell, twitching but subdued. Yet, a second clawed its way out of the crater, heading straight for Bakugo. Without hesitation, Izuku sped forward, one for all at 30% surging painfully, but the codex adapted. He grabbed the Nomu with Black Whip while Bakugo hammered it with explosions, and together they pinned it against the wreckage. Bakugo barked, "Don't slack off, Deku." But his actions were synchronized, a true partnership blooming beneath their rivalry. Aizawa and other pro-heroes joined the fight, neutralizing quirks and containing the weaker villains. More members of Class 1A rallied. Yaoyorozu created shields, Asui used her frog agility for recon, Uraraka used zero gravity to move fallen debris and trapped students to safety. Todoroki froze multiple attackers, his silent determination creating safe zones for classmates. The battle raged for 15 minutes. Izuku cycled through quirk combinations, Black Whip for mobility, Danger Sense to track threats, Fa Jin for power, Float for evasive maneuvers. When three Nomu converged on a trio of students, Izuku coordinated his teammates, launching a combined offensive. Class 1A worked in unity, supporting each other and maximizing their quirks through teamwork. Shigaraki finally stepped forward, bored. "Enough. You're making this tedious." He extended a hand toward Izuku. Every cell in Izuku's body screamed a warning. The world slowed, codex insights flashing. Shigaraki's decay quirk could erase matter with a touch. Izuku pivoted, keeping safe distance and signaling Aizawa to erase the villain's quirk. As Shigaraki glared, Pro-Hero Snipe fired tranquilizer rounds from above, driving the remaining villains into retreat. The Nomu, battered and crumbling from teamwork and evolved quirks, slumped onto the ground as the mist of portals began to sweep the defeated villains away. Shigaraki grinned with chilling amusement. "We're just getting started, Deku. You can't evolve yourself out of this forever." And then they were gone, and the courtyard was left in ruin. Through exhaustion and battered resolve, Class 1A stood together, victorious. Teachers began recovery efforts, healing injured students and securing the campus. Aizawa's rare praise landed, "Good work. You proved you're more than aspiring heroes, you're a team." Izuku collapsed to sit against a piece of debris, surrounded by his friends. His body throbbed, but within that pain, determination grew stronger. UA's rigorous curriculum had prepared them for adversity, balancing brutal hero training, rigorous academics, and teamwork when it mattered most. Izuku's hope for the future was renewed. Their unity and will to protect each other was the force that would help him face evolving threats ahead. The aftermath of Shigaraki's attack left UA in a state of heightened security. Classes resumed 3 days later, but the atmosphere had fundamentally changed. Students walked with new wariness, teachers patrolled with weapons ready, and every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. Class 1A, however, carried themselves differently, not with fear, but with the confidence of those who'd faced real danger and survived together. Izuku sat in the classroom during lunch, documenting the battle in his notebook. His analytical mind replayed every moment, the coordination between classmates, the way quirks complemented each other, the split-second decisions that had saved lives. Around him, his classmates formed small clusters, processing trauma in their own ways. "You're muttering. Again." Todoroki's voice cut through his concentration. The dual quirk user stood nearby, expression unreadable as always. "About the battle. Yeah. Analyzing what we did right. What we could improve." Izuku looked up. "Your ice containment was crucial. Without it, those Nomu would have reached the evacuation route. I only used half my quirk." Todoroki's jaw clenched. "My ice. Nothing more." Izuku had noticed. Throughout the entire battle, Todoroki had relied exclusively on his ice manipulation, never once activating the fire that clearly resided in his left side. The self-imposed limitation was obvious and dangerous. This one fights against himself. His quirk is balanced between opposing forces, but he rejects one half entirely. An evolution could help him accept his full nature. "Your fire could have stopped the second Nomu faster," Izuku said carefully. "Combined with your ice. I don't use my father's fire." Todoroki's voice was flat, final. "I'll become the #1 hero with ice alone. I don't need that bastard's power." Before Izuku could respond, the classroom door opened. Principal Nezu entered, followed by All Might in his muscular form and several other pro-heroes. The small creature's expression was grave. "Class 1A, Nezu began without preamble. Your performance during the villain attack was exemplary. You demonstrated teamwork, courage, and adaptability under extreme circumstances. However, his eyes swept across the students. It also revealed weaknesses we must address immediately. All Might stepped forward. The League of Villains targeted this school specifically because of Midoriya. That makes all of you potential collateral damage in their war against him. Uncomfortable silence filled the room. Students exchanged glances. Izuku felt guilt twist in his gut. His classmates were in danger because of him, because of the Codex, because All for One wanted his power. That's not fair, Uraraka spoke up, her usual cheerfulness replaced by fierce determination. Midoriya didn't ask to be targeted. And we're training to be heroes. Facing villains is literally our job. Uraraka's right, Iida added, adjusting his glasses with characteristic formality. If we abandon our classmate because he attracts danger, what kind of heroes would we be? More voices joined in agreement. Kirishima pounded his fist on his desk, declaring it would be super unmanly to let villains intimidate them. Asui noted that heroes protect those in need, regardless of risk. Even Bakugo, arms crossed, expression scowling, muttered something about not letting villains dictate his actions. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest. These people barely knew him, yet they stood ready to face danger on his behalf. That was what Class 1A represented, not just individual heroes in training, but a unified force. Which is exactly the response I expected, Nezu said with evident satisfaction. You've proven you're more than students, you're already a team. Now we need to make you a stronger one. All Might pulled up a holographic display showing a remote mountain facility. For the next 2 weeks, Class 1A will participate in an intensive training camp. Combat scenarios, rescue simulations, quirk enhancement exercises, everything designed to push you beyond your current limits. In Midoriya, Nezu added, his eyes fixing on Izuku, you'll be performing controlled evolutions for any classmate who volunteers. It's time to make Class 1A into something unprecedented, a generation of heroes enhanced to their maximum potential. The implications hung heavy in the air. This wasn't just training, it was preparation for war. All for One wouldn't stop with one failed attack. He'd come again, stronger and more prepared. The only way to survive was to evolve. Faster than he could plan. The training camp was located deep in the mountains, far from civilian populations. The facility itself was massive: combat arenas, disaster simulation zones, medical centers, living quarters for 40 students and a dozen supervising heroes. The Wild Pussycats, a team of pro heroes specializing in mountain rescue, ran the camp with enthusiastic brutality. Welcome, future heroes. Pixie Bob, one of the Pussycats, greeted them with manic energy. For the next 2 weeks, we're going to push you so hard you'll wish you'd never enrolled at UA. The first day began at 5 a.m. with a 10-kilometer mountain run in full hero gear. No quirks allowed, pure physical conditioning. Izuku ran alongside his classmates, his 3 months of beach training paying dividends. He maintained a steady pace in the middle of the pack, while Bakugo and Iida competed for first place with typical intensity. This is insane, Kaminari gasped somewhere behind him. I can barely feel my legs. That's the point. Pixie Bob's voice echoed from somewhere ahead. Heroes don't get to choose when emergencies happen. You need endurance. After the run came breakfast, huge portions designed to fuel growing bodies and quirk usage. Then the real training began. Class 1A was divided into groups based on quirk types: close combat, ranged attackers, support specialists, and rescue-focused students. Izuku found himself in the close combat group alongside Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ojiro. Their instructor was a pro hero named Gran Torino, a tiny, elderly man who moved like lightning and hit like a freight train. You kids think you're tough because you survived one villain attack. Gran Torino's cane whipped out faster than Izuku's danger sense could warn him, smacking his shin. You got lucky. Real villains won't announce their presence. They'll kill you before you realize you're in danger. The training was merciless. Gran Torino attacked without warning, forcing them to activate their quirks defensively while maintaining offense. Bakugo's explosions filled the arena with smoke and sound. Todoroki's ice created barriers while his fire, which he still refused to use, remained dormant. Kirishima hardened his body to tank hits. Ojiro used his tail for acrobatic evasion. And Izuku cycled through One for All's inherited quirks, learning to switch between them seamlessly. Float for evasion, Black Whip for capture, FA Jin for burst damage, Danger Sense for prediction. By the end of the first session, he was exhausted but improving. His quirk transitions became smoother, more instinctive. Not bad, Gran Torino admitted grudgingly. You're adapting faster than All Might did at your age. The codex must be helping. It is, Izuku confirmed. But I still have so much to learn. Good. Humility keeps you alive. The old hero's eyes glinted. Now get back to work. I want to see 30% one for all without breaking anything. The evenings were designated for evolution sessions. Nezu had established strict protocols: voluntary participation only, full medical monitoring, comprehensive documentation of results. Each evolution would be performed in a sterile medical facility with recovery girl standing by. The first volunteer was Kirishima Eijiro, whose hardening quirk made his body tough as stone. He approached Izuku after dinner, his perpetually cheerful expression tinged with nervousness. I want to be stronger, Kirishima said simply. My quirk is good for defense, but I can't protect people if I can't move fast enough to intercept attacks. If you can evolve it, make me tougher, more versatile, I could be a real shield for my friends. Izuku analyzed Kirishima's quirk with his enhanced senses. Hardening was straightforward, cellular rigidity. That increased durability. But the evolutionary pathways showed immense potential. Enhanced hardening that could selectively strengthen specific body parts. Hardness that could be projected outward to create armor for others. Even the ability to harden air molecules into temporary shields. I can help, Izuku confirmed. But it'll change your quirk fundamentally. Are you sure? Absolutely. Kirishima's grin was fierce. Let's do this. The evolution took 7 minutes, longer than any previous attempt. Kirishima's cellular structure had to be completely restructured to accommodate the new capabilities. When the green light finally faded, he stood transformed. His skin rippled with controlled hardness, shifting between normal flesh and stone-like durability at will. Try it out, Nezu instructed from the observation booth. Kirishima focused, and his right arm hardened into something beyond stone, crystalline armor that glittered under the medical lights. He punched a testing dummy, and it exploded into fragments. Whoa, this is incredible. Red Riot Unbreakable, Izuku suggested, naming the evolved form. You're not just hard now, you're indestructible. Over the next week, Izuku evolved 6 more classmates who volunteered. Ishido Mina's acid production became pH manipulation. She could create acid, base, or neutral solutions at will, dramatically expanding her versatility. Shiro Honta's tape generation evolved into polymer control, creating different types of synthetic materials with varying properties. Kaminari Denki's electrical discharge gained precision. Instead of overwhelming indiscriminate jolts, he could target specific neural pathways or electronic systems. Asui Suyu's frog mutation deepened, granting her amphibious adaptation that included electroreception and enhanced camouflage. Jiro Kyoka's earphone jack evolved into sonic architecture. She could shape sound waves into solid constructs temporarily. Tokiyami Fumikage's dark shadow gained sentience enhancement, becoming a true partner rather than just an extension of his quirk. Each evolution transformed not just individual capabilities but team dynamics. Class 1A's collective power grew exponentially as students learned to combine evolved quirks in creative ways. But not everyone volunteered. Todoroki watched the evolutions from a distance, his expression unreadable. When Izuku approached him one evening, the dual quirk user's rejection was immediate. I don't need your help. Your quirk has incredible potential, Izuku pressed. If you'd just let me. What part of no is unclear. Todoroki's voice was ice cold. I reject my father's fire. Evolving my quirk would only strengthen what I refuse to use. I'll become the #1 hero with ice alone. But you're handicapping yourself. That's my choice. Todoroki's eyes blazed with suppressed emotion. You don't understand. This fire, it represents everything I hate about my father. His obsession with creating the perfect hero. His abuse of my mother. Every time I use it, I become more like him. The pain in those words silenced Izuku's protests. This wasn't about power or logic, it was about trauma, about identity, about rejecting a legacy Todoroki found unbearable. He is trapped by his past. Until he reconciles with it, evolution would be meaningless. Some growth must come from within. I understand, Izuku said quietly. But when you're ready, if you're ever ready, I'll help you." Todoroki said nothing, but something in his expression softened slightly. The final days of training camp focused on team combat scenarios. Class 1A was pitted against Class 1B in mock battles designed to test coordination, strategy, and adaptability. The evolved quirks gave 1A significant advantages, but 1B compensated with superior teamwork honed through less individual power. The third match featured Izuku's team, himself, Uraraka, Iida, and Asui, against 4 Class 1B students with complementary quirks. The battle took place in a mock urban environment filled with obstacles and hazards. "Stick to the plan," Izuku instructed as they took positions. His analytical mind had already mapped optimal strategies. "Uraraka, you're our ace. Use zero gravity to control the battlefield. Iida, hit-and-run tactics to keep them off balance. Asui, reconnaissance and support. I'll handle direct combat." The match began. Class 1B emerged aggressively, their quirks combining in practiced synchronization. But Izuku's team was ready. Uraraka made buildings weightless, sending them floating to create aerial obstacles. Iida's speed generated diversions while Asui's evolved electroreception tracked enemies through walls. And Izuku danced through the battlefield at 30% one for all, Black Whip extending his reach, Danger Sense predicting attacks, Float enabling three-dimensional mobility. He'd become something beyond what All Might had been, not just powerful, but versatile, adaptive, evolutionary. Class 1A won decisively. 4 matches out of 5 victories, cementing their reputation as the premier hero class. That evening, as students celebrated around a campfire, Bakugo pulled Izuku aside. The explosive hero's expression was unusually serious. "You've gotten strong," Bakugo admitted grudgingly. "Stronger than I expected. But don't think you've surpassed me. I don't. I'm going to keep evolving too." Bakugo's hands sparked with precise explosions. "Not just my quirk, everything. My techniques, my strategies, my limits. By the time we graduate, I'll be so far beyond you that one for all won't matter." It was the most honest conversation they'd had in years. No insults, no posturing, just pure competitive fire. "I'm looking forward to it," Izuku said, meaning it. "Heroes need rivals to push them higher." "Damn right." Bakugo's grin was fierce. "Don't disappoint me, Deku." As the campfire burned and Class 1A celebrated their victories, Izuku felt something shift inside him. These weren't just classmates anymore, they were comrades, friends, the people he'd fight beside against whatever threats emerged. Together, they were becoming something unprecedented, a generation of evolved heroes ready to reshape society itself. "You have built something remarkable here. Not just individual power, but collective strength. This is how you will defeat All for One, not alone, but together." The Codex's approval warmed Izuku's chest. 2 weeks of intensive training had transformed Class 1A from talented students into a true hero team. They'd evolved, not just their quirks, but their bonds, their strategies, their understanding of what it meant to protect others. The real battles were still to come. All for One was planning something catastrophic, and Shigaraki's attack had been merely a test. But when that storm arrived, Class 1A would be ready. Because they'd learned the most important lesson of all: heroes are strongest when they stand together. The training camp ended with a graduation ceremony where the Wild Pussycats awarded certificates to all participants. Class 1A returned to UA changed, stronger, faster, more coordinated. Their evolved quirks had made them formidable individually, but it was their teamwork that would define their legacy. As the bus carried them back to campus, Izuku stared out the window and thought about the future. In 2 years, they'd graduate and become professional heroes. Some would join agencies, others would form their own teams. But one thing was certain: Class 1A would leave its mark on hero society. And Izuku Midoriya, the boy who could evolve quirks, would be at the center of it all, helping his generation reach heights previous heroes had never imagined. The evolution of heroism had only just begun. The month following the training camp should have been peaceful. Class 1A returned to regular curriculum, hero studies with All Might, quirk training with Aizawa, academic classes that grounded them in the reality that heroes needed intelligence as much as power. Izuku continued his private training, pushing One for All to 40% under controlled conditions, feeling the codex adapt his body to handle progressively higher outputs. But peace was an illusion when All for One was hunting you. It started with small things. A figure watching from rooftops during Izuku's morning run. Messages on anonymous forums speculating about the evolution hero and where he lived. Strange Quirk signatures appearing at the edge of his detection range, then disappearing before he could identify them. The League of Villains was probing, searching for weaknesses, planning their next move. "They're going to strike again," All Might said during one of their private sessions. His skeletal form looked more fragile than ever. The ember of One for All had finally extinguished completely, leaving him fully quirkless. Dr. Garaki has been recruiting. Shigaraki is consolidating power. And you're still their primary target. Then let's give them what they want, Izuku said, an idea forming. Not really, but make them think they have an opportunity. Set another trap. Absolutely not. All Might's voice was firm. The last trap nearly got you killed. We're not risking that again. The boy speaks wisdom. Hiding prolongs the inevitable. Better to face threats on our terms than wait for them to choose the battlefield. But All Might wouldn't be swayed. Instead, security around Izuku intensified further. More pro-heroes rotated through his protection detail. His route to school changed daily. Even his mother received security briefings and emergency protocols. The pressure was suffocating. 3 weeks after the training camp, Principal Nezu announced a surprise field trip. Class 1A and Class 1B would participate in a joint wilderness survival exercise, 3 days in a remote forest location, practicing rescue operations and team coordination away from urban environments. "This is a terrible idea," Aizawa said flatly during the faculty meeting Izuku wasn't supposed to know about but learned of through Nezu's surprisingly loose lips. "Taking Midoriya outside UA's security perimeter is asking for an attack. Which is precisely why we're doing it," Nezu replied calmly. "The League of Villains grows bolder because they believe we're afraid. We need to demonstrate confidence while maintaining robust defensive measures." The plan was elaborate. The wild pussycats would supervise the students directly. Eraserhead and Vlad King, Class 1B's homeroom teacher, would provide additional oversight. But hidden in the forest would be a dozen pro-heroes in concealment, ready to respond the moment villains appeared. "You're using me as bait," Izuku said when Nezu explained the plan privately. "I prefer the term, tactical asset position to maximum advantage," the principal replied with unsettling cheer. "But yes, essentially. The League will see this as their opportunity. And when they strike, we'll be ready. Another trap. More sophisticated this time, but still dangerous. I know. But what choice do we have? Keep hiding. Keep living in fear? No. We face them. We evolve beyond their expectations. And we win." The bus ride to the forest training site took 4 hours through increasingly remote mountain roads. Class 1A filled the vehicle with their usual energy, Ishido chattering about the upcoming survival exercise, Kaminari making jokes about wild animals, Tokiyami brooding silently with dark shadow coiled around him. Bakugo sat near the back, arms crossed, eyes closed but definitely not sleeping. He'd been quieter lately, more focused. The training camp had changed him too, not softened him, but refined his aggression into something more controlled, more purposeful. "You sense it too," Todoroki's voice was quiet beside Izuku. The dual quirk user stared out the window, his heterochromatic eyes reflecting the passing trees. "Something's wrong." "What do you mean?" "This trip. The timing. The location." Todoroki's expression was grave. "It feels like we're walking into something." Izuku wanted to deny it, but his danger sense had been buzzing at low intensity since they left UA's grounds. Nothing immediate, but a persistent wrongness that set his nerves on edge. "If something happens," Izuku said carefully, "will you use both sides of your quirk? Your ice and your fire?" Todoroki's jaw clenched. "Why do you care so much about my fire?" "Because you're fighting with one arm tied behind your back. And if villains attack, then I'll protect everyone with my ice." Todoroki's voice was cold as his quirk. "I don't need that bastard's power. I never will." Before Izuku could respond, the bus lurched to a stop. They'd arrived at the training site, a vast expanse of forest stretching in every direction, broken only by a modest cabin complex where the wild pussycats waited. "Welcome, future heroes." Pixie Bob's enthusiasm was infectious despite the early hour. For the next 3 days, you'll survive in this forest using only your quirks and your wits. No modern conveniences. No rescue from teachers unless you're literally dying. How reassuring, Kaminari muttered. The classes were divided into teams of 4 for the survival exercise. Izuku found himself grouped with Uraraka, Iida, and surprisingly, Todoroki. Nezu had clearly arranged the teams strategically, pairing strong combatants with support specialists to ensure balanced capabilities. "We'll excel at this," Iida declared, chopping his hands in characteristic formal gestures. With Midoriya's analytical abilities, Todoroki's elemental control, Uraraka's utility quirk, and my speed, no challenge can overcome us. The first day passed without incident. Teams spread throughout the forest, gathering supplies, building temporary shelters, practicing rescue scenarios with mannequins the pussycats had hidden in challenging locations. Izuku's team performed well. His danger sense helped them avoid hazards, Todoroki's ice provided clean water and temperature control, Uraraka made transporting supplies trivial with zero gravity, and Iida's speed let them cover vast territory quickly. But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling they were being watched. Night fell. Teams gathered at designated campsites, cooking over fires and sharing stories. The atmosphere was relaxed, almost fun. Students from both classes mingled, comparing quirk capabilities and survival strategies. For a moment, it felt like a normal school trip. Then Izuku's danger sense exploded. Everyone down. He activated One for All at 40% without thinking, green lightning erupting as he grabbed Uraraka and Iida, pulling them away from their campfire. A blade of compressed air sliced through the space they'd occupied, carving a gouge in the earth. The forest erupted into chaos. Villains emerged from the trees, dozens of them, more than had attacked UA's courtyard. The Vanguard Action Squad, All for One's elite strike force. Leading them were 3 faces Izuku recognized from intelligence briefings: Dabi, whose blue flames could burn hotter than most quirks could withstand; Toga Himiko, a blood manipulator with a disturbing smile; and Muscular, an augmentation villain whose strength rivaled All Might's. "Found you, Evolution Boy." Muscular's voice boomed through the forest. "Took long enough. Now let's see if you're as strong as they say." Pro-heroes appeared from concealment, the hidden defenders Nezu had positioned throughout the forest. But the villains had anticipated this. More enemies emerged, engaging the heroes in separate battles that fragmented the defensive formation. This wasn't just an attack. It was a coordinated extraction operation. Class 1A. Defensive positions. Aizawa's voice cut through the chaos. His capture weapon deployed, snaring 2 villains before his erasure quirk shut down their abilities. Protect each other. Don't engage unless necessary. But the villains weren't interested in most students. They carved through the forest with singular purpose, making a path straight toward Izuku. "We need to run," Todoroki said, ice already forming barriers. "Get you somewhere safe." "No." Izuku's mind raced through tactical options. Running would just isolate him from support. Standing and fighting risked his classmates. "We hold here. Together." Muscular burst through Todoroki's ice wall like it was paper. The augmentation villain's muscles rippled with grotesque power as he locked eyes on Izuku. "There you are. Master wants you alive, but he didn't say unbroken." Izuku pushed One for All to 45%, beyond his safe limit, but the codex adapted immediately. He met Muscular's charge with FA Jin enhanced speed, using Black Whip to redirect the villain's momentum while landing a devastating kick to his midsection. Muscular flew backward, crashed through 3 trees, and laughed. "Yes, that's more like it. Show me everything you've got." More villains converged. Dabi's blue flames forced Todoroki into a defensive posture, his ice barely containing the heat. Toga giggled as she danced around Uraraka, knife flashing. Iida engaged a speed-type villain in a blur of motion. And through it all, Izuku's analytical mind processed everything. The villains, positioning, their quirk synergies, the way they coordinated attacks to maximize chaos while minimizing student casualties, because they wanted him alive, not dead. They are skilled, experienced, but they lack our advantage, evolution. Show them what you have become. Izuku accessed multiple inherited quirks simultaneously. Float lifted him above the melee. Smokescreen filled the battlefield with obscuring vapor. Danger sense tracked every attacker through the haze. Black Whip extended from both hands, becoming a weapon that snared 3 villains at once. Delaware Detroit Smash. He released Fa Jin's stored energy in a shockwave that cleared the immediate area. But for every villain he incapacitated, 2 more appeared. This was the Vanguard Action Squad's full force, the League of Villains, most dangerous operatives, all focused on a single goal. Capture Izuku Midoriya. A portal of dark mist opened nearby. Mr. Compress emerged, his quirk compressing space and matter. Enough games. It's time to collect our prize. Bakugo appeared in an explosion of light and sound. Like hell you will. His evolved explosions created a barrier of concussive force that shattered Mr. Compress's attack. Nobody's taking Deku while I'm here. More of Class 1A rallied. Kirishima's evolved hardening made him an immovable shield. Ishido's pH manipulation created acid barriers. Tokiyami's enhanced dark shadow fought with frightening autonomy. Jiro's sonic constructs trapped villains in cages of solidified sound. The evolved quirks made a difference. Villains who'd expected standard hero students found themselves facing unprecedented abilities. The tide began to turn. Then, Izuku's danger sense screamed a warning unlike anything before. The temperature dropped. The forest went silent. And through the trees walked a figure that made every hero present freeze in primal fear. All for One had come personally. The symbol of evil wore a suit that seemed to absorb light. His face was hidden behind a mask, but Izuku could feel the weight of his presence. Centuries of accumulated power, stolen quirks numbering in the hundreds, malevolence so profound it felt like physical pressure. Izuku Midoriya. All for One's voice was cultured, almost gentle. The boy with the evolution quirk. The codex made flesh. I've been very curious to meet you. Every pro-hero in the forest converged on All for One's position. Aizawa, Vlad King, the Wild Pussycats, even the hidden defenders, all moving to intercept the greatest villain alive. But All for One didn't even glance at them. His attention remained fixed on Izuku. Your quirk fascinates me, All for One continued, walking forward as heroes' attacks simply failed around him. Quirks nullified, weapons deflected, physical force absorbed. The power to evolve other quirks. To unlock their true potential. I've spent centuries collecting abilities, but you could make them perfect. I'll never help you, Izuku said, pushing One for All to 50% despite the agony it caused. The codex worked frantically to prevent his body from tearing itself apart. I wasn't asking. All for One's hand extended. Come along quietly, and your friends live. Resist, and I'll demonstrate why heroes have feared me for generations. Izuku's mind raced. All for One was too powerful to fight directly, All Might in his prime had barely defeated him. Running was impossible. Surrender meant doom for everyone. The villain would evolve into weapons. There was only one option. You know what must be done. Trust me. Trust yourself. Evolve beyond your limits. Izuku took a breath and made his choice. Bakugo. Todoroki. Everyone, get back. Now. He pushed One for All to 60%. His bones cracked. His muscles tore. The codex screamed as it struggled to adapt to power his body shouldn't be able to contain. But he didn't stop there. Izuku reached for the codex's deepest capability, the one they'd never tested, never dared attempt. The third function that remained locked behind his insufficient power level. Synthesis. Not just analyzing quirks. Not just evolving them, but temporarily combining them, taking aspects of multiple abilities and weaving them into something entirely new. He drew on every quirk around him. Bakugo's explosive power. Todoroki's elemental control. Kirishima's hardening. Uraraka's gravity manipulation. Tokiyami's dark energy. Every evolved quirk his classmates possessed, borrowed for just a moment, synthesized through the codex into a singular overwhelming force. Green light erupted from Izuku's body, so bright it illuminated the entire forest. His classmates felt their quirks flare in sympathetic resonance. And when the light faded, Izuku stood transformed, crackling with combined elemental power, body reinforced beyond human limits, every muscle fiber optimized through synthesis. Interesting, All for One said. Very interesting indeed. Izuku launched himself forward at speeds that shattered sound barriers. He combined explosive propulsion with gravity manipulation for impossible momentum. Elemental power, ice, fire, acid, electricity, channeled through Black Whip tentacles that struck from a dozen angles simultaneously. Hardening protected his body from the forces involved. Dark energy supplemented One for All's raw strength. It was power beyond anything Izuku had ever wielded. Beyond what any single hero should possess. The synthesis of an entire class worth of evolved quirks, channeled through One for All's accumulated strength and the Codex's evolutionary framework. All for One actually had to defend himself. The symbol of evil blocked, dodged, countered with stolen quirks that should have overwhelmed any opponent. But Izuku adapted with each exchange, the Codex analyzing All for One's abilities and developing countermeasures in real time. Air cannon, dispersed with gravity wells, multiplication, tracked with danger sense, forced activation, resisted with synthesized willpower. For 30 seconds, Izuku Midoriya fought All for One to a standstill. Then the synthesis collapsed. His body gave out. The borrowed quirks returned to their users. One for All dropped to zero as every energy reserve depleted simultaneously. Izuku fell from the sky, consciousness flickering. Uraraka caught him with zero gravity before he hit the ground. Todoroki created an ice barrier between them and All for One. Bakugo's explosions covered their retreat while the pro-heroes finally coordinated a proper defensive formation. Fascinating, All for One said again, making no move to pursue. Synthesis of multiple quirks through evolutionary framework. You've created something that rivals my own accumulated collection. He turned to leave. Keep growing stronger, Izuku Midoriya. When I finally take you, I want the Codex at its absolute peak. And then he was gone, taking his Vanguard action squad with him through Mr. Compress's portals. The forest fell silent except for the groans of injured heroes and students. Izuku lay in Uraraka's gravity field, his body broken from using 60% One for All and synthesizing a dozen quirks simultaneously. But he was smiling. Because they'd survived. Because he'd protected everyone. And because for 30 seconds, he'd proven that evolution could match even the symbol of evil. The Codex pulsed with exhausted satisfaction. You have done well. Rest now. When you wake, we will discuss what you have truly become. Izuku's consciousness faded, but his last thought was clear. The real war was only beginning, and he'd need to evolve even further to win it. The aftermath of the forest battle was chaos and ash. Heroes crisscrossed the smoking clearing, pro-heroes shouting orders, recovery girls team triaging injured students, the wild pussycats searching desperately for their missing teammate. Everyone bore the marks of combat, burns, scrapes, broken limbs, haunted gazes. Izuku lay on a stretcher, drifting in and out of consciousness, while the Codex wove frantically through his body, repairing the destruction left by synthesis and the brutal clash with All for One. His most vivid memory was not the agony of using 60% One for All, nor the terror at seeing All for One's masked face, nor even the feeling of his classmates' quirks, their lives, surging like lightning through every nerve. What stuck was the exhaustion in All for One's tone, that cold promise of another round. There were casualties. Bakugo was missing, snatched by Mr. Compress in the chaos, just as in the original attack. Ragdoll, one of the pussycats, vanished without a trace. Several students suffered critical wounds. Shoji lost a hand to Moonfish, others collapsed from Mustard's poisonous gas, and Todoroki's arms were splintered from overusing his ice. The aftermath tested the limits of medical quirks, leaving some injuries to recover the slow, human way. Aizawa's report to Nezu was blunt. We were prepared, and still we weren't enough. They came for Midoriya, but they took Bakugo. The Vanguard action squad overwhelmed the pros. We need more contingency planning, more offensive capability. The students did well, but they shouldn't have had to. Izuku awoke in the central hospital, sunlight slanting through tall windows. His mother held his hand, her face a study in love and terror. Izuku, this can't go on, she whispered. You nearly died. I can't lose you. Her tears mixed with relief when he squeezed her fingers. I promised to be a hero, he rasped. I promised All Might. Outside his door, classmates visited when they were able. Iida and Uraraka wept openly, pressing his hand and promising to find Bakugo. Kirishima knelt beside his bed, his guilt raw for surviving when Bakugo didn't. Even Todoroki, bandaged and withdrawn, stood at the foot of the bed and murmured, You're stubborn, Midoriya. But you're not alone. After a week, the students returned to UA. Scarred but determined, their camaraderie forged in fire, their innocence buried beneath an avalanche of loss. Principal Nezu summoned all survivors to a private assembly. You did more than anyone could have asked. But now, the world is watching. Expectations are higher. We cannot allow the League of Villains to fracture us. We will rescue Bakugo, together. As the pro-heroes and police prepared for the raid on the villains' hideout, Class 1A trained harder than ever. They constructed rescue plans, reviewed every error, and ruthlessly assessed their weaknesses. Izuku faced the greatest hardship. While the Codex had repaired most of his internal injuries, he still woke from nightmares where synthesis failed, where All for One stole not just his quirk but his mind. All Might, now utterly without power, offered what he could. Coaching on strategy, support in recovery, and simple words that were heavier than any blow he'd landed in his heyday. You are the future now, Midoriya. Do as you must. Evolve, not to survive, but to save everyone. Even as Izuku rebuilt his physical body, he pushed himself mentally and emotionally. The Codex became his closest confidant, tutoring him in new applications, how to gently unravel negative evolutions caused by villainous experiments, how to sense the deeper emotional scars left by battle. Each night, he practiced synthesis in simulation, daring only fleeting, minute combinations, seeking a way to bear true fusion without collapse. The day of the raid dawned with tension thick in the air. Pro-heroes assembled: Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, legends and rising stars alike. But Izuku and a handful of classmates, Kirishima, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Iida, refused to sit idle. Against all warnings, they covertly trailed the professional strike squad, determined to assist. The drama unfolded with breakneck pace. The pro-heroes smashed into the League's first hideout, only to find it a decoy. Bakugo was gone. Izuku, with Kirishima's help borrowing a brief touch of hardening, led the way as they discovered the villain's real location, a rooftop above the city, where Bakugo hovered at the edge, caught between All for One's offer of power and his own burning pride and rage. The showdown broke the sky. All for One arrived in force, his pulverizing presence flattening the surrounding area, banishing all hope of escape. The heroes fought bravely, but it was Izuku and his classmates, combining quirks, improvising attacks, outthinking the villains, who managed to reach Bakugo and pull him free. All Might faced off with All for One in a duel that shook the city. The symbol of peace, powerless and weary, used every last ember of strength, aided by the tactical distractions and cover fire provided by Class 1A's evolving strategies. The visceral power of heroism, the willingness to risk all for a friend, to endure humiliation and pain and fatigue, carried everyone through. In the battle's final moment, Izuku gripped Bakugo's wrist, channeling an almost gentle surge of synthesis. He didn't combine their quirks, but instead harmonized their fighting spirits, Bakugo's animosity, Izuku's resolve, Todoroki's clarity, Kirishima's unbreakable will, melding them into unity. For just an instant, the future of a new generation shone clearly, not as solo weapons but as a team whose bonds were their greatest strength. All Might, battered and nearly broken, forced All for One into retreat at unimaginable cost, his secret exposed, his form shrunk, his era ending. "It's your turn," he declared to the world, and especially to Izuku. When the dust finally settled, UA announced major changes. The dorm system was instituted for students' safety. Class 1A moved into Heights Alliance, determined to recover and grow. Izuku stood at his window that first night, knuckles white on the sill, the city's lights flickering in the humid summer darkness. The Codex pulsed quietly within him. "You've done well, but the world is changing. The age of All Might is ending. The age of evolution has begun." He nodded, silent. He would not break. He would never give up. He would not stand alone. The future waited, dark and bright, dangerous and hopeful, and Izuku Midoriya, battered but unbeaten, prepared to meet it with every drop of strength and every ounce of heart that he and his evolving generation possessed. Heights Alliance Dormitory stood like a fortress in the heart of UA's campus, its modern architecture a symbol of both protection and unity. Class 1A moved in during a humid summer evening, each student carrying bags filled with belongings and memories of battles they shouldn't have faced at 15. The common area buzzed with nervous energy as they claimed rooms and unpacked, trying to reclaim some semblance of normalcy after the forest nightmare. Izuku's room became a shrine to hero analysis. Notebooks lined his shelves, All Might merchandise covered the walls, and his desk held detailed diagrams of synthesis mechanics that the codex helped him draft. But the centerpiece was a photo taken after Bakugo's rescue, Class 1A standing together, battered and bruised, arms around each other's shoulders. A reminder of what they'd survived and who they'd saved. Bakugo himself was different. Not softer, he'd never be soft, but quieter. The kidnapping had stripped away layers of arrogance, revealing raw determination beneath. He trained harder than anyone, pushing his evolved explosions to new limits, refusing to be captured again. When he passed Izuku in the hallways, instead of sneers, there were nods. Acknowledgement between warriors who'd bled together. "We need to talk," Bakugo said one evening, cornering Izuku in the common room after everyone else had gone to bed. "About what you did during the rescue. The synthesis." Izuku kept his voice low. "Yeah, you combined everyone's quirks. Made yourself into something." Bakugo struggled for words. "Stronger than All Might at his peak. I felt it, my explosions channeling through you with Todoroki's ice and everyone else's power. It was insane." He speaks truth. Synthesis is your greatest capability and your greatest danger. Used recklessly, it could destroy you. Used wisely, it could save the world. "I can only hold it for seconds," Izuku admitted. "Any longer and my body tears itself apart. Even with the codex adapting, there's a limit. Then we break that limit." Bakugo's eyes blazed with familiar competitive fire. "All of us. We trained together. You synthesize our quirks in controlled bursts until you can hold it longer. Make us into the weapon that kills all for one." It was the most strategic thing Bakugo had ever said. And he was right. If Izuku could master synthesis, if he could wield their combined power for minutes instead of seconds, they'd have a chance against the symbol of evil. "I'll talk to Nezu," Izuku promised. "Set up training, protocols. But everyone has to agree. I won't force this. They'll agree." Bakugo's confidence was absolute. "We all saw what All for One can do. We all know he's coming back. And we're not sitting around waiting to die." The provisional hero license exam arrived like a storm. Students from hero schools across Japan converged on a massive testing facility, each one desperate to earn their license and begin real hero work. Class 1A entered with their evolved quirks, their coordinated strategies, their hard-won experience. The first phase tested rescue operations in disaster scenarios. Izuku's team, featuring Uraraka, Shiro, and Asui, excelled at extracting civilians from collapsed buildings. His danger sense predicted structural failures. Uraraka's zero-gravity moved rubble effortlessly, Shiro's evolved polymer control created support structures, and Asui's amphibious adaptation let her navigate flooded areas. They passed easily. But the second phase was combat, each student wearing targets, needing to hit opponents' targets while protecting their own. And the other schools had been watching UA, studying their techniques, planning counters to their evolved quirks. "They're going after Midoriya." Jiro's sonic constructs relayed the warning as multiple teams converged on Izuku's position. Everyone, defensive formation. Class 1A moved as one. Kirishima's unbreakable hardening formed a barrier. Tokiyami's sentient dark shadow intercepted ranged attacks. Ishido's pH manipulation created acid motes. Kaminari's precision electricity disabled electronic targeting systems. The evolved quirks that had seemed like individual power-ups revealed their true purpose, making Class 1A an unbreakable team. Izuku fought at the center, one for all at 30% providing speed and strength while his inherited quirks handled versatility. Black Whip snared opponents, Float evaded concentrated attacks, Fa Jin punished anyone who got too close. His analytical mind processed battlefield data faster than most heroes could react, calling out strategies that his classmates executed flawlessly. But then came Todoroki's moment. A villain-type student with overwhelming fire manipulation cornered half of Class 1A, flames hot enough to melt Kirishima's hardening. Ice alone couldn't counter it, the heat vaporized Todoroki's barriers before they fully formed. Victory required both sides of his quirk. And for the first time since the forest battle, Todoroki hesitated. "Use your fire," Izuku shouted across the battlefield. "Your friends need you. I don't need that bastard's power. This isn't about him." Izuku's voice cut through Todoroki's internal war. "It's about them. Your classmates. Your friends. Are you going to let your hatred of Endeavor hurt the people you care about?" The words struck home. Todoroki looked at his classmates, Ishido trying to counter fire with acid and failing, Kirishima's hardening starting to crack from the heat, Uraraka floating desperately to avoid the flames. People who'd stood by him, trained with him, bled with him. His left side ignited. Fire and ice combined in a display of power that stopped the entire exam. Todoroki created a thermal vortex that extinguished the enemy's flames while flash freezing their targets. It was beautiful and devastating, the full power of his quirk finally unleashed without restraint. When the dust settled, Todoroki stood with both hands raised, one side burning, one side frozen, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry," he whispered to his classmates. "I'm sorry I made you cover for my weakness." "You're not weak," Kirishima said, clapping him on the shoulder with a hardened hand. "You're just stubborn. But today, you're a hero." Class 1A passed the provisional license exam with near-perfect scores. As they celebrated, Izuku approached Todoroki privately. "About your fire. I know what you're going to say." Todoroki's expression was complicated, pain and acceptance mixing. "You want to evolve my quirk. Make the fire and ice work together better. Only if you want it. Only if you're ready." Todoroki was quiet for a long moment, staring at his hands, one scarred from ice, one from fire. "I spent so long rejecting half of myself. Hating what my father gave me. But you were right, it's not his power anymore. It's mine. And I want to make it stronger. Not for him. For me. For my friends." The evolution took place that evening in UA's medical facility. Recovery Girl monitored vitals while Nezu documented everything. Izuku grasped Todoroki's hands, feeling the quirk laid out before him, two opposing forces locked in eternal conflict, neither willing to yield to the other. This one's quirk is unique. Not one ability but two, inherited separately and forced to coexist. Evolution will not strengthen them individually, it will unify them. Make them partners rather than rivals. Izuku guided the codex's power carefully. Todoroki's quirk factor restructured itself, the ice and fire pathways intertwining instead of remaining separate. The process took 12 minutes, the longest evolution yet, and when it finished, Todoroki gasped. "They're talking to each other. The ice tells the fire where to burn. The fire tells the ice where to freeze. They're coordinated." Thermodynamic manipulation, Izuku suggested, naming the evolved form. "You don't just create ice and fire anymore. You control temperature itself." Todoroki tested his new ability. He created localized temperature zones, superheated air pockets that propelled ice projectiles like railguns, frozen barriers that absorbed fire and redirected it as steam blasts, thermal gradients that let him fly on convection currents. The possibilities were staggering. "Thank you," Todoroki said, his voice thick with emotion. "For not giving up on me. For believing I could accept both sides of myself." "That's what friends do," Izuku replied. "We help each other evolve." The months that followed were the most intensive training period of Izuku's life. With provisional licenses secured, Class 1A began taking on real hero work, supervised patrols, disaster relief, villain apprehension. They faced Overhaul and his Yakuza organization, rescued a girl named Eri whose quirk could rewind time, and proved repeatedly that evolved quirks in coordinated hands could challenge even established pro-heroes. But the real training happened in secret. Every night after regular classes, Izuku and his closest allies, Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Iida, and Yaoyorozu, gathered in the underground facility where All Might had first tested him. There, they practiced synthesis. It started with pairs. Izuku would combine just two quirks, his one for all with Bakugo's explosions, or Todoroki's thermodynamics with Uraraka's gravity. Brief flashes of combined power that lasted seconds before collapsing. But each attempt taught him more about the mechanics, about how quirk factors interacted, about which combinations were stable and which were catastrophic. "Your body is adapting," Recovery Girl noted after one session where Izuku had held a 3-quirk synthesis for nearly 30 seconds. "The codex is rewriting your cellular structure to accommodate multiple simultaneous quirk activations. At this rate, you'll be able to synthesize the entire class within a year." "We don't have a year," All Might said grimly. His skeletal form looked even more fragile these days. All for One is in prison, but Shigaraki is growing stronger. The League of Villains is recruiting. And they're planning something catastrophic. The intelligence reports were damning. Villain activity had spiked across Japan. Former hero-turned-villain Stain's ideology was spreading, inspiring criminals to target heroes they deemed fake. And at the center of it all, Shigaraki Tamura was evolving, not through the codex, but through experience, trauma, and all for one's teachings transmitted from prison. "It's going to be a war," Aizawa said during a Class 1A briefing. "Not individual battles but full-scale conflict. The League of Villains versus Hero Society. And you all need to be ready." So they trained harder. Evolved more quirks, Mineta's sticky spheres became adhesive fields, Koda's animal communication became genuine control, Hagakuri's invisibility expanded to light manipulation. Class 1A transformed into something unprecedented, a generation of heroes whose individual power was formidable but whose teamwork was unstoppable. Izuku pushed himself hardest of all. 40% one for all became his baseline. He mastered switching between inherited quirks mid-combat. His synthesis endurance climbed from seconds to minutes. And the Codex whispered constantly about greater potentials, deeper evolutions, the possibility of creating entirely new quirks through careful combination. But power came with a cost. The nightmares persisted, visions of all for one stealing the Codex, of synthesis failing at critical moments, of his friends dying because he wasn't strong enough. Yuki helped him process the trauma with her evolved empathic abilities, but some scars ran too deep for even quirks to fully heal. "You're carrying too much," she told him after one particularly brutal nightmare left him shaking in the common room at 3 a.m. The weight of one for all. The responsibility of the Codex. The expectation that you'll save everyone. "Izuku, you're 15 years old. You don't have to carry the world alone. But All Might is retired. His era is over." Yuki's voice was gentle but firm. "This is your era. Yours and your classmates. You don't have to be All Might. You just have to be Izuku Midoriya. And that's more than enough." The words helped. Not completely, the fear and pressure remained, but enough to let him breathe. The end of their first year at UA arrived with cherry blossoms falling like snow. Class 1A had survived villain attacks, license exams, internships with pro heroes, and countless training sessions that pushed them beyond human limits. They'd evolved from frightened students into genuine heroes in training. Principal Nezu called a special assembly. Class 1A and Class 1B gathered in the main auditorium, joined by all the teachers and several pro heroes. Nezu stood at the podium, his expression unusually serious. "Students of UA," he began, "the world is changing. Villain activity has reached unprecedented levels. Hero casualties are mounting, and intelligence suggests the League of Villains is planning a major offensive within months." He paused, letting the weight of those words settle. "Which is why I'm announcing a new initiative, the Evolution Core." Holographic displays showed a specialized training program, advanced combat scenarios, international cooperation with hero schools worldwide, direct integration with pro-hero agencies. And at its center, Izuku Midoriya and his evolved Class 1A. Under Midoriya's guidance, Nezu continued, "We will expand the evolution program beyond UA. Selected heroes and hero students will have their quirks enhanced, creating an elite force capable of matching the League's growing power. This is controversial. This is unprecedented. But it may be our only chance of victory in the coming war." The auditorium erupted in murmurs. Izuku felt every eye turned toward him, expectation, hope, fear, all focused on the boy who could evolve quirks. All Might's hand landed on his shoulder. "You don't have to do this. We can find another way." "No," Izuku said, his voice steady despite the terror churning in his gut. "Nezu's right. We need every advantage. And if I can help heroes become strong enough to survive what's coming." He thought about the forest battle, about All for One's crushing power, about Shigaraki's mad eyes promising greater destruction. "Then I have to try. You have grown. From the quirkless boy who dreamed of heroism to the one who will reshape hero society. I am proud. Now let us show the world what true evolution means." As the assembly dispersed, Class 1A surrounded Izuku. Not just his close friends, but all 20 students, even those who'd initially been skeptical or fearful of his power. They formed a circle around him, hands clasped, united. "We're with you," Kirishima said, speaking for all of them. "Whatever comes. Whatever you need. Class 1A stands together." Bakugo added, "Don't let it go to your head, Deku. We're still competing to be number one." Obviously, Izuku replied, smiling despite the tears threatening to spill. This was what the Codex had chosen him for. Not to become the strongest hero, but to help others reach their greatest potential. To be the catalyst for evolution, not just of quirks, but of heroism itself. The war was coming. Shigaraki and the League of Villains would bring destruction unlike anything Japan had seen. But they would face not just heroes, but evolved heroes. Not just individuals, but teams bonded by shared trauma and mutual trust. And at the center of it all stood Izuku Midoriya, inheritor of One for All, vessel of the Codex, and the boy who would prove that evolution was humanity's greatest weapon against darkness. The real battle for Hero Society's future was about to begin. The Evolution Corps initiative launched with both fanfare and controversy. News networks debated the ethics of artificially enhancing quirks. Hero purists claimed it violated the natural order. Villain sympathizers saw it as proof that heroes were desperate. But beneath the noise, the program moved forward with methodical precision, because the alternative was extinction. Izuku stood in UA's Central Command Center, surrounded by holographic displays showing volunteer applications from across Japan. Pro-heroes, hero students, even some reformed villains seeking redemption, all wanting their quirks evolved. The numbers were overwhelming, 3,000 applicants in the first week alone. "We can't evolve everyone," Nezu said, his small paws clicking across a tablet. "We need selection criteria. Combat effectiveness, personality stability, strategic value. And consent," Izuku added firmly. "Clear, informed consent. No one gets evolved unless they understand the risks and accept them willingly." All Might, now permanently in his skeletal form, nodded approval. "You're thinking like a true hero. Power without responsibility is villainy. Never forget that." The first round of evolutions focused on pro-heroes, established professionals whose stability and experience made them ideal test cases beyond UA's student population. Izuku worked 12-hour days, performing evolution after evolution under Recovery Girl's watchful supervision. Each session was documented, analyzed, refined. Mount Lady's size manipulation evolved into mass control. She could alter her density while growing, becoming immovable or feather-light at any size. Kamui Woods' linification gained plant communication, letting him coordinate with urban greenery for surveillance and crowd control. Death Arm's strength enhancement developed regenerative properties, making him nearly unkillable in close combat. Each evolution took its toll. Izuku's body adapted, growing more efficient at channeling the Codex's power, but the mental strain was relentless. Every quirk he evolved carried the weight of that person's dreams, fears, and responsibilities. He felt their personalities brush against his consciousness during the process, brief moments of connection that left emotional residue. "You're burning out," Yuki said during one of their mandatory counseling sessions. Her evolved empathic abilities let her feel the exhaustion radiating from Izuku like heat from a furnace. "You're trying to save everyone, but you're destroying yourself in the process." "I don't have a choice." Izuku's voice was hollow. "The League is getting stronger. Shigaraki is recruiting. If I don't evolve as many heroes as possible, then other heroes will handle it. You're not the only one fighting." Yuki's expression was gentle but unyielding. "The Codex chose you because of your analytical mind and compassionate heart. But compassion includes self-care. You can't pour from an empty cup." The words helped, but only slightly. Because every night, Izuku dreamed of the coming war, visions of cities burning, heroes falling, all for one's laughter echoing across a ruined landscape. The Codex whispered that these weren't just nightmares but glimpses of potential futures. Timelines that would manifest unless he pushed harder, evolved faster, became stronger. Class 1A's second year began with a new dynamic. They weren't just students anymore, they were celebrities, symbols, the face of the Evolution Corps. Everywhere they went, people recognized them. Children asked for autographs. Adults thanked them for their service. The pressure was immense. "This is weird," Kaminari said during lunch, signing another autograph for a first-year student. "We're not even graduated yet and people treat us like pros." "That's because we are," Bakugo replied, his evolved explosions crackling as he demonstrated precision control by spelling out his name in fire. "We've fought real villains. Survived real battles. We've earned this respect." But not everyone agreed. Monoma from Class 1B led a vocal minority who resented the Evolution Corps' existence. It's not fair, he argued during a joint training session. Class 1A gets evolved quirks while the rest of us have to make do with what we were born with. That's not heroism, it's cheating. The accusation stung because it held a grain of truth. The evolved students did have advantages. But Izuku knew that hero work wasn't about fairness, it was about survival. And in the coming war, every advantage would be necessary. We're not stopping anyone from volunteering, Todoroki said, his thermodynamic manipulation creating beautiful ice sculptures that melted and refroze in artistic patterns. If you want your quirk evolved, apply to the program. And what if we don't want to be experiments? Monoma shot back. What if we want to become heroes on our own merit? Then do it, Izuku said quietly, stepping between them. I respect that, truly. But don't condemn those who choose evolution. We're all fighting the same war, just with different weapons. The tension simmered but didn't explode. Class 1B and Class 1A maintained their rivalry, but it remained friendly, competition that pushed both groups to excel rather than hatred that divided them. The breakthrough came during a joint exercise with international hero schools. Students from America, France, China, and Korea gathered at UA for a week-long training program designed to foster global cooperation. Among them was a girl named Melissa Shield from Island, a support course genius whose quirk let her instantly understand machine specifications. Your synthesis ability, Melissa said, cornering Izuku after a demonstration. It's revolutionary. But also inefficient. You're manually combining quirk factors in real time, which puts enormous strain on your body. That's accurate. Izuku was surprised she'd analyzed it so quickly. What if there was a way to pre-calculate combinations? Create stable templates that you could activate instantly without the processing strain. Melissa pulled out schematics covered in equations that made Izuku's analytical mind sing with possibility. I've been studying your evolution patterns. There are mathematical relationships between compatible quirks, harmonic frequencies, if you will. If we could map those relationships, we could create a database of optimal combinations, Izuku finished, excitement building. Reduce the processing time from seconds to fractions of seconds. Let me hold synthesis longer, combine more quirks simultaneously. Exactly. Melissa's enthusiasm was infectious. Give me 2 weeks and access to the evolution data. I'll build you an algorithm that revolutionizes synthesis. True to her word, Melissa delivered. The synthesis algorithm, as she dubbed it, was elegant in its complexity. It analyzed quirk compatibility, predicted optimal combination ratios, and provided real-time feedback during synthesis activation. With it, Izuku could combine 5 quirks for a full minute without collapse. The implications were staggering. This changes everything, All Might said, reviewing the test results. With this algorithm, you could theoretically synthesize the entire evolution core, hundreds of quirks working in perfect harmony through you as the conduit. The power would be godlike, Aizawa added grimly. Which makes you the most dangerous person in Japan. Heroes will want to protect you. Villains will want to control you. And some will want you dead to prevent either outcome. The weight of that reality pressed down on Izuku's shoulders. He'd become not just a hero in training but a strategic asset, a walking superweapon, the linchpin of hero society's survival. The responsibility was crushing. Power is neither good nor evil, only the wielder's intent defines it. You fear becoming all for one, becoming the monster you fight. But that fear itself proves you never will. Villains don't doubt themselves. The Codex's wisdom helped, but doubt lingered. Because Izuku could feel it, with each evolution, each synthesis, each step toward godhood, the line between hero and something else grew thinner. Power had a gravity that pulled you toward darkness. The only defense was constant vigilance, surrounding yourself with people who'd pull you back when you strayed. The inevitable attack came during the International Hero Summit, a gathering of top heroes from 20 nations discussing global villain threats. Security was maximum, with pro-heroes from every country providing overlapping defensive layers. It should have been impenetrable. The League of Villains struck anyway. Shigaraki had evolved too, not through the Codex but through Dr. Garaki's modifications and All for One's guidance transmitted through prison visits. His decay quirk no longer required all 5 fingers, a single touch could disintegrate matter. And he'd gained new stolen abilities, enhanced regeneration, air walking, radio wave interference. Did you miss me, Deku? Shigaraki's voice crackled over the summit's communications system as villains poured through portals. I've been practicing, becoming stronger. Just like you wanted. The summit descended into chaos. Heroes engaged villains in coordinated combat while civilians evacuated. Class 1A, present as part of the Evolution Corps demonstration, immediately formed defensive positions. Their training kicked in with military precision. Synthesis Formation Alpha. Izuku called out, and his classmates moved. Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu surrounded him in a protective star pattern, the 5 he could synthesize most efficiently thanks to Melissa's algorithm. Green light erupted as Izuku activated synthesis. Explosive propulsion from Bakugo. Thermodynamic control from Todoroki. Gravity manipulation from Uraraka. Unbreakable hardening from Kirishima. Matter creation from Yaoyorozu. 5 evolved quirks channeled through One for All at 60%, all enhanced by the Codex's evolutionary framework. The combined power was breathtaking. Izuku moved like a god of war, creating explosive ice projectiles that he accelerated with gravity manipulation and hardened into unbreakable missiles, all while generating shields and weapons through matter creation. Villains fell before him like wheat before a scythe. But Shigaraki just laughed. Good. Very good. But you're still thinking like a hero, protecting, rescuing, limiting yourself. His hand touched the ground, and decay spread in a massive wave. I have no such restrictions. The building began to crumble. Heroes scrambled to protect civilians while engaging villains. And Izuku realized the horrifying truth: this wasn't an assassination attempt. It was a message. Shigaraki was proving that no amount of evolution could stop someone willing to destroy everything. Fall back. Endeavor's voice boomed across the battlefield. Priority is civilian evacuation. Heroes, cover the retreat. But Izuku couldn't retreat. Not with Shigaraki standing there, spreading decay, threatening to collapse the entire structure onto thousands of people. He pushed synthesis harder, combining his classmates' quirks with the inherited abilities of One for All, Black Whip, Float, Fa Jin, Danger Sense, Smokescreen, all operating simultaneously. The strain was immense. His body screamed. The Codex worked frantically to prevent cellular collapse. But he held it, channeling everything into one overwhelming attack. United States of Evolution Smash. The combination of explosive power, thermal energy, gravitational force, and kinetic storage created a shockwave that cleared the entire battlefield. Villains flew backward. Shigaraki's decay wave halted. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Shigaraki stood up, his body regenerating from catastrophic damage, grinning with cracked lips. See how strong you've become. That's what I wanted to see. He laughed, the sound unhinged. Keep evolving, Deku. Get stronger. Because when we finally finish this, I want you at your absolute peak so I can prove decay conquers all creation. He vanished through a portal, taking his villains with him. The summit was ruined. The building was unsalvageable. But the civilians survived. Every single one rescued by heroes and evolved students working in perfect coordination. As medics treated the wounded and heroes secured the perimeter, All Might found Izuku sitting in the rubble. Synthesis finally collapsed, his body shaking from exhaustion. You saved everyone, All Might said, his skeletal hand on Izuku's shoulder. Just like a true hero. But Shigaraki got away. He proved he's my equal. Izuku's voice was hollow. All this evolution, all this power, and I still can't stop him. Not yet. But you will. All Might's conviction was absolute. Because you have something he doesn't: friends, allies, people who believe in you. That's the difference between heroes and villains. We never fight alone. As if to prove his point, Class 1A gathered around Izuku. Battered, exhausted, but unbroken. They'd stood together through another battle and survived. And they'd stand together through whatever came next. Because that's what heroes did. They evolved. They adapted. They endured. And one day, they'd win. 3 months after the International Hero Summit attack, the world had fundamentally changed. The Evolution Corps wasn't just a program anymore, it was a movement. Heroes across the globe sought Izuku's help, seeing evolution as the only path to matching the League of Villains' escalating threat. But with recognition came scrutiny, and not all of it was positive. Another protest outside UA's gates, Aizawa said during homeroom, his tired eyes surveying Class 1A. Anti-evolution activists claiming we're playing God with quirks. They're getting more organized, more aggressive. Izuku stared at his desk, guilt weighing heavy. The protesters had a point. He was fundamentally altering people's quirks, changing what made them unique. Who was he to decide which evolutionary paths were correct? What if his choices inadvertently harmed someone? Doubt is wisdom's companion, but paralysis born from doubt is cowardice. You act with care, with consent, with compassion. That is enough. Is it though? What if I'm wrong? Then you will learn, adapt, and evolve. As you always have. The Codex's confidence helped, but couldn't fully dispel the anxiety. Especially when the consequences of his actions became painfully visible. Shinso approached him after class, his evolved mind control quirk having made him a provisional hero despite being from general studies. Midoriya, we need to talk about Kirishima. Izuku's heart sank. What happened? His unbreakable hardening, it's been evolving on its own. Getting stronger, but also, harder to turn off. Yesterday during training, he stayed hardened for 3 hours after the exercise ended. Recovery girl had to sedate him. Unintended evolution. A quirk growing beyond its user's control. Izuku had feared this, that his interventions might trigger cascading changes he couldn't predict or contain. He found Kirishima in the medical wing, his arms still showing patches of crystalline hardening that refused to recede. The normally cheerful student looked exhausted, frightened. Hey, Midoriya, Kirishima tried to smile. Don't worry about me. This is just part of getting stronger, right? No. Izuku's voice was firm. This is my fault. I evolved your quirk without fully understanding the long-term implications. Let me try to fix it. Fix it. But I'm not broken. Your quirk is mutating beyond its stable parameters. If we don't intervene, it could permanently crystallize your entire body. Izuku placed his hands on Kirishima's hardened arm, feeling through the codex. The quirk factor had indeed continued evolving, developing aggressive growth patterns that threatened to spiral out of control. This is unprecedented. Your evolution created a positive feedback loop. The quirk strengthens itself through use, but lacks regulatory mechanisms to prevent overcorrection. We must introduce limiting factors. Izuku channeled the codex carefully, not to strengthen Kirishima's quirk but to refine it. He added regulatory pathways, neural governors that would let Kirishima consciously control the hardening's intensity and duration. The evolution took 20 minutes, twice as long as the original enhancement, but when it finished, the uncontrolled crystallization faded. How do you feel? Izuku asked. Kirishima flexed his hands, hardening and unhardening them with perfect control. Better. More balanced. He met Izuku's eyes. You didn't have to fix this. You could have just declared it an acceptable risk and moved on. No, I couldn't. Every person I evolve is my responsibility. If my interventions cause problems, I owe it to them to make it right. The incident shook Izuku's confidence, but it also taught him crucial lessons. Evolution wasn't just about making quirks stronger, it was about maintaining balance, ensuring stability, understanding that more power wasn't always better. He began revisiting previous evolutions, checking for similar instabilities and preemptively adding regulatory mechanisms. The second year's work studies paired students with pro-hero agencies for extended field experience. Izuku found himself assigned to Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, whose foresight quirk could see the future. The stern hero made his disapproval of Izuku immediately clear. All Might chose poorly, Night-Eye said during their first meeting, his office filled with All Might merchandise that mocked Izuku with its irony. You're not ready to inherit his legacy. You're playing with forces you don't understand. This evolution business is reckless. With respect, sir, the Codex chose me. The Codex is a tool. Like any tool, it can be misused. Night-Eye's eyes were sharp behind his glasses. I've used my foresight on you, Midoriya. Do you want to know what I saw? Izuku's throat went dry. What? Paths. Dozens of them, branching in every direction. In some, you become the greatest hero the world has ever known. In others, Night-Eye's expression darkened, you become something far worse than All for One. A god-king wielding evolved quirks, remaking society in your image, convinced your way is the only way. The words hit like physical blows. Izuku had feared this, that the power to evolve quirks would corrupt him, turn him into the very thing he fought against. But, Night-Eye continued, those are merely possibilities. Your choices determine which path manifests. And that's why I'm going to train you, not in quirk usage, but in wisdom, judgment, and humility. Because power without those qualities is villainy waiting to happen. The work study with Night Eye was brutal. Instead of combat training, Izuku faced ethical dilemmas. Night Eye presented scenarios where evolution could solve problems but at moral costs. A hero with enhanced strength requests evolution, but your foresight shows they'll abuse it. Do you refuse? A villain offers reformation in exchange for evolution. Do you risk empowering them? There were no right answers. Only choices and their consequences. The real test came during a raid on a Yakuza compound where a girl named Eri was being held. Her quirk, Rewind, could reverse living beings to previous states, and she was being used to create quirk-erasing bullets. The operation required perfect coordination between multiple hero agencies. Izuku's role was support, use his analytical abilities to track enemy positions, not engage directly. But when Overhaul, the Yakuza boss with molecular reassembly powers, cornered Mirio Tagata, Sir Night Eye's protege and one of UA's big three, everything changed. Mirio's permeation quirk let him phase through matter, making him nearly untouchable. But Overhaul's henchman fired a quirk-erasing bullet, and suddenly Mirio was quirkless, vulnerable, dying. Eri clung to him, terrified, her rewind quirk activating chaotically in response to her fear. Midoriya. Mirio's voice was desperate. Protect Eri. Don't let Overhaul take her. Izuku charged forward, one for all at 40%, Black Whip extending to snare Overhaul. But the villain was too strong, his matter manipulation letting him spike the entire corridor with lethal precision. Izuku dodged, barely, his danger sense screaming. Then Eri's rewind touched him. Power flooded Izuku's body, not just one for all, but something more. Eri's quirk was reversing his cellular damage in real time, letting him push past his normal limits without consequence. 40% became 60, 60 became 80, 100% one for all, fully unleashed, with no risk of destroying his body because Eri's rewind kept him perpetually healed. The Codex sang with joy. Evolution in its purest form, symbiotic quirk interaction creating possibilities neither could achieve alone. Izuku moved like a force of nature. At 100% with Eri's support, he matched Overhaul's molecular spikes with Black Whip barriers, countered his reconstruction with float-enhanced mobility, and struck with Fa Jin amplified power that shattered the villain's defenses. Delaware Detroit Hyper Smash. The attack connected, and Overhaul flew through 3 walls before collapsing, unconscious. The raid was successful. Eri was saved. But Mirio was still quirkless. The bullet's effects were permanent. One of UA's brightest stars had sacrificed his quirk to protect a child. In the aftermath, as heroes secured the compound and medics treated the wounded, Mirio approached Izuku with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Don't look so guilty," the former hero said. "I made my choice. And I'd make it again. I could try to restore your quirk," Izuku offered desperately. "The Codex might be able to reverse the erasing bullet's effects, or evolve your latent quirk factor." "No." Mirio's voice was gentle but firm. "I appreciate the offer, but I need to learn who I am without permeation. Maybe this is my path, showing that heroism isn't about quirks, but about character." The conviction in Mirio's words shamed Izuku. He'd been so focused on quirks, on evolution, on making everyone stronger that he'd forgotten the fundamental truth: quirks didn't make heroes. People did. Sir Night Eye, watching from nearby, nodded approval. "You're learning. Power is a means, not an end. Never forget that." The work study ended with Izuku returning to UA changed. He'd seen the limits of evolution, the costs of over-reliance on quirks, and the danger of believing power solved all problems. He began approaching evolutions more carefully, adding psychological screening, requiring multiple counseling sessions, ensuring volunteers understood they were choosing a path rather than receiving a simple power-up. Class 1A noticed the change. "You're more serious," Uraraka observed during lunch. "Less excited about evolution." "I'm more aware of the responsibility," Izuku corrected. "Every quirk I evolve potentially changes someone's life trajectory. That's not something to take lightly." "But you're still doing it," Todoroki added. "Still helping people become stronger. Because the alternative is worse. The League isn't stopping. Shigaraki is recruiting. All for One is planning something from prison. Izuku's expression hardened. We need evolved heroes. But we need wise ones more. Bakugo snorted. When did you become a philosopher, Deku? When I realized power without wisdom nearly killed Kirishima. That sobered everyone. They'd all heard about Kirishima's uncontrolled evolution, the hours he'd spent trapped in crystalline hardening. It had been a wake-up call. Evolution wasn't a miracle cure, and Izuku wasn't infallible. So what's the plan? Bakugo asked, his evolved explosions crackling softly. Keep evolving people but slower. More carefully. Yes. And focus on the people who need it most. Izuku pulled out a list: heroes in critical positions, students with potential, reformed villains seeking redemption. Quality over quantity. Make sure each evolution serves a genuine need rather than just accumulating power. Wisdom at last. You are finally becoming the catalyst I always knew you could be, not a weapon to wield, but a guide to illuminate paths others cannot see. The Codex's approval warmed him, but Izuku knew this was just the beginning. The real test would come when All for One inevitably escaped prison, when the final war between heroes and villains erupted, when everything he'd built would be put to the ultimate test. Until then, he would train. Evolve carefully. Prepare his generation for the battle that would define their era. Because Izuku Midoriya had finally understood his true role, not to be the strongest hero, but to make sure the next generation could surpass them all. That was evolution's real gift. Not power for himself, but potential for everyone. And that made all the difference. The UA Cultural Festival arrived like a breath of fresh air after months of tension, training, and battles. For 3 days, students would showcase their talents through performances, exhibitions, and demonstrations, a celebration of youth and creativity that reminded everyone why they fought to protect this world. Class 1A voted unanimously to put on a concert, with Jiro leading the musical performance and the rest providing support through evolved quirk effects. This is exactly what we need, Mina said during planning, her evolved pH manipulation already creating colorful acid displays for the light show. After everything, the forest attack, the overhaul raid, all the evolution stress, we need to remember we're still teenagers. Izuku agreed wholeheartedly. The past year had aged them beyond their years. They'd faced death, seen heroes fall, carried responsibilities that would break adults. The festival was a chance to reclaim some of their lost innocence, even if just for 3 days. But the shadow of responsibility never fully lifted. During rehearsals, Izuku noticed Eri watching from the doorway, the girl they'd rescued from overhaul, now under UA's protection. Her rewind quirk remained unstable, occasionally activating without warning, and she carried trauma that no amount of therapy could quickly heal. Want to help with the festival? Izuku asked gently, approaching her. Eri flinched, then slowly nodded. I've never been to a festival. Overhaul never let me. Then this will be your first. And we'll make it amazing. Izuku smiled, genuine warmth replacing the strategic hero mask he'd worn for so long. You're part of Class 1A now. That means your family. The word, family, made Eri's eyes water. She'd been property to overhaul, an experiment to exploit. The concept of belonging, of being valued beyond her quirk's utility, was foreign and overwhelming. Can I help with the music? She asked timidly. Absolutely. Jiro, we've got a new backup singer. The days leading up to the festival were chaotic but joyful. Bakugo, surprisingly, threw himself into the concert preparations with typical intensity. His evolved explosions created percussion effects that rattled windows across campus. Todoroki's thermodynamic manipulation generated stage fog and special effects. Uraraka made instruments float for dramatic reveals. Even Mineta contributed, though his involvement was carefully supervised. Izuku's role was coordination, using his analytical mind to synchronize everyone's contributions into a cohesive performance. But more importantly, he watched his classmates simply be kids again. Laughing, joking, creating something beautiful instead of destructive. This is evolution too, not of quirks, but of spirit. They are remembering who they are beyond their powers. The Codex's observation resonated deeply. Izuku had been so focused on physical evolution that he'd neglected emotional and social growth. This festival was a reminder that heroes needed balance, strength and compassion, power and joy, duty and play. The first day of the festival brought thousands of visitors to UA's campus. Families, students from other schools, pro-heroes off duty, media representatives, all eager to see what the prestigious Hero Academy had prepared. Security was maximum, with heroes stationed throughout the grounds, but the atmosphere remained festive. Class 1A's concert was scheduled for the evening of day 2, giving them time to explore other exhibits. Izuku walked through the festival with Eri, showing her art displays, scientific demonstrations, and support course inventions. Her wonder at simple pleasures, candy apples, street performers, games, broke his heart even as it warmed it. "The world is so big," Eri whispered, clutching his hand. "I never knew. You'll have time to explore all of it," Izuku promised. "And we'll be here to help you." They stopped at the support course exhibition where Melissa Shield, visiting from Island, was demonstrating her latest invention, the synthesis amplifier, a device that could enhance Izuku's quirk combination efficiency by another 30%. With this, Melissa explained to the gathered crowd, Midoriya could theoretically synthesize 10 quirks simultaneously for up to 5 minutes. It's still experimental, but the applications for large-scale disaster response are incredible. The demonstration attracted attention, both positive and concerning. Izuku noticed several people recording, their expressions calculating rather than celebratory. Not everyone at the festival came with pure intentions. His danger sense flared just as a scream erupted from the main plaza. Villains. During the festival, attacking while families and children filled the campus. "Eri, stay with Melissa," Izuku commanded, already activating One for All at 30%. Everyone, defensive positions. But these weren't ordinary villains. They moved with coordinated precision, each one targeting specific locations simultaneously, a level of planning that suggested League of Villains involvement. And their quirks. Izuku's analytical sense recoiled. These villains had evolved quirks. Not through the codex, but through something cruder, more violent. Dr. Garaki's experiments had clearly progressed beyond Nomu into something new, forced evolution that drove quirk factors beyond stable limits. "They're trying to prove a point," Todoroki realized, ice and fire manifesting as he engaged the nearest villain. Showing that evolution can be weaponized. Undermining public trust in the evolution core. He was right. This was psychological warfare, attacking during a celebration, using evolved villains, forcing heroes to defend with the same powers the attackers wielded. The media would have a field day with the optics. Class 1A scattered to defensive positions, their training kicking in immediately. Bakugo's evolved explosions created barriers between villains and civilians. Kirishima's unbreakable form tanked attacks meant for fleeing families. Jiro's sonic constructs evacuated the most vulnerable while Tokiyami's sentient dark shadow fought with autonomous precision. Izuku coordinated everything from the central plaza, his inherited quirks letting him track the battle across multiple fronts simultaneously. Blackwhip snared villains. Float positioned him for optimal observation. Danger sense predicted attacks before they landed. Fa Jin stored kinetic energy for devastating counterstrikes. But the villains kept coming. Waves of them, each with unstable evolved quirks that made them unpredictable and dangerous. One had evolved speed that left afterimages. Another controlled evolved plant growth that consumed buildings. A third manipulated evolved shadows that could solidify into weapons. "We need synthesis," Uraraka called out, struggling against a villain whose gravity manipulation rivaled her own. "Izuku, we can't hold them all without combining our power." She was right. But synthesis during a public event, with media recording everything, would expose capabilities Izuku had been keeping partially secret. The world knew he could evolve quirks. Some knew about synthesis. But few understood its true scale. All Might's voice crackled through his earpiece. The retired hero was coordinating pro-hero response from the command center. "Do what you must, young Midoriya. Public perception matters less than lives." Izuku made his decision. Class 1A. Synthesis Formation Omega. His classmates responded immediately, forming a defensive circle around him. Not just 5 this time, but 15, every student who'd volunteered for advanced synthesis training. Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Tokiyami, Ishido, Kaminari, Shiro, Asui, Iida, Ojiro, Hagakure, and Shoji. Green light erupted, so brilliant it illuminated the entire campus. Izuku channeled the codex through Melissa's synthesis amplifier, combining 15 evolved quirks through One for All's framework. The strain was immense, even with the amplifier and the codex's adaptive support, holding this many quirks threatened to tear him apart. But he held it. 30 seconds. A minute. 2 minutes. The combined power was godlike. Explosive thermodynamic attacks that froze and burned simultaneously. Gravity-manipulated matter creation that generated weapons from thin air. Sonic constructs amplified by electrical discharge. Hardened shadows that moved with independent intelligence. Acid that could change pH to counter any defense. Izuku moved through the battlefield like a force of nature, his combined quirks operating in perfect synchronization. Each villain fell before attacks they couldn't predict or counter. The forced evolution that made them dangerous became a liability. Their unstable quirks couldn't adapt fast enough to Izuku's fluid combat style. 3 minutes. 4. His body screamed. The codex worked frantically. Melissa's amplifier began overheating. But the villains were retreating, their coordinated attack broken by overwhelming force. As the last portal closed and security teams secured the area, Izuku finally released synthesis. He collapsed immediately. Recovery Girl was there within seconds, her healing quirk stabilizing him while paramedics checked vitals. Around him, his classmates stumbled, the synthesis drew on their energy too, though far less than it demanded from Izuku. "Is everyone okay?" Izuku gasped. "We're fine," Bakugo replied, breathing hard but standing firm. "You're the one who just channeled 15 quirks through your body for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Izuku had nearly doubled his previous synthesis endurance. But at what cost? His muscles ached. His quirk factor felt strained. Recovery Girl's expression suggested he'd pushed dangerously close to permanent damage. As medics worked and heroes secured the perimeter, Izuku noticed the cameras. Dozens of them, all recording. The media had captured everything: the villain attack, the synthesis response, the overwhelming display of evolved power. Tomorrow's headlines would determine how society viewed the Evolution Core. As saviors who protected the festival. Or as dangerous experiments that attracted villain attention. The festival continued after a 2-hour security lockdown. Pro-heroes provided reassuring presence while support staff repaired damage and counselors helped traumatized visitors process what they'd witnessed. Class 1A's concert went ahead as planned that evening, Jiro's voice raw with emotion, the music infused with defiance and hope. Eri stood in the front row, eyes wide with wonder, experiencing her first festival despite the chaos. When the concert ended and Class 1A took their bows, she smiled, the first genuine smile anyone had seen from her since her rescue. "Thank you," she whispered when Izuku came to sit beside her. "For showing me that the world can be beautiful, even when scary things happen." Those words made every risk, every sacrifice, every moment of doubt worthwhile. The aftermath of the festival attack brought expected controversy. News coverage split sharply. Some praised the Evolution Core for their rapid response and civilian protection, others condemned them for attracting danger and wielding too much power. Politicians debated legislation. Hero organizations held emergency meetings. The public remained divided. But beneath the noise, something shifted. Parents who'd been at the festival sent thank you letters to UA, grateful their children were safe. Heroes who'd fought alongside Class 1A requested Evolution Core membership. Even some former critics acknowledged that when danger struck, evolved heroes had saved lives. Principal Nezu called Izuku to his office 3 days after the festival. "The Hero Public Safety Commission wants to meet with you," the principal said without preamble. "They're concerned about synthesis, specifically, about what happens if you lose control or are compromised by villains." "I would never." "I know. But they don't. To them, you're a weapon of unprecedented power with minimal oversight." Nezu's expression was sympathetic but realistic. "They want regulations. Restrictions on when and how you can use synthesis. Government supervision of all future evolutions." The implications were clear. Bureaucracy and politics were about to complicate everything Izuku had built. "What do you recommend?" Izuku asked. "Compromise. Accept some oversight in exchange for operational freedom. Show them you're willing to work within the system rather than outside it." Nezu leaned forward. "But also prepare for the possibility that the Commission may not act in good faith. Some people fear what they can't control, and you, Midoriya, are rapidly becoming uncontrollable." That evening, Izuku stood on the Heights Alliance rooftop, staring at the city lights and thinking about the path ahead. The evolution core was growing. Synthesis was becoming stronger. The League of Villains was preparing for war. And he was caught in the middle, too powerful to ignore, too young to fully trust, too important to abandon. You stand at a crossroads. Behind you, childhood and innocence. Ahead, responsibility and sacrifice. The choice is yours: remain a student, or become the symbol this era needs. But I'm only 16, Izuku thought. I shouldn't have to choose. Perhaps not. But circumstances don't care what should be. Only what is. Class 1A gathered around him one by one: Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Iida, and others, each drawn by unspoken understanding that their friend needed support. Whatever happens, Kirishima said, his unbreakable conviction showing in his eyes, we're with you. Politics, commission, villains, none of it matters if we stand together. That's right, Mina added. Class 1A doesn't abandon family. Izuku felt tears threatening. These people, his classmates, his friends, his family, they'd been through hell together and come out stronger. Whatever the future held, they'd face it as they always had. Together. Because that was the real power of evolution. Not individual strength, but collective growth. Not one hero standing alone, but an entire generation rising together. The war was coming. Shigaraki was evolving. All for One was planning. But so was Izuku Midoriya. And he wouldn't face it alone. Thank you.